Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for May 21st, 2019.
Okay, so I'm going to reread what I read at yesterday's review session. This is directed at the regular practitioners who appear before the Board of Standards and Appeals. In light of some very disturbing behavior by applicants and their counsel that the board has witnessed in the last few weeks, I would like to make a very strong and direct statement. The agency known as the Board of Standards and Appeals consists of the board as commission, with the 5 commissioners with the authority to vote on the matters that come before it, as well as the board as agency, which reviews and prepares the materials that will eventually come to the commission for decision. The board as agency, in particular the board's counsel, also prepares the resolution that is the final determination of the commission's decision. The commissioners are supported in their review and decision-making by their executive director, deputy director, their attorneys, including the general, deputy general, and assistant general counsels, and the architects and planners who are the project managers that handle the details of every project. All of these personnel are essential to the board's analysis of the cases. I, as the chair of the board as agency and as commission, encourage participation by all of these essential personnel in the hearing process. The information that they provide during the process is critical to the commissioner's complete, hard look and analysis of the case. How this board operates its hearings is not to be questioned or contested in any way by any applicant, attorney, or consultant who appears before us. Such rude and disrespectful behavior will not be tolerated, and any demonstration of such behavior in future by any member of the applicant team will result, without exception, in the immediate adjournment of the case. Okay.
Appeals calendar, item number 1, 2017-48A, 36 Hardy Street, Staten Island.
Okay, so this, we don't have an appearance, I don't think, by the applicant, so we're just going to vote to, I'm going to make a motion to grant the waiver for the front yard setback.
So we don't have to
under 72-01G.
Okay, so we don't have to reopen or anything.
Oh, I'm
It is
sorry, we need to reopen.
That's-
Sorry, we didn't do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
So-
for a motion to reopen.
Chair
Yeah.
Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, so then, for a motion to grant a waiver of the front yard setback pursuant to section 7201G, motion to close?
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant?
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Decision items, item number 2, 2018-22A, 255 18th Street, Brooklyn.
This is closed. Is there room for someone to stand and sign? Yeah, state your name. Okay. So I think we've discussed everything. I'd like to make a motion to close. I mean, it is closed, sorry.
It is
A motion
closed.
to grant?
Chair Promoter,
No.
Vice Chair Chanda,
No.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
No.
Commissioner Shetta,
No.
Commissioner Shabeta.
No.
Thank you.
Motion denied. Item number 3, continued hearing items. Item 2018-166A, 40-31 82nd Street, Queens. Sorry, where's this one?
Now, this comes off. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, good
State your
morning.
name,
Good morning, Commissioners. Paula Siegel for the Community Development Project at the Urban Justice Center. We are counsel to Queens Neighborhoods United. Good morning. I'm going to start my presentation by reviewing the questions of classification and statutory interpretation that have been part of our earlier discussions, then turn to the question of what zoning resolution described harm we ask you to prevent by annulling September 18th DOE. I'm going to show you the neighborhood in the latter part of my presentation. I ask for your indulgence for a little multimedia and some movies. So can everybody see?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, great. So first, the law. The question before us is, does the zoning resolution allow a 23,000 square foot Target store to be located in a C1 local retail shopping district? Use Group 10 retail, called destination retail, the zoning resolution is prohibited in a C1 district. And no matter how Target is properly described, the answer to the question behind me under the zoning resolution is no. We agree with the Commission's conclusion as articulated at yesterday's review session that the designation is not material. No matter which designation properly applies, whether it's a department store or a variety store, the answer to whether the September permit was issued properly is no, for the simple reason that the proposed use falls into use group 10, which is incontrovertibly prohibited in the C1 district. Though the reason for why the proposed Target is prohibited changes depending on the proper classification, the answer remains the same. If Target is a department store, then it's no, because department stores are always properly in use group 10 and prohibited in local retail C1 districts. And I pulled this up, the North American Industry Classification System definition from 2008 of department stores is instructive. Establishments primarily engaged in retailing a wide variety of products with no merchandise line predominating. Their products include apparel, furniture, appliances, and home furnishings, selected additional items such as paint, cardboard, toiletries, cosmetics, photographic equipment, jewelry, toys, and sporting goods. Merchandise lines are normally arranged in separate departments. Although there was a restructuring of this classification system in 2017, since we're here today to give meaning to words that were written before 1961 and turned into zoning then, we need to look at how those store types have historically been defined. Under the pre-2017 classification system, variety stores and department stores fell into entirely different retail categories. And this is the census, so it's got all these little codes, and if you look at the top, your department store classification starts with 5421, and your variety store classification is an entirely different class. It's 4529. Now you know something about me. I reversed my numbers, forgive me, I might do it again. In the classification system that describes the retail landscape prior to 2017, key indicators that a store was a variety store included that variety stores do not carry a complete line of merchandise, are not departmentalized, do not offer their own charge service, and do not deliver merchandise.
So before you go on with this,
Can they?
no, so before you go on with this, because I don't want to lead us down the proverbial path, we're talking about a permit issued now, right? And we're talking about, like we read about in Supreme Court cases and so on, how changing behaviors need to be adjusted to when we read statutes, right? Why are you reading us about merchandising conditions that didn't exist in whatever that is, 2007, when we're in 2019, and there's been a change in view of things by the very organization that you're citing to?
Certainly. So there may have been a change in the retail landscape since 2008. We don't disagree with you, but there hasn't been a change in the New York City zoning resolution. And if the zoning resolution needs to catch up with the retail landscape, if we need to revisit our use groups and rethink what is allowed in a district that allows use group 10, then let's do that.
Do you think we could do that here?
We can't do that here.
Right.
So in order to meaningfully understand what the words in the zoning resolution meant in 1961 and how they can be interpreted going forward, we need to look at the landscape as it was understood then and go forward. But I don't want to get stuck on this point because I think that it's not, this isn't a statute, right? This is just a classification system
Yes.
that the census used to describe kind of how stores go, right? And how people think about
Right, but you're
stores,
asking
what
us
folks'
to-
mental models.
You're asking us to rely on this information when it's not up-to-date information, and you're asking us the question about whether the permit was properly issued today.
Certainly. So the question before the board is, there are several questions before the board, but they boil down to is this store allowed in a C1 district? And one of the bases that got us here is the developer's characterization of their own enterprise as a variety store. And that developer's characterization was adopted by DOB, and we're here today to look at that. And that characterization and the process that we arrived at seems to not match the facts. And the process that got that characterization before this board has had very little engagement by the Department of Buildings. The Department of Buildings itself has not done an analysis and said, hey, wait a second, here's a definition of a department store, and here's a variety store, and here is what the difference between the two are, and here's why this store isn't a department store. So this is just a little bit of foundationally, what we're relying on is the developer's own characterization, as Commissioner Shida pointed out yesterday. And that is a fundamental flaw in how this permit was approved. It's not the only reason that this permit may be improper, but that is a flaw. And so the developer's characterization at the time that they made it, which was in 2017, prior to the 2018 permit being issued. They actually initiated this application process before the census redid its system, right? This was when the developer filed for approvals at the department. It was before this new guide came out from the census, and they made the self-serving characterization that the store they planned to put in the cellar was a variety store because variety stores are allowed. Okay, great. So let's just look at what they're actually planning to put in the cellar, right? They're planning to put in a store that carries a variety of merchandise, including groceries. They took this series of pictures at a Target location that opened on Grand and Broome on the Lower East Side just a couple of months ago. This store is actually on the first floor, or maybe in the mezzanine, depending on how those floors are defined, but it's the exact same footprint. It's the same size. It's about 2,300 square foot. So we've got groceries, we've got an in-house pharmacy. This pharmacy is run by CVS. So it's just like Macy's, they rent out space to other retailers within the department store. That's a typical arrangement to have different departments that are run by different enterprises. Target carries apparel, furniture, appliances, home furnishings, paint, hardware, toiletries, cosmetics, photographic equipment.
So let's just go back a second.
Yeah.
So it says CVS Pharmacy. What I'm thinking is actually CVS is one of the places that actually fills your drug orders, right, when you need a pharmaceutical. And because the way our pharmaceutical system is working these days, it's either Dwayne Reed's pharmaceutical company or CVS that fills almost everybody's prescriptions, and they're interchangeable all over the city. So for them to have a pharmacist on site that is part of CVS is not quite the same thing as what you're describing. For instance, are the electronics departments someone else's outside electronics department? No.
That isn't a key piece of what
Well,
a
but you
department store
just
is, but
said it was
it's-
like Macy's, so it doesn't sound like Macy's to me.
Okay. But so they carry this wide range of goods, right? That is that is nearly identical to how, at the time that they filed for permits, the census said people think about department stores. This list is almost the same. No merchandise is predominating. We've got airbeds, pet clothes, groceries, umbrellas, everything's here. And Target offers its own charge service, a credit card. Target offers delivery. And checking out from the store can be done without interaction with any workers. While innovations in retail are certainly part of New York City's reality, we're not here today because of those innovations. We're here because the Department of Buildings has failed to give effect to words that were written into the zoning resolution in 1961. It might be time to update the use groups, but until those use groups are updated, the 1961 words have to control. Target is not a variety store. Even in the post-2017 industry classifications that the census published, which the Department of Buildings urged the board to apply, Target seems to fall into the same category as warehouse clubs and supercenters, like Costco. That surely makes it more similar to a department store and more appropriately classified as use group 10, destination retail, as opposed to use group 6, local retail.
Why is it like Costco?
I'm sorry?
Why is it like Costco?
Well, isn't Costco a warehouse club?
What's that, and that has to do with what?
What are the characteristics that they
Yes.
have in common?
That's what, those words are, I'm just quoting from a DOB letter. The Department of Buildings, when they suggested that you guys look more closely at post-2017 census classifications, this is a great question for the Department of Buildings. They said, oh, when the census looked at these classifications again and revamped the categorization, they said, oh, variety stores and supercenters and warehouse clubs, they all belong in one category, instead of splitting them apart, whereas before there was a strong distinction between department stores and variety stores. Now, it seems like our retail trend is variety stores are in the category of destination retail, like Costco, where you would have, you go once a month, you get your big bulk purchases done. So, but that's their assertion, and if that's true, then certainly that makes a Target variety store destination retail as opposed to something that serves habitual, local consumer needs.
So I'm a little confused. You're saying that's your assertion, or you're saying that's their assertion?
That's, if you...
Are you buying into their assertion, in other words?
I'm not sure how they... I'm going to let the department speak for itself.
No, I'm asking you about your opinion. What are you asserting?
So I'm not sure if I'm buying into their assertion, but I did look at the 2017 industry classifications, and according to the 2017 classifications, which again, are not statute, they're not binding, it's just the census kind of describing how the world is structured so that it can count how much sales are happening. But looking at those, the distinction between department stores and variety stores has disappeared. And now there is a single category that encompasses not only variety stores, but also stores like Costco and other supercenters. And if that is where Target properly falls, and it may, then I would say that that is certainly destination retail. That is certainly what the drafters of the zoning resolution contemplated as falling into use group 10.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes. Couldn't the disappearance of this distinction bolster the Department of Buildings' methods of allowing the classification of Target as both a use group 6 or a use group 10? Since there's no longer a distinction?
That flies in the face of language in the zoning resolution that was explicitly written to protect residential and local retail districts. But I don't think you're mistaken to say they could choose either. Sure, they can choose either classification, but it does not mean that they can put Target stores into local retail districts.
And I
why not?
think, why not? I think
why
that's
not?
the part, it's
Great.
not clear to
Can I
me.
continue?
Yes,
Or no?
yes, please.
And I want
Yes,
the, and I
I
want the
will, absolutely,
answer,
yes.
I just have
There's
one
a whole-
request.
whole
I just have
section
one,
with videos
Don't talk
about
at the
why not.
same time, because the video doesn't pick up people speaking.
I
at the
just
same
have one request. When you do want to answer that question, I would like you to answer it in terms of the zoning.
Yeah.
Because that's really what we are here to
Perfect.
determine.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so we're back to our question. So clearly the answer is no if Target is properly a department store, but let's leave that aside for the moment. And even if it's properly a variety store, The answer remains no. A variety store is only allowed if the usable floor area of the establishment is less than 10,000 square feet. Most New York City Target locations are in zoning districts where use group 10 is permitted and are properly classified that way, though most of these, these are all use group 10 zoned locations. They're places that are C4, not C1, where destination retail is allowed. So whether they're classified as department stores or variety stores over 10,000 square feet, it doesn't matter.
But-
Those are both allowed.
But I have a
Use group
question.
10.
Could I just, and for this list, you say they're all in use group, in zoning districts where use group 10 is permitted.
Yes.
But are they in fact classified as use group 10?
Yes.
All of
Though
these
some
are.
of them also, as Commissioner, I have to learn how to say your name.
Otley Brown.
Otley Brown.
Otley Brown, all right. As Commissioner Otley Brown pointed out, some of them are dual classified, but none of them are just use
Are just
group
use group
10.
10, okay.
So some of them are use group 6, 10, and some of them are just classified as use group 10. And actually, some of them have been there so long that the certificate of occupancy doesn't have the use group on it. It just says department store, or maybe it says nothing. But the underlying zoning district for all of these stores permits use group 10.
May I ask, are you, because you haven't said it outright, in your opinion, is this a department store?
It's either a department store or it's a variety store over 10,000 square feet, but either way, it must be classified as use group 10. And nobody has suggested that use group 10 is permitted on this, in this zoning district. The zoning district at issue here is C1.
How can it be a variety store over 10,000 square feet if it doesn't have more than 10,000 square feet of zoning floor
I
area?
would have been much more comfortable if you would have said, I believe it's a department store, but if it's not,
Yeah.
I would have been much more comfortable with that.
I'm okay with that.
No,
There we go.
you would have been more comfortable to...
Either way, the classification is.
No, I think what he means by that is the strength of your conviction would have been more persuasive if you stayed with department store, but since you're willing to accept the idea that it could be classified either as variety or department store, and it seems to be supported by lots of the data that you're finding, then the only thing you can rely on is your argument about the cellar space counting as zoning floor area, defined term in the zoning resolution, et cetera, et cetera.
Which we all have a hard
I
time.
don't accept that characterization, but I'm going to go back to what Commissioner Otley Brown pointed out, is all of these locations where there is Target are in districts where use group 10 is permitted. Department store and variety store don't have a definition in the zoning resolution. On the other hand, destination retail and local retail are defined. We have preparatory statements in the zoning that tell us what kind of retail that's supposed to be, right? And that's what I'm relying on is, yes, Target is a department store.
Okay.
Or Target is a variety store over 10,000 square feet. Those
So
things are.
one of the problems you're going to run into, or at least I think it has been clearly stated that you are running into, is that the zoning resolution tells us what we can count towards square feet. And
Then it's a
and that-
department store.
And
If
it's
you're not-
excluded, and it is explicitly excluded, so much so that we cannot make a decision against it because we don't have, the precedent goes against us. And some of the cases that you cited that stand for
I
your
also-
position don't actually stand for that position. If you look at that, you'll see that the seller wasn't counted in that square foot in the area. So that's where I'm having a
In
hang
all
up.
of those stores.
In all of them,
I'll talk
But-
about those as well.
I just want to also clarify some facts here. You're selecting your Target stores. As we know, there are 28 Target stores as of October 2018, and 4 or something like that were under construction at the time. And when I looked at your certificates of occupancy that you provided, I found some that were use group 6, described as mercantile retail, and some were use group 10. So, and I happen to know there's one on 14th Street in Manhattan, which is certainly not an M zoning district that permit, or a zoning district where use group 10 is permitted. It's very similar to the subject target, and there are many others like that. So for you to make a true, no, let me finish my sentence, please. And so in order for you to actually make such point, you would have to show us all 28 target stores. These are clearly selected to make your argument.
Yeah.
Okay?
And when you do that selection, you should also show us which target stores are constructed in this exact same fashion as this one, where it is largely located in a cellar with an entranceway lobby on the first floor, and so that it doesn't exceed the 10,000 square feet, because I believe there are other cases in New York City where the target stores are structured in that way, and they are use group 6.
So all of the answers to those questions are in our post-hearing briefing. I only found 20 target stores. If there are 8 other ones, I don't know where they are. So, I don't know. But there is one store that is structured this way. It is on 14th Street. It does not have a final certificate of occupancy. It has a temporary certificate. Target's counsel actually put in the record of this case the exchange with the department that happened when the department actually initially denied their permit for constructing that store. And then Target had an expediter write them a letter explaining that it was not a department store, it was a variety store. It was an extremely short letter, stamped by an expediter, and for some reason, that was sufficient to get the department to change its mind. It was never brought before this board. It was never challenged. The statute of limitations has passed, though there will be another bite at the apple when there's a final certificate. It only has a temporary certificate at this time. And it is another place where in a C1 district, a violation is occurring.
There is one on the border of Manhattan and the Bronx as well. And that one is constructed in the same fashion as this.
But that is in a C4 district, and that's also in our papers. If you want a page citation, I can,
Yeah,
in a
please.
second,
Yeah.
but I can pull that up. Should I pull that up?
Yes, please.
So in our post-hearing memo, without messing up the slides. So the details for the target stores that are on the slide behind me are on page 4 of our post-hearing memorandum. And there is a footnote at the bottom of page 7 of the same memorandum that addresses the point Commissioner Otley Brown was making about other stores where the permit has never been brought before this board.
Where the permit hasn't been brought before.
Or where there isn't a final determination that has been challenged.
So, but you're discounting them just because there was no challenge. Why are you discounting them? That's the procedure of the Department of Buildings. Why does it have to be challenged in order
It's
to?
not binding upon this board. I mean, it's certainly.
It's not a question of binding, it's, we're looking at the behavior of the Department of Buildings. That's part of what we look at to see if they're consistently interpreting the zoning resolution, which, by the way, is their job, right?
So if I
We
can
would also have to
question
consider what effects our decision would make on things that are already in progress. For me, one thing I do want to add, and it's not exactly on point, but for me, I would need a very persuasive argument as to why this is a department store and not anything else. I don't think that the variety store with the cellar space not being counted, cellar space being counted is a very strong argument. That's what I would need.
Yeah.
So I will look, I think the strongest argument for that is about the actual impact, the congestion, pedestrian, automobile, and truck traffic that we're talking about, actually bringing to this neighborhood.
Right.
That's the use group 10.
But that's the
intensive
part-
use that we're supposed to
I just want to,
protect the neighborhood from.
so, just in terms of, first of all, the use group very clearly kept in mind that there could be, there would be a parking need for these stores, whether they're on the ground floor or whether they're on the lower floors or upper floors. So the total parking requirement for each one of these uses, whether they're counted towards floor area or not, were accounted for in determining the amount of parking space that would be needed. And that, my understanding is the applicant is counting all of the floor areas above ground, at ground, below ground,
As they're required
to determine the required number of parking spaces. So in terms of talking about creating additional parking, regardless of whether it's a Target store or whether it is any of the commercial use groups that are permitted, use group 6 that are permitted in that commercial district, they are allowed to have a use located in the cellar, which does not get counted towards floor area. Now, we're just picking on Target. The question remains is that any use group 6 is allowed to have its commercial operation both on the ground floor and on the lower floor. So I think this whole argument of how it is adding to the traffic, that because it is Target, to me is very confusing, because any commercial store that is located on the ground floor and in the lower floor is going to create the same amount of traffic. Which is what the zoning determined, and that's why they factored in the parking requirements.
Well, I agree, but I think that there is a difference between uses in and of itself, if they can make such an argument that this type of use, this department store type of use is very different to the type of use that would be permitted in a 6.
No,
If they-
but, so this is the part that I'm having so much trouble with. We just finished saying the word variety and the word department are interchangeable,
And that's
right?
what- that's-
So having moved on from that, then we say that the real question at issue is pedestrian and traffic, where no matter whether you have a department store in use group 10, a variety store in use group 10, a variety store in use group 6, a furniture store in use group 6, any of those things, the cellar floor area is not counting towards, the cellar area doesn't count towards floor area. So you don't shift past on a furniture store is also a regulated maximum, right? But it's counted towards the parking. So in terms of the anticipated ills, the ills are already anticipated.
The
There's
transportation
it's-
ills.
Yes.
Yeah, the transportation ills and the quantity of person ills, because as actually city planning helpfully stated, in districts where you only have one-story commercial spaces permitted, or sometimes two-story commercial spaces, they wanted to be able to have successful commercial operations, and they preferred that they be in the cellar so that you don't have a three-story building in a low-scale neighborhood. It's a very sensible approach to needing retail to be larger, right? There's storage, there's more departments, drugstores often, the CVSs often are that identical situation where the ground floor may be only a lobby and the rest is underground, right? So going after the impacts seems disingenuous to me. I just, because the impacts are identical no matter which use you pick, working from the assumption, no matter which use you pick. And then if we also work on the assumption that no matter whether you're a department store or variety or anybody else, you don't count the cellar towards floor area, I don't know what else
my
there
question,
is.
I think you got to my question. I'm asking if there's a difference between impact outside of transportation with the use. Is the use different in a 10 or a 6? Would it make it a difference there? Is that their argument?
Okay.
And if that is their argument, I would need a lot more on that.
Understood. Okay.
I'm not sure if she was talking about the impact from the perspective of the use classification or the size of the establishment itself. So can you clarify this?
So I'm going to address a couple of things that I heard. So first of all, we're not saying that variety and department, the words are interchangeable. They're in the zoning resolution differently and treated differently. And so very importantly, in use group 6, variety stores are permitted. They come with this limit. In use group 6, department stores not permitted. That's a key distinction. Target is very likely a department store. We think it is. And we think the permit was issued in error for a department store that was mischaracterized by the developer as a variety store.
Great, so one second.
Nonetheless,
So if you could focus on why that makes a difference.
I will, but if you will let me address a couple of other things that I heard. So we're talking about, Commissioner Chanda, we're talking about not the impacts of parking, we're talking about the impacts of auto, truck trips to and from the location, not where cars are stored when folks are doing something else. We're talking about adding those trips, and that's the harm, that's the congestion harm that the zoning resolution specifically, and I apologize, I have the slides in order, so I'm going to get to those in a moment, but that's the specific harm
Right.
that the zoning resolution is meant to protect folks from, but not all the time, not incontrovertibly. Retail and residential districts are not protected from cars, period. The drafters of the zoning resolution balanced competing needs. And so among those competing needs are the needs for drugstores, for grocery stores, for hardware stores, for all of the things that are actually listed in use group 6 with no size limit. That would result in the same number of car trips. You're absolutely right, based on the parking requirement, but the drafters of the zoning resolution concluded that because people need food, they need medicine, they need tools to fix their homes, that was going to be a harm that they were going to have to accept. Whereas other kinds of shopping that isn't so crucial to the functioning of every neighborhood, that was going to be something that residential districts and local retail districts were protected from. So you're absolutely right. If this was a different store, if this was a grocery store, if this was a drugstore, if this was a hardware store, we wouldn't be here because those are allowed in use group 6
So
with the same, without a size restriction. You're absolutely right. Right? And then
We
folks
heard
have
you.
to put up with that harm, right, of having the trucks and the cars, but it's counterbalanced by the good you get.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
When you say the impact of the truck, what do you mean by that? Can you kind of visually walk me through what you mean by that?
I would love to, if I may.
Because I want to follow up with what the zoning
Okay, so
actually
let's,
requires.
where- Here's, this is, as I said, we're doing a little bit of interactive, but we're going to come back to the question of the square footage in the cellar. There is a question of law at issue here, but I will absolutely, yeah, so this is the neighborhood. Come back to the mic. So you have a little map there of the neighborhood that you're gonna need to play along.
You have a map.
It's on the slides, but you kind of need them to be able to play along. So all the commercial use regulations in the zoning resolution are designed to protect both local retail development and nearby residences against congestion, particularly in areas where the established pattern is predominantly residential, by regulating the intensity of local retail development, by restricting those types of establishments which generate heavy traffic. Specifically, use group 10 destination retail uses are not appropriate in local shopping or local service areas because of the generation of considerable pedestrian, automobile, and truck traffic. This has nothing to do with whether you have to travel far to get to a particular brand of retailer or with parking. It's a different issue. It has everything to do with the impacts on the location and its surroundings. So let's talk about the location and its surroundings. I'm going to show you the neighborhood in the next couple of minutes, particularly the streets and traffic flows that any new retailer will be adding delivery trucks and automobile trips just to get a sense of the neighborhood. That's the park that's actually across the street from the location. To get oriented on your little map, you see the little green square right above the little green square right above the red. That's where those guys
I think you
are hanging out.
misunderstood what I was asking you to explain
I-
in terms of how this particular use target, as you say, I'm really confused as to whether you believe it's interchangeable or not, or whether it's department store, because you use it as you want to make an argument, and I think we need to,
It's
you
a
need to,
Group 10 use.
but you keep calling it department or variety. I put that aside for now. What I want to understand is what is the zoning requirement for the number of loading and unloading? The zoning has requirements for floor area, zoning has requirement for parking, zoning has requirement for loading and unloading. What is the requirement for loading for use group 10 and for use group 6? What is the requirement? I think it would be very helpful for everybody to know that and then determine how that is going to have an impact
So
in this
loading-
particular case.
Thank you for the question. Loading berths and parking spaces are places where vehicles rest. They're not places where vehicles travel. And with the zoning
No, not correct.
resolution
The berth,
is-
no, berthing is where the truck comes in,
And stops.
loads, pulls out, and another one comes in, loads, pulls out. It's anticipating the number of loads based on the number of loading docks. There are some districts where you have to have 6 loading docks according to the size of the space, right? And we see them. There's actually, I forget what the name of it, that Jetro kitchen supply place. I don't know, they have 20 loading docks there,
They do
right?
based on the square footage of the
Okay.
location.
Right, I think that
And I think
vice
what I want to
chairs-
just cut to the chase, I'm looking at the zoning resolution section for everybody to follow with me. Zoning resolution section 36-62, which is the required emphasis, required accessory off-street loading berth for C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6, C7, C8, and there is a table. And in that table, for commercial uses, all retail or service uses listed in use groups 6A, 6C, 7B, 8B, 9A, 9B, 10A, 12B, 14A, or 16A in C1, C2, C3, C41, C42, C43, C7, C81, C82. So basically, it's going from local retail to destination retail. The requirement is 1 loading berth per net square feet of floor area, which is basically floor area counting that's below grade in cellar and also at above grade. The net floor area determines the required number of parking spaces. And in this case, whether you are in a C4 district as a destination retail or whether you're in a C1 district as a local retail,
You have the same loading
you
berth
have the
requirement.
same loading berth requirement. So I'm trying to understand how does that affect the use being here and how it would be detrimental, and which again, I think the zoning resolution is very clear that it doesn't make the distinction in that, and if that's a change you're seeking, we are not the person to go. You should be going to city planning.
That's absolutely right. But that's about loading berths. And here behind me is actually the berths that the developers have proposed. There's space for 2 trucks that are about 35 feet long. The berths are about 40 feet long. New York City DOT regulations allow trucks of up to 55 feet in the city, and we've heard from Community Board 7 in Manhattan, where a similar target location is planned, that they have petitioned for having additional loading space on the street already, in addition to their 2 loading berths. Even though the store isn't open yet, they're telling the Community Board they need that so that they can unload groceries 5 or 6 times a day. So we're not talking about the berths, we're talking about the truck trips. The number of trips that trucks will have to take through the neighborhood. And here's the intersection. So if you'll bear with me, you have that little map. need to click on that arrow. So you have that little map in front of you, and this is the corner where the loading berth actually is. So this is 4 minutes, sped up 15 times.
You're in front of the projector,
Yep,
actually.
okay, that's what I need. Oh. So it was very quick, right? But it's a pretty congested area, but just to give you a sense, that's 4 minutes, just to give you a sense of what happens there in just 4 minutes. This right here, this is the construction for the loading dock. That's where the trucks would come in and out of, and
Can I ask you,
and just
I'm
to give you a sense of what's really happening without the speed up, that's how fast those cars are moving today.
I'm very familiar with that neighborhood.
All right,
And
so,
I think what you're asking us is not something for this agency to address. You already have if you're saying that there is an existing traffic issue, which we have heard from the speakers from the last hearing, there's an existing traffic issue. There are two ways of going about it. One is you go to the city planning and you ask for a zoning change where there would be a higher parking requirement, or these uses would be eliminated that would do away with all these traffic congestion. Or you go to DOT and ask DOT to do a very thorough traffic analysis to determine how to improve the traffic circulation. All of this traffic that you're talking about is not resulting from this construction which is underway.
That's
It
true.
is already there,
yes.
right?
So those just existing conditions.
Right, so,
That
and I
was
think
just a-
that
that
you're
was
not
just to
helping
give
your,
you a sense of-
I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
you're not helping your argument by making
May-
that statement, because
may I
what you have,
continue?
no, you may not, because I'm saying something. And what I'm saying is that what you have displayed is that existing uses are already maybe too much. Then you should go to the city planning and have it rezoned so that no commercial use is permitted, and your neighborhood will be back to a pristine residential neighborhood, right?
No, of course not. But what we're
Or you go,
talking about-
or you go
I
to
asked you
DOT.
not to overspeak.
And I beg you, please go to DOT to address the traffic congestion issue. This is not the board for that. And the traffic impact that you have, that you're calling it an impact, is not a result of this development, because it's underway, it hasn't completed.
I'm not saying what, the reality I just showed you, Target's not there. That's just today. That's just the situation that we're proposing introducing a use group 10 retailer into. And that retailer, in order to have goods to deliver, will need to be able to receive deliveries at the location that I just showed you.
And that would be
So-
for all retail uses located
Right.
there.
Like what-
Absolutely, but the drafters of the zoning resolution balanced community needs, residential neighborhood needs, against the harm of those deliveries when they made the determination that stores of a certain size would be limited.
But arguably, isn't that the reason they put the size limit? And here, Target is complying with the size limit, and they're providing the parking, and they're providing the loading berths. And so, from the perspective of zoning, Target is done. I guess I'm a little disturbed by saying by hearing actually that any other retailer in this spot would have the same effect. It sounds like this is just against Target or any other big name kind of retailer that has a model that maybe is classically use group 10 in other locations, but can't be altered to fit into other use groups. We had discussion yesterday about how you can opt to choose which use group you're in. I guess I fail to see why it is that Target is
Targeted.
targeted. Yeah, I guess.
And I just want to add one thing. So if we were to say, you agreed that if it were a supermarket, we wouldn't be protesting, but actually, if this were a Fairway, which I think your neighborhood would be delighted to receive, it's an allowable use there, or no? No? Maybe not. Maybe not. All right. Shh, please be quiet. But we've had, all right, don't use Fairway. What was the name of that store? Pineapple or something like that?
Red tomato, top
Red
tomato.
top tomatoes. So for example, really, please don't address the audience. You're here before us, okay? So so if it was a supermarket, that was meeting the requirements of the zoning resolution, which are essentially none, because there is no floor area limitation on a supermarket, I can speak from direct experience that they are loading and unloading absolutely all day long. They have the same kinds of loading dock requirements as this particular retailer, and so I'm not understanding the fear directed either. So, yeah.
But
And I
not
just-
only that, to be honest, I think that kind of argument that because we have traffic, you're not allowed to develop your property because you may worsen traffic is problematic, because then you're taking development rights away from property owners.
We are not taking development rights away from property owners. This property was zoned C1.
I'm sorry, if you cannot keep your
if-
comments
if
to
you have a
yourself, then maybe
problem,
you shouldn't
then
be
you
in this
should leave.
room.
This is a hearing, and you need to respect the hearing. Please don't speak.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can we stop the camera for a second? We are, and we're trying to do our jobs, and it's not very helpful when we're being heckled, honestly.
So, we're not talking about current traffic. We are talking about congestion that will be caused by new truck trips into the neighborhood. And I'm just going to show you what the options are for these trucks, which streets they're going to go to.
Right, but
The
it's all
zoning
based on
resolution is-
current traffic.
No, based on what is, not based on current traffic.
Well, that's what you're showing us. You're
No,
showing
I'm
us
just showing
current
you current
traffic.
conditions, but I'm going to show you what routes deliveries will have.
Would you also be showing us any other reason besides traffic as to why use group 10 is not appropriate for this?
Use group six.
You-
Use
Well,
group six.
this use should be a use group 10, and it's a department, so can you show us, are you going to give us anything outside of traffic?
This isn't traffic. This is introducing trucks to this residential neighborhood.
So you,
There is a reason that
saw
this
trucks.
this particular parcel is zoned C1. It's zoned C1 because the way it's located in the neighborhood does not allow for the intensity of retail use that a C4 district would allow. In fact, the developer sought to rezone it last year and didn't change the zoning. There's a reason for this. So you have a little map here. You see we're approaching the loading dock there. There are very few ways to get to that location without going either past the school, past an emergency room entrance, or down a narrow one-way residential street. There are very few ways to get out from that area. So we can try a different route.
Are those trucks?
That's a
So,
bicycle.
Roosevelt,
It has to be a
you can go
bicycle.
the shortest way.
So-
The shortest way.
All the other commercial uses that are located in that neighborhood, they don't get delivery at all by trucks? They are being hand delivered?
Actually, there's a lot of hand, you can see the
So
video
people
behind me in a
bring-
moment. There are a lot of hand trucks. There's a reason this particular lot has C1 zoning, not C4. Because zoning at C4 just wouldn't work with this neighborhood. This neighborhood is a small residential neighborhood with extremely narrow streets.
I-
And a lot of intense uses.
I hate to put it this way because I go there pretty much every weekend, and I see trucks parked pretty much on the streets, making deliveries,
Yeah, they're right
right?
behind me. Yes,
Right?
that's
And these are
happening.
existing uses
These
that
are
are making, so
existing
I'm not
uses.
sure what
I
you mean by
just
most of
wanna-
them make hand deliveries, because all of these are truck deliveries. All of these uses that I have seen here are getting goods delivered by trucks. After that, of
Truck
course.
right there. I
Yeah.
mean, yes, you're absolutely right.
Okay,
There are
thank you.
trucks.
So wouldn't it be preferable to have them in a loading zone?
But
in
they're
a
not
loading
moving
berth?
in the loading berth. All I'm showing you is the route that the trucks would have to take to get to the loading berth. If they can get inside magically through some kind of teleporting, wonderful, but that doesn't exist. And if you look at the map in front of you, all the one-way streets are marked. So there are just extremely limited options
So you have no
for what
problem.
these trucks can actually do in this neighborhood.
So you have no problem with all the deliveries that is going to be made by all the other retail uses that are proposed in this complex, but for Target?
We have have no.
Because you're going to
I'm sorry,
take the same
there's no-
road.
There is no improper agency determination except for approving a building permit for a use group 10 use.
That wasn't her
in a
question.
C1 district.
Answer her question.
I'm just an attorney.
No.
I don't even
Answer
live there.
her-
I live in a different borough. I
Answer-
have all kinds of problems, but like, I don't know.
No,
Counselor,
I'm here.
Counselor,
Because
answer.
there's been an improper agency
Okay,
determination.
I guess what I'm trying to understand, if you're opposing this use, based on the truck routes that they're going to take, I'm assuming, I'm conjecturing from what you're saying, that you will have the same issue with all the proposed commercial uses that are located there on the ground floor, because they will be taking the same truck route.
But they were much smaller stores.
That's not the point. The
that fit
requirement is the
within
same.
use group 6. There is no improper agency determination.
I
You
think
picked.
I think there is, like, I think that somewhere along the lines, the zoning resolution does say that use group 10 use is not appropriate here. If they, and they use department store as an example of a use group 10 use. If they are making an argument that this is a department store and it is so akin to that type of use that is a use group 10, I can understand, but I haven't heard that
But
yet.
that's not being made.
That's
Because I
not,
believe
because-
you're saying that you are amenable to being a 6 or a 10 as long as the square footage threshold is observed.
No, I did not say that. I'm sorry. If I could direct you to our post-hearing brief, which I'm sure you have there in front of you. The permit is wrong either way, whether Target is a department store or whether Target is a variety store over 10,000 square feet. If we contend it's both.
It's both which?
It can't
is
be
both.
both. It
It's
can't-
both which?
I am an attorney. I'm making two arguments in the alternative. Pick
Okay,
the
one in
you
the
like.
alternative, okay.
Yeah, and that's why I'd like to direct you to the memo, which presents you two arguments you can pick from. Go for it.
No, it doesn't work like that, Counselor, sorry. I know you're an attorney, that's very nice, but you need to make a clear argument that we can follow and we believe you believe in.
This is a use group 10 use.
Why? What, I mean, forget it, we've already talked about this, I don't want to go over this anymore. Okay, all right, so we've gone over it, so I'm going to just sort of try to summarize so that we have three issues that you are bringing up. One is, apparently, it can be either a use group 10 variety or a use group 10 department store, but it can't be a use group 6 department store for some reason that we still haven't figured out.
Right.
But
It's
that,
a use group 6 department.
I'm sorry, variety store, variety.
There's no such language, and if that is what
Sorry,
we're talking about.
sorry, I misspoke. Please try to listen until the person has finished their sentence. Okay, so we have either it's a use group 10 department or a use group 10 variety store or nothing, even if it can also be a variety store, which happens to be use group 6, as long as it doesn't exceed the 10,000 square feet, right? And then the reason that this is being opposed is because fear of traffic impacts from trucks, which we've discussed is addressed equally by the zoning resolution, no matter which uses you pick, and requires a certain number of loading docks. And we see that the neighborhood has congestion, yes, like so many neighborhoods in New York City. And just to answer this is the Department of Transportation's issue and not the Board of Standards and Appeals issue. So I would like you to move on to any remaining arguments you may have so that we can go to DOB, please.
This is not a Department of Transportation issue. This is an issue of adding truck trips that are not happening now. to
You already made that,
residential
you already
streets.
stated this. Can you move on to the next point?
And the reason that matters.
Can you move on to the next point away from truck
The reason
trips?
that matters is because the zoning resolution is meant to protect predominantly residential neighborhoods like the ones that surround this site from heavy traffic and specifically, use group 10 destination retail uses are not appropriate in local shopping or local service areas, meaning C1 and C2 districts, because of the generation of considerable pedestrian automobile or truck traffic. That's not the reason we're here. That is the harm that the zoning resolution is drafted to protect this neighborhood and all other residents who are close from. The reason we are here is because of an improperly granted permit. And I just want to be very clear about that. And I'd like to go back and talk about this 10,000 square foot limit. Unlike the question of classification, which is one where the department was supposed to look at the facts and was negligent in that duty and instead took the developer's own word at this not being a department store, the question of whether the square footage in the cellar is to be counted towards the per establishment limit is a pure question of law. It is a pure question of statutory interpretation. Even if we agree with the department that this is a variety store, not a department store, it is a store that is over 10,000 square feet. So, the zoning resolution definition of floor area, as we discussed at length at the last hearing, supports the application of the size limit to retail establishments in cellar. As Commissioner Shida correctly pointed out yesterday at the review session, and as we discussed in the briefings at length, the definition has two parts. The first part lists all the areas that need to be summed to determine the floor area. Thus, the cellar is floor area unless specifically excluded. It's part of any other floor space in the definition in section O. The exclusions begin right after section O, and they are only exclusions from the floor area of a building. There's no excluding to adding several floors of a building, including a cellar, to determine the size of an establishment. And that pure question of statutory interpretation is one that the department got wrong, that we are asking, this board has the power to correct. Right? There are two different issues here. One is...
Can you go to the prior slide for a second?
Sure.
Do you see the word establishment?
I'm sorry, the floor area is the sum of the gross areas of the several floors of the building or buildings measured from the exterior faces of the exterior walls or from the center lines of the walls separating the two buildings. In particular, floor area includes a long list of things
No, I understand.
that don't count for us and any
Doesn't-
other floor space not specifically excluded.
Do you have a,
Since the cellar is a floor of the building, we need to measure it from the exterior walls or from the center lines and put that into our equation. And then if there was an exclusion that applied to floor area of an establishment, then we could subtract it. But there is no such exclusion. The only exclusions listed are exclusions to the floor area of a building.
So
do you have
can
the
you...
definition of establishment? Do you have
The zoning resolution does not provide it.
Okay,
So how
we
could you
can't,
insert establishment
No,
into
I'm
the
sorry.
definition?
I didn't. These words are from the
I
zoning
think
resolution.
what I'm trying to say is, if you're saying building and you're trying to say, but that's very different when we're calculating the floor area of an establishment. But establishment has never been defined. And saying, so we're stuck only with using the term building.
Well, and I want to add to that first you build the building, right? And the building is limited by zoning to be a certain size, because it doesn't really matter about the actual establishment when you're building the building. Often buildings are built on spec, especially commercial buildings. So you build out to the full floor area permitted in the zoning district of the building, and then you start to tenant it up. This tenant wants 6,000 square feet, this one wants 2,000 square feet, this one wants 20,000 square feet. That's when you start to look at the size of the establishment, and the size of the establishment is both regulated in use, has to do with signage. There are a few places where the word establishment comes up.
Right.
The floor area is already in place by the time the establishment walks in the door. So your effort to sort of somehow or other build the building and then take the building apart doesn't compute.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The zoning resolution restricts who you can tenant your building to.
Uses.
That's
Uses,
the point.
uses.
Right.
Uses.
Correct.
But
But it doesn't
I have a
sorry.
question, I'm sorry. Just going back to what Vice Chair was saying, when she cited the Article 3 section for parking in the bulk requirement.
And birth requirements.
I'm sorry, the parking and the berth requirements, why would then it have to go that extra step to discuss net or gross for the purpose of calculating the parking if the establishment, for example, is the argument, why would it have this redundancy? It shouldn't then have to be said, it would just be.
So it's clarifying that when you're putting in this use, count the cellar, when you do the math for parking and loading. When you're putting in this use, don't count the cellar. But the cellar is already there in the building, not counting as floor area. And actually, I do have to say, we went through this already at the last hearing, and I don't want to spend too much more time on it. There are a lot of people here, a lot of speakers, and it's already 11 o'clock, 11:10.
And I apologize, I am not sure where the commissioner was reading from, but Exhibit S to our post-hearing submission is the loading berth requirements, and the word net is not there. It's simply floor area, which is correct.
Floor area.
Yes, there is no net. And if you open up Exhibit S, I have highlighted it for you in a way that I hope is helpful. But it's simply, you're correct.
Yeah, I was just asking a
That word would
question,
be
yeah.
extraneous
Sorry.
if it was there, but it is not there.
So, you're right. It's the next 15,000 square feet. I read it as next 15,000
So that
square
is,
feet.
that would be very different, but
But-
you're absolutely correct.
But what
right? So-
I think what I was getting at, the requirements for the C1s and C2s and the C4s district, whether it's a use group 10 or it's a use group 6, the counting of the loading berth is the same.
But the loading berth is not about
I
where
cannot,
trucks go.
we have
That's
discussed
about
that.
where the
Please,
trucks
please
run.
move off of that.
Right, but there is no word net in the zoning resolution, and I
that was
encourage
my-
you to look at Exhibit S, which clarifies this, and at our post-hearing submission, which really looks closely at how the words floor area are used and where they're used with modification and where they're used without. This is a pure question of law, and here the department got it wrong. I just want to make one more point before we move on, which is to bring to your attention what the zoning resolution text stated in 1960, when the folks who wrote the current zoning resolution were editing it, right? They were making substantive changes, not just decorative ones, and they were making them in reference to what was then the existing zoning. Like today, that the regulation of uses in the 1916 zoning resolution as amended in 1959 was also based on establishment size for certain uses that were seen as particularly harmful. So, dry cleaners were limited to 2,000 square feet. Okay, this is exactly from the 1959, the zoning resolution that was in effect in 1959. They were limited to 2,000 square feet, but the zoning resolution was very clear. If additional space was needed, it may be used on the lower floor, which is either a basement or a cellar. Those words were in the text. The zoning resolution drafted that year to replace this one does not include any equivalent language to allow the use of cellar space for any size restricted use group. If the drafters had the intent to have the cellars excluded from the establishment size calculations, they could have just followed this example and made it very clear. They had a very clear statutory construction in front of them, and they chose to abandon it because they wanted to have the size restriction be applicable no matter where in the building the establishment is situated. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to hear from the Department of Buildings.
Oh, watch your phone, watch your phone.
I know.
Oh.
I'm outside in here.
And also, Carlo, can you correct the podium? Let's-
Leave this just in case. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thanks. All right, enjoy.
Tim McKernan for the Department of Buildings. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. As stated in the department's papers, the department requests that the board affirm the issuance of a new building permit for the two-story building at 4025 82nd Street, Queens, which will include a use group 6 variety store primarily located in the cellar. The new building in the C13 district is as of right, and the department had and has no authority to deny the permit. Regarding the floor area issue, the basis of the department's approval is that while ZR 3215 limits the amount of zoning floor area of use group 6 variety stores to 10,000 square feet, the definition of floor area in section 1210 explicitly excludes cellar space. Based on the Commissioner's comments, both at the previous hearing and today, it appears that the board understands and agrees with the department's analysis, so I won't review that in further detail now. It also appears that the board agrees with and understands the department's analysis regarding why it approved the application for this proposed target as a variety store. But I'm happy to answer any of the Commissioner's questions about either topic.
Go ahead.
Why is it not a department store?
Well, first, the department's position is that a use can be both a variety store and a department store. The 127-131 25th Street BSA case, which was actually about a homeless shelter categorized as a transient hotel, explicitly stated that that's a possibility, and it cited several uses such as ambulatory and diagnostic facilities, which are explicitly listed in multiple use groups. So the department's position is that it can be both a variety store and a department store. If it had to be either or, I think if you analyze...
Wait, hold on. So in your opinion, it is both a variety store and a department store?
The department's position is that it is a variety store, and we need not determine whether it is a department store. The department had not needed to decide in this particular application whether it's also a department store. But I would say, I think the department believes that if it was forced to choose between either a variety store or a department store, it does believe that variety store is the best use for this proposed target.
And you're saying you didn't have to decide because it wasn't made in the initial appeal or objection that this was a department store?
Well, that and because...
In the CRD? Okay.
Well, there was no zero.
No, it was zero, right.
But I meant that we don't have to decide because they applied as a variety store, and the department's position is use can be both. So there would be no reason for the department to inquire as to whether this also is a department store.
Well, I think that the appellant stated that pursuant to 3219, if this is a department store, it wouldn't be permitted in this area.
Right, so that's exactly the same situation as in the 127, 131, 25th Street case, where the public challenger argued that this was a use group 3 homeless shelter and therefore wasn't allowed in the M district. But the court, BSA and the First Amendment held that a use actually can be both of those uses. And even though in that zoning area, a use group 3 community facility would not have been permitted, because that use met the definition of transit hotel in the zoning resolution, it did not need to inquire whether it might also be able to be a use group 3, and it was permitted as of right in that manufacturing district. So the department's position in these two cases are almost exactly parallel, except here I think it was a closer call in that case whether the use, if it had to be defined as one, which BSA said clearly didn't, was a transient hotel or homeless shelter. Here, the department's position is that this variety store is the best use of all possible listed uses for this proposed target.
Let me ask you about this specific case you just spoke about. When the department classified the use for that home, for that shelter or hotel, which one you picked initially?
Well, the applicant picks, so the department does not pick, the
Okay.
applicant applies, and the department approves
Applied
or
as well.
denies. In that case, that was a long history. I actually am not sure what the initial application was, but the department approved the application of that shelter listed as a use group 5 transient hotel. So ultimately, the applicant chose transient hotel. In that case, exactly like here, it could not have chosen use group 3 because use group 3 does not permit it as of right. So the applicant chose to apply under use group 5, and the department found that it met the definition of transient hotel, and it approved the application.
Even though it could have, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Even though it could have also met the other definition and not been permitted.
Correct.
But aren't there many situations where the applicant is selecting between either or? I mean, for instance, in a district where commercial use is also permitted and you have an ambulatory care facility, be either a use group 4 or a use group 6. And, right, and the department allows these two choices, right?
Right, if both uses are permitted as of right, then clearly it's the applicant's choice, and they have the discretion to choose whichever.
But if one of them is not and one of them is permitted, what is that?
And they may only choose the use that's as of right. So that's the situation here, where department stores are not permitted as of right. Exactly the same as the situation in the Chelsea homeless shelter case. Use group 3 uses were not permitted as of right. Use group 5 transient hotels were, and they applied as a use group 5 transient hotel. And that decision by the
And even
board-
though it could have been classified as the other, it
Even
was
if
still
it
permitted.
met, well, I'll just note, homeless shelter was not defined and is not listed, but even if the department, if it met the, I think the use is not-for-profit with sleeping accommodations. So even though it did meet that description, because it also met the definition of transient hotel, it could be categorized as a use group 5 hotel. And I'll just note, the first department upheld the board's decision to uphold DOE's determination in that case. So there's binding precedent on this board for that proposition.
For this specific case, you're saying that the department's position is, it could be classified either way, use group 6,
That I'm saying.
variety store, or department store.
Not
My-
for those uses, but for the proposition that a single establishment can be classified as multiple use groups.
Fine, if I'm the applicant and I came to you with the application classifying this as a department store, would you accept it?
In this location,
Yes.
no, we would deny because department stores are only listed in use group 10, and use group 10s are not permitted in this.
And then I
location.
go back and just change the classification and come back with the same exact property and apply and you guys take it, right?
That's correct, and I can, yes, we would.
So
And I can read from a BSA opinion that again is, as it was upheld by the first department, is binding on DOB. Any use which properly falls within a use group listing is permitted in a zoning district where such use is permitted as a matter of right, and neither DOB nor the board has discretionary authority to refuse permission. So
Because they have that as a matter of right, and we can't take away a right.
that's correct. If this, because this proposed target meets the plain definition of variety store, it's as a right in this district, and the Department of Buildings nor BSA has the authority to deny the application.
Is there a definition for a variety store in the zoning resolution?
The plain, no, there is no definition of variety store. In such situations, the department looks to the plain meaning, including dictionary definitions, and that's what we did here.
But I believe you said it could be classified as a department store as well. This is the DOB position, right?
Right, I believe in this specific case, the department's position here, we've not made an official determination whether Target could be classified as a department store. We've not had to reach that. My argument is it's theoretically possible.
You live, I'm sorry, go ahead.
They did not apply as a department store, so we've not opined on that.
So you
I'm
left,
saying it's here.
you left this to the applicant who classified this as a use group 6 variety store. My question is, does that mean that you should be in control here? You should be, if I come with a bakery and I say this is grocery store, you should look at the application and say, no, this is not a grocery store, this is a bakery. Does your position, the concern I have is you're giving the applicant power that shouldn't be given to him. It should be the power of the DOB or of the city, in other words.
Well, in this case, we certainly inquired, and our inquiry ended when we found that the actual proposed use, the proposed target, meets the definition of variety store. So if they listed it as a sporting goods store, I think we would have issued objections and questioned and required them to demonstrate. But in this case, because the proposed use meets the listed use, that's where our inquiry ended.
I totally understand.
No, but I just want to, I mean, this is a case that's come on challenge, right, on appeal. So that means Department of Buildings is asked to take another look, if not several additional looks at its determination. But the standard method of operation of Department of Buildings relies on its filing licensed professional, right? So the architect or engineer who is the applicant of record on the project to represent what the use is, right? And I'm not sure that does the department look around to see whether, you know, especially in a case of a retail or it's plain vanilla box, does it look at further at what that potential use is going to be?
I'm not sure of our practice. We perform audits and we perform special audits when we're notified, and we would inquire in those circumstances. That's
But I think, but isn't it that the licensed professional who's supposed to be signing and sealing drawings, is supposed to be standing on their word that it's representing the use?
The licensed professionals swear to the accuracy of the application, much like they do to the board, and in cases where we found fraud has been committed, we can revoke those filing privileges, and that's often after a complaint or an inquiry, or we're aware of a few bad actors and we investigate, but that's just not the case here. Where we have inquired and we found that the proposed use meets the listed use.
I believe in determining the classification for a given use, the filing professional look at the zoning resolution, read the text, and try to understand the interpretation of the text. And based on this, he classifies the specific use.
Correct.
My point is, when you look at the DOB, when you look at the zoning resolution text, do you look at just the plain text, or you look at the meaning behind that?
Well, I think the Court of Appeals has stated that when the plain text is unambiguous, that's where the inquiry ends. And in Raritan, the court has said the plain text at issue in this very case is unambiguous. So that's where the inquiry ended here. But in certain cases where the zoning text is so unclear, as we don't think that the face of the text answers the question, we would look to other sources.
Let's assume that you have a typical, same exact building on the other side of the street, but this building doesn't have any cellars in it. And it doesn't have any cellars. The subject building is coming, Target is, or John Smith is coming with this so-called variety store, about 25,000 square feet in the cellar.
In the cell.
So, in the cellar. So you're saying, this is good, variety store, floor area. The way you're reading floor area definition here, floor area of this establishment is 0 because it's entirely in the cellar.
Or close to 0.
Or close to 0, yes. I would say practically 0. So it's good. Go. The other guy on the other side of the street, he's proposing this on the first floor. And you look at it and say, oh, the floor area is almost 25,000. No, you're not good. You can't do it. What is, according to the zoning resolution, there is reason behind allowing certain uses in certain districts. Comparing these two cases,
You're saying what could possibly be the justification of the zoning?
what is, yes, exactly, yes. What is the difference, impact-wise, consistency with the zoning, reasoning-wise,
Well, first,
between the two cases?
I understand your question, but first I'll note, as I said here, because the face of the zoning resolution is unambiguous, the department did not do that inquiry, and I don't think we have the authority. But I will know that DC, or the Department of City Planning submitted in this case and noted that one of the possible concerns was, I think, what they called dead frontage. And one of the concerns was a store like Target, which is very large, would maybe only have one entrance on a long block. And the City Planning Commission thought that was inconsistent with the purpose of these zoning districts. And then by allowing extra space in the cellar, where obviously there are no direct entrances because the sidewalk is at ground floor, that limited the potential of such large stores to create dead frontages. So I think that would be one purpose. And I think Vice Chair Shonda mentioned before, or I'm not sure which commissioner mentioned, but the possibility of allowing retail but keeping story heights to 2 floors for consistency with the surrounding area. And by allowing these larger spaces in the cellar, that would be also consistent with that intention.
So are you suggesting that the two stores, the one in the cellar and the one on the first floor, impact-wise, they could be more or less the same?
In many ways, they would be the same. In certain key respects, they would be different. One of those is the retail frontage along the sidewalk, and the other is the impact on the total stories of the building.
How about the impact on the traffic?
Right. I mean, I think the other commissioners have stated that that's not a matter for the Department of Building when the use is as of right. The definition of floor area with respect to retail space requires accessory parking spaces, even when the floor area is in the cellar. So I think what the zoning resolution demonstrates is that the drafters were aware of certain impacts, like parking, and mitigated those when they thought they were appropriate. Others, like loading berths, they treated differently. So I don't think the department has discretion here to deny because of potential impacts when the face of the statute is clear.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the department could have looked at the difference between the cases I just cited and might have concluded that the interpretation you adapted, the department adapted, is actually, it might be contradicting the ZR itself. I'm not saying this is the case, but what I'm saying is, somebody should have looked into this and thought about it.
We have looked into it. The department has considered this matter in substantial detail, and we found that the face of the zoning resolution is unambiguous, and in such circumstances, the department does not have any authority to go beyond. Again, Raritan was a case about the definition of floor area with respect to cellars, and it said, the definition is clear, you are not permitted to look beyond the face of the text. That is the Court of Appeals, the highest authority in the state, said the Department of Buildings does not have authority to go beyond the plain text. And I'll remind you of the posture in that case. That was actually where the department denied the application because it took the contrary interpretation of floor area. In that case, the department's determination was overruled because it found it contradictory to the plain meaning of the text. So that same definition is at issue here, and the department's position, it has no discretion or no authority to deny based on those impacts that we're discussing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was very
And I just want to clarify one thing that has to do with the loading dock calculations, loading berth calculations. The zoning resolution tends to do that a lot, where it mentions something over here, but doesn't mention it over there, and you have to remember that you read it over there. So when you do loading berth calculations, it's the same as when you do parking calculations for retail. So it says, in the definition of floor area, cellar space used for retailing shall be included for the purpose of calculating requirements for off-street parking spaces, bicycle parking, and accessory off-street loading berths. So when we talk about something like a drugstore or a other type of retail store that has most of its use in the cellar, like the scenario that you gave, it would have the same amount of parking spaces and the same amount of loading berths required. So in terms of where to put the cars, where to put the trucks, the zoning resolution deals with them equally.
I wasn't actually talking about the
No,
loading
no, it was-
requirements.
no, I just
Yeah,
wanted to-
I wasn't talking about the loading requirements.
No, I know, I'm just trying to clarify because the subject of the word net came up, and that's just because when we're so used to reading the zoning resolution, we're incorporating what we know from another place, and so you see the word net, even though it isn't there, it's in another place, right? Effectively net, even though it's about sellers. Okay, so representative of the owner?
Rick Leland Ackerman for the owner AA 304 GC TIC LLC. The name that rolls right off the tongue. We spent a lot of time so far this morning, I'm not going to burden the board. What the ARIA said, what the initial submissions have said, what the lasers with the submission has said. I just want to respond to things that came. Make that clear. There's sort of a suggestion floating that because when my client applied for a building permit, it's set forth what it believed the use group to be, that is somehow suspect. And as Chair Perlmutter pointed out, these are applications stamped by licensed professionals who have a lot more to lose when acting improperly than just having a problem with an application. But this is a matter which the building department looked into. As a matter of fact, at some point, they pulled the building permit. So
You mean they revoked it?
Revoked it, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My apologies. They revoked the building permit. So if there's any suggestion floating here that this was sort of a rubber stamp that went on, I think that that's a mischaracterization from the phrase. The other thing was that Ms. Siegel said several times that other targets that were use group 6, and we've listed several of them on page 3 of our first submission. That didn't count because those were temporary COs. And I want to point out for the record, Article 118 of the Administrative Provisions of New York City Construction specifically states that a temporary certificate of occupancy is also a certification that the building or overall substantially conforms to the applicable laws, including zoning. So, and then finally, I want to talk about the traffic issue, which I believe is one huge red herring for several reasons. First of all, as Vice Chair Chandler pointed out, zoning resolution for C1 district has parking regulations, loading berth regulations, all of which are governed by floor area plus cellar. And those are what drive traffic. Truck and automobile traffic are driven, I spend a lot of time in SEGRA, are driven by parking and loading berths. And the parking and loading berths, there's no suggestion that the proposed parking and loading berths are anything other than in compliance with the zoning resolution in the C1 district. Number 2, with respect to parking, it was conceded that were this not a target, this could be a CVS, which is a drugstore, as I understand it, which is a use group 6, which has no limitation as to floor area. Now, granted, there would have to be parking and loading berths as necessary for that, but to suggest that somehow a target would create truck and vehicle traffic different from any other permitted use or other uses which the applicant, the appellant here, is not opposing, is devoid of any real factual and statistical basis. And speaking of that, we've not seen any evidence other than videotape of any adverse traffic impacts as a result of development on this site. It's all been anecdotal at best. So with all that, and I'm not going to burden you any further, I do have one request. I request that at the end of today's proceeding, that the board close the hearing and vote on this. Petitioners want to start, the appellant wants to start a lawsuit, that's their rights, but I think that we've gone far enough. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mazur?
Good morning. My name is Jesse Mazur. I'm a member of the law firm Fox Rothschild, and we are counsel to Target. We have reviewed your last matter. We reviewed the last submissions and attended the board's meeting yesterday, and we tend to agree completely that the text here is clear. This is, from the very beginning, this has been a somewhat bizarre argument that square footage for a store is defined somewhat differently than for a building. There is absolutely no basis to think that way. And I think today's conversation, we treaded on, I believe, an area that none of us want to go to, and that is, are we now going to say that as-of-right uses are no longer as-of-right because we'll study their impacts? The whole basis, the foundation for the way we regulate land use in the city of New York is to distinguish between that which is as-of-right and that which isn't. And that which isn't has a prescribed process. You can amend the zoning resolution. There are times there are special permits you can apply for. But as-of-right zoning does not require us to go that other step and look at potential impacts, because that has been sewn into the as-of-right. Otherwise, there's no basis for the as-of-right. We're in dangerous territory. Somebody can come here and say, well, that apartment house has large units in it, therefore there's going to be more children in there. Should we study that? I mean, where does that end? The as-of-right is what makes this zoning resolution and building process work for New York. And we are going in an area which I caution you is not anywhere supported by the way we regulate and have historically regulated land use. As city planning understands what it is doing and made it clear to you in its submission about this issue. So I don't believe there really is what we would subject to an irrelevant statement at all. What is relevant and what is the only matter before you is whether or not the square footage of the cellar counts as floor area. And there is no real grayness in that matter. And we have sat here, we have taken your patience, and we appreciate it, and we would urge that this matter finally be resolved. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Question?
Yeah. Are you aware that it was like an attempt to do a rezoning for the area before?
Excuse me?
Are you aware of the fact that it was an attempt to do a rezoning?
Yes.
You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the reason behind that?
What was the reason for rezoning?
Behind the,
I believe there was an attempt to do a higher density zoning on the site, and that we provided for residential development. And a more liberal commercial district.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, are there any other speakers who represent the owners? No other speakers representing the owners? Are there any elected officials here, representatives of elected?
There's about 4.
Okay, please come up.
So you can line up, and you can come to the podium, but the others can line up and state your name for the record and who you represent.
My name is John White. I'm representing Councilman Francisco Moya.
It's John White, it's different.
Yeah.
Good morning, Chair Perlmutter and members of the Board of Standards and Appeals. My name is John White. I'm here to speak on behalf of Councilmember Francisco Moya, who represents the area of Elmhurst, Queens, where a Target is slated to occupy this retail space. Ultimately, this issue comes down to the language of the zoning rules, and in that respect, it is fairly straightforward. The proposed Target does not conform to the zoning for the site at 40-31 82nd Street, aka 40-19 82nd Street, specifically the Use Group 6 zoning. Use Group 6 zoning carries a size limit of 10,000 square feet. The proposed Target is slated to occupy a retail space that is more than double that size, far exceeding the Use Group 6 size limit. The Target's plan to split the retail space between the property's cellar and first floor in order to meet the requirements of Use Group 6 is so liberal an interpretation of the zoning code as to make it absurd. Furthermore, Use Group 6 is intended for local consumer needs such as small shops, laundromats, or clothing stores. Big box stores like Target more closely align with the Use Group 10 zoning, which provides for larger department stores and which this site is not zoned to accommodate. As the board is aware, Councilman Moya wrote the chair in April to express his support for the zoning challenge, just as he wrote the Department of Buildings last September. We urge you once again to rule in favor of this appeal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Please.
Good morning, members and staff. My name is Sebastian McGuire. I'm speaking on behalf of New York City Councilmember Daniel Drum. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed Target development at the site in question. While this site is not in my council district, its development will have a grave impact on my constituents. This proposed site abuts my district on the west side of 82nd Street and the east side of Baxter Avenue. This vibrant corridor is home to many small businesses and includes the 82nd Street Business Improvement District. Any form of development of a large box retailer such as Target would detrimentally affect the livelihood of these small businesses and worsen congestion on the sidewalk and streets. I ask that you give meaning to the text of the CER as well as its spirit and determine that variety stores must be restricted to 10,000 square feet of floor area in the local retail district, C1, regardless of whether they are above or below ground. To allow Target to open its doors at this site would encourage gentrification and displacement. I request that you not only consider the rights of the developer, but also the rights of residents to live without the threat of rapidly rising rents, dangerous vehicle traffic, and overtaxed transit. Most critically, the Elmhurst Hospital Center campus is a block away from the site and serves an increasing number of Queens residents after several hospital closures. Adding a Target would compound vehicle traffic around the facility, impeding emergency vehicles. I urge the board to reject the Department of Building's permit for the development of a mixed-use building and prevent these unrealistic and detrimental plans from proceeding. Thank you.
Please, please, just keep going. Keep going. Next speaker. Next speaker, thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Walter St. John, representing today on behalf of the Mayor Senator Jessica Ramos. I demand that you and your colleagues decide the priority of stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in the district that limit retail users to use Group 6, even if they are underground. Today, we are hearing a planned regional destination for shopping at 1431 82nd Street in Queens. This is my neighborhood. I have grown up, lived, and I'm raising my children in the community, and I'm also the proud state senator of a vast majority area of north of the proposed site. Adding destination retail of any part of the district that is zoned and used as a residential area would not only negatively impact the economy, but I will have the detrimental effects of the people and communities I represent. The negativity of impact that Target will have on my neighborhood will go beyond traffic congestion, but also will also place a huge volume of already overcrowded and painful transportation. Mom and pop shops that make our community unique will not have a chance, and I know that rents will go up on commercial spaces in the area. My office will see increased need to provide counseling to businesses trying to stay in the neighborhood to serve the people who will live here. As a senator, as a policymaker, and a proud resident of the city, I am asking the board of the standards of appeals to give meaning to the text of the CR as well as the spirit and decide the priority stores must be restricted to 10,000 square feet of floor area in the local retail district, regardless of whether they are above or below ground. I urge to you to do the right thing and keep oversized priority stores out of our thriving small businesses corridor and residential neighborhoods. The space in our growing community is limited. We are in need of desired services and infrastructure that will benefit from the location of the site. The development of the size of nature will only steal services and resources intended to my communities and unfairly give them to the oversized development instead. Thank you to the colleagues and consideration for this request.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Ms. Mario Ocasio-Cortez. Before I start, I just want to thank you all for having this process. It's been very fascinating, actually, to hear how all these decisions are made. And I want to recognize the community representatives that are here. It's not deciphering all of this. And they put a lot of passion and effort in what they're doing. And I just want to thank them for being a part of this process and why we're all here.
And your name?
Your name.
My name is Rebecca Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, no problem.
Oh, Rodriguez?
I also actually, Rodriguez.
Oh,
I
okay,
actually
it was
looked up the
different.
difference between
Okay.
variety and department stores, and I've never thought of the difference. Now I know. Dear Chair Perlmutter and the BSA Board, I am submitting a letter in resolute support of the community's demands that the proposed development at 40-31 82nd Street in Elmhurst, Queens be stopped. This project and what it stands for will set the stage for big box store disruption, gentrification, and displacement to our thriving residential communities, with no remedy against its long-standing and negative impacts. You will hear testimony today from many community stakeholders, family representatives, organizations, legislators, and small businesses. You will learn that the development has already brought irreparable disruption to the community. You'll hear from businesses like May, which is Mandarin, we're happy, more beautiful, run by a husband and wife team from China who opened a discount store right across the street from the development. As construction began, their landlord came to them and said the rent would be raised by $3,000 a month effective immediately. They were not able to renew their lease and meet the new rent amount. After a decade of meeting the needs of the community, they were forced to close their doors. Stories like May represent what happens when sound community planning is manipulated in favor of development that builds with only big business bottom line. We would also argue that this development is against the spirit and intent of the zoning regulation. As a C1-R6 zone, 82nd Street in Jackson Heights is built for small business, walkability, and housing for our working class and immigrant families. This development contradicts what this community is designed and works so hard to be. Moreover, as part of the lease agreement on the property, no perceived competing businesses will be located in the massive footprint of this development. No family-owned laundromats, no local supermarkets, no clothing stores. Unsustainable rising rents will displace small businesses, increase traffic congestion, bring down lower wages to the local workforce, and limit the ability for the community to meet their basic needs. Big development that creates a negative disruption to a community that does not factor in the community's voice should not be allowed to continue. Community development is not the same as changing the buildings, business, and blocks. It means investing and centering the families and people here instead of swapping them out for higher incomes and opportunities. In closing, we urge the Board of Standards and Appeals to enforce the rules of use group 6, uphold the intention of the zoning regulation, and keep New York City affordable for small business owners. The false interpretation that has allowed the developer to break ground on this site needs to be corrected. The request by the developers must be denied. The voice of this impacted community must not be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Another elected official?
No, but someone who might.
Okay, so just, they can line up. If you could start lining up, you'll have 3 minutes each to speak. Please identify yourself when you get to the podium.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kirsten Theodos, and I'm against the underground target project in the Jackson Heights, Elmhurst neighborhood. While I do not live in the neighborhood, I have been advocating on behalf of small businesses in New York City since 2014, more specifically to ensure their survival, which typically ends once their lease comes up for renewal. One of the things I've learned is that in New York City, the majority of businesses in New York City are considered very small, most of whom are immigrant-owned. Right now, in the proposed area, there's a diverse mix of immigrant-owned small businesses. If Target is allowed, all of these businesses will be pushed out. These are the unintended consequences of the BSA if the BSA does not uphold retail use group 6, which excludes big box stores over 10,000 feet. Other unintended consequences of allowing Target to penetrate use 6 zones is this ill-conceived application will be used to justify future ill-conceived applications. So I urge the BSA to not do what it has historically done in the past, statistically speaking, and rubber stamp this developer trying to circumvent the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Avila, and I work as a tenant advocate at a nonprofit in Jackson Heights that is currently located one block away from the proposed Target location. As a tenant advocate, my goal is to keep families in their homes at a rent they can afford to pay and with proper living conditions. But if the target is ill, it will cause rents to continue to skyrocket. And not only that, but as soon as they step outside their homes, they will be met with unwalkable crowded sidewalks, a crowded 7th Street, and car traffic along 82nd Street, all which can prevent them from getting to work, taking their children to school, or even buying groceries. All these issues will become a reality if the target is allowed to be built in a lot zoned to house small or local businesses, which a target of 23,000 square feet is neither small nor local. Target's lease explicitly prevents grocery stores, laundromats, beauty salons, and many other use group 6 stores from having space in this building. These are the types of small businesses that the community members I strive to help every day actually need. As an advocate, I know one of the most important things about my job is respecting the people I've been entrusted in advocating for. From my understanding, you are all also supposed to be advocates and responsible for protecting the letter of the law and for respecting the spirit of the zoning resolution, rather than being advocates for the big real estate and developers. It is the responsible decision for you all to decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail uses to use group 6, even if they are underground. And if you do not enforce the rules of use group 6, you are paving the way for unregulated underground variety stores to be built in residential neighborhoods throughout all of New York City, putting the safety of my community and other communities and their infrastructure at risk. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Dear Chair Perlmutter and the board, my name is Shreema and I'm the Small Business Program Manager at Chaya CDC. Variety stores over 10,000 square feet should not, and we expect that you decide that it cannot be located in districts that limit retail to use group 6, even if they are underground. For 2 decades, Chaya has built the civic power, housing stability, and economic well-being of South Asian and Indo-Caribbean communities in Queens. Our small business program promotes, protects, and preserves the immigrant-owned and immigrant-serving small businesses of Jackson Heights. Any development that would accelerate the increase in land values, rents, and real estate speculation concerns us and our community. We are very nervous about the proposed target on 82nd Street because, as you noticed with Paula's presentation, that the small businesses in the surrounding area are already heavy burdened. Over the past several months, Chaya has been serving merchants, consumers, and property owners between 72nd and 82nd Streets along Roosevelt and 37th Avenues in partnership with NYC Small Business Services. Our preliminary findings reveal the top 3 concerns for the over 100 surveyed small businesses. 21% identified a commercial rent or lease as a challenge, 18% mentioned parking, and 8% mentioned the cost of property taxes. If Target were to be constructed, our existing small businesses that made the district attractive to Target to begin with would also struggle to receive deliveries. Block streets are detrimental to a vibrant economy, which we saw throughout the failed Clear Curves initiative. In fact, both businesses and consumers listed parking and traffic as the #1 thing that needs to change in the neighborhood. But our businesses provide more than just goods. In fact, there are more services in Jackson Heights than any other type of business. Our commercial corridor is home to a number of language-accessible, family-run, and affordable professional services, such as lawyers, accountants, and doctors that support our immigrant communities. These are rent-paying businesses too, and are also at risk of being priced out as the neighborhood becomes increasingly more expensive. A destination shopping center with a department store like Target would have devastating consequences, further exacerbating our community's biggest concerns: high rent, high traffic, and poor parking options. Do not put the safety of our people and our infrastructure at risk, because when our clients ask us why the traffic has gotten worse or street accidents gone up, we will remember everyone who allowed this target to go through. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. You're limited to 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rafi Castillo. I'm a community organizer in Queens. My family lives in Elmhurst, right by huge market nearby. And I've been part of the community for a long time now, and I'm reaching out to you all as part of that mosaic community of immigrants in Queens. It's been my home. It's been where I call my first home. And I'm here because I'm concerned about the destabilizing factor that this, from its presence, from its construction, to how it will affect the neighborhood. Without any community input, it is going to affect my community as a whole. We've seen this before when a corporate overreach comes in and does not have any regard or input from the community, comes in and really affects the community negatively. The original plan where a supposed building was built there, was going to be built there, has been rejected by the community. And now, a new structure trying to bypass some laws that is not, that y'all are trying to push, is risking the stability of that community. And I ask you to uphold the law, enforce the law, and not allow this to continue further. Again, these are all about issues about the stabilization of the community. And stabilization equals risk of the community safety. So I ask you to consider this and really push for upholding the law to keep target out of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. If you could line up, a few of you can line up so we can keep this going smoothly. Thank you, I appreciate it. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
My name is Sarah Feldman. I'm an Elmhurst resident. I'm speaking on behalf of Diego Palaguachi. I drive through Jackson Heights weekly. My concern with the arrival of a big box store to the neighborhood is traffic. Issues with traffic are already happening in other recently opened Target store areas, such as the ones in Flushing and in Elmhurst. I'm concerned about public safety because the hundreds of people that cross between the streets, like families, children, and the elderly who use the crosswalks. Though there are traffic lights, the amount of congestion creates stress for drivers and pedestrians and high levels of noise. The streets around the proposed Target give way for commercial trucks, MTA buses, school buses, ambulances, passenger cars, and others. I am concerned that there will be an increase of accidents for both pedestrians and drivers, delays for emergency services, and the increase of noise and congestion in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dear Chair Perlmutter, my name is Theodora Vernelli, and I'm a member of Project Cadra, based in Queens. I'm going to be talking a little bit about Accessoride, and keeping the service is already difficult. Congestion from a retail destination in Elmhurst or the surrounding area makes it harder for Accessoride vehicles to wait at specific pickup locations on 82nd Street. This will result in additional delayed timings, and there already are, as pointed out, delayed timings in traffic. So this is about increase. It also increases stress for us with limited mobility, and also for drivers. Even if there is a designated Accessoride stop, which they have sometimes, drivers have a very short window for riders to leave or enter the vehicle. It is very dangerous for disabled riders and drivers in this neighborhood moving in traffic. And it also delays buses and ambulances when we are adding additional traffic to the street. Last year, I was in a small car accident in a vehicle due to traffic and construction. The Accessoride driver was working to get me to my doctor on time, and rush hour traffic rear-ended and pushed us into some building construction. I have a severe neurological impairment, and this shook my system, but thankfully everybody was okay. I cannot imagine if the situation was worse and there was increase. This is not against development, this is about increased harm. This retail destination also increases tickets for drivers who are dropping us off at medical facilities, and which adds to a hostile work environment for drivers. Accessoride is a lifesaver and a public service that's in both drivers and passengers deserve dignity and a safe ride. We ask the board to do the right thing, stop this destination location, and honor the Use Group 6 designation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you, you can put it here.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm here, Chair Parliament. My name is Hasina Hussaini. I was a resident in East Elmhurst, Queens. I'm a member of Project Hydra. I was forced from this neighborhood due to high rain. I love my neighborhood and community, and I feel that this was my home. My kids went to PS2. and would use to local library and use some buses to pick up them from the school. The bus route will be impacted and delayed due to the destination. Target having to compete with car and track traffic on the narrow street. My regular hospital was Elmhurst Hospital. I'm worried it will be harder for ambulance to reach the hospital with big tracks going to and from the large store. The traffic and congestion created by an oversized variety store could harm access to the hospital, putting the safety of our community at risk. I couldn't find any parking right now. If the Target comes, there will be more traffic. There is already a lot of problem with buses where the ambulance can't come through. Anything we want, we can find in this neighborhood. In our smaller store, and the price is good. We don't need a large retailer because their price will be too high and the rent will go up. I'm someone that I help makes Queens what it is today and why it's the breeder of big investors. I want to come back here. I love this neighborhood. Target's live doesn't allow grocery stores, laundromat, beauty salon, halal meat shops, and many other use group 6 stores from having space in the building. These are all type of small businesses. They drive in our neighborhood and serve our community. We ask the board to do the right thing. We want the development that honor use group 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nancy Chowdhury, and I am a member of Project Hardware.
Sorry, can
Could
you
you move
lift
the
the
microphone a
mic
little
up
bit?
and speak louder? Just lift it up a little more so it's near your mouth, yeah, and speak louder.
My name is Nadia Chowdhury, and I am a member of Project Hardware, currently based in Jamaica, Queens. I request that well to over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in the district that the venture used to group 6, even if they are underground. It is already very hard to be able to locate parking around 83 Street. My very close friend lives there, and it's been almost impossible to get there in case of emergency. One time she called me, asking for helping, and I took me there half an hour to get there, much construction. Sometimes people don't even pay attention to the traffic light test of our side commercial is in that area. If we have small business, then we can deal with that overcrowd zone. The space the Target store would be occupied could be used for small businesses as cafe, bakeries, electric store, etc., and make our communities life easier and not complicated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Burke, and I'm reading a statement on behalf of Samreen Rafi, who's actually right here.
Thank you.
My name is Samreen Rafi. I am a member of Project Hadra, which is located in Jamaica, Queens. I belong to a middle-class family, and I know the problems and issues regarding middle-class and small businesses. Target wants to open a new store in the area, which is good for business, but only for Target. The problem is that if Target opens a store here, it will be a disaster for small businesses and ultimately for the community. Corporate welfare doesn't truly generate wealth for the working and middle-class families. Small businesses will lose a lot of money because Target will be selling all of the stuff small businesses would. The money loss would be devastating.
I want to speak on behalf of this community and point out that small businesses work really hard, and Target in that area will negatively impact middle class and low income families that have long lived here.
Next speaker.
My name is Jenny Dubnow, and I reside in Jackson.
Thank you very
Queens
much.
For 17 years. I'm here to ask you to respect the spirit of the retail use group 6, which excludes big box stores over 10,000 square feet, and keep the proposed underground Target out of the economically and socially diverse neighborhood of Jackson Heights Elmhurst. My primary concern is the negative impact that a giant retailer like Target will have on the existing cultural and economic ecosystem of small businesses in the immediate area. Right now, the Baxter Street Roosevelt Avenue area contains a vibrant mix of small businesses. There are small clothing stores, travel agencies, fruit stores, and a wonderful array of restaurants. Many of these mom and pop businesses are immigrant owned, and many of them provide jobs to community residents. If Target is allowed to build underground, violating the clear intent of these 6 zones, a cascade of bad effects will follow. First of all, whenever a large, high-rent paying retailer like Target crashes into a neighborhood of small stores, the surrounding rents, already crushingly high, tend to rise even further. Local businesses will inevitably be priced out. Additionally, many small businesses will be unable to compete with a monopolistic retailer like Target. This will also cause closures. And incredibly, the lease in the new development precludes the existence of grocery stores, laundromats, beauty salons, and many other use Group 6 stores. This is all to eliminate competition to Target. Many community members are aware that the BSA has a terrible track record of rubber stamping almost any development that comes before you. Almost 93% get approved. We also know that most BSA board members have major ties to real estate developers, meet regularly with real estate lobbyists, and generally side with developers over the communities that you are supposed to serve. Approving this underground big box store in a zone where it clearly does not belong would be a betrayal of your duty to uphold zoning law, and would set a terrible precedent for other communities in every borough of our city. Please do the right thing and keep all big box stores, even if underground, out of these 6 zones. And there's nothing funny about it.
So when you accuse an agency of misbehavior, please get your facts straight. I don't even know where to begin. The Board of Standards and Appeals is made up of full-time professionals who have been working in various disciplines of government. 2 of them have been in government most of their working careers. Many of them come from the private sector because that's where you get high-quality, able professionals. So we have a lawyer. I myself am an architect and a lawyer, and a professional engineer. We work full-time for the Board of Standards and Appeals, and we are not permitted at any time, once an application has been filed, to speak to anyone outside of our own agency. So, and in terms of rubber stamping, you better stay a little longer and watch the rest of these hearings, because we are very, very far from rubber stamping an application. Please.
I have to pack my studio because I got a 50% rent hike. So I've been just...
This has nothing to do, you're accusing the board of something, and I need to get this straight for the record. All of your accusations are unfounded, and next time you accuse the board of something, get your facts straight before you do it. I'm sorry, please sit down. Next.
You're a very arrogant board.
Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
No, Hi, my name is Stephanie Cayetano, and I am reading on behalf of Borough Legal. I am a longtime resident of Jackson Heights, and I demand that you decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail uses to use Group 6, even if they are underground. I grew up at 3705 88th Street, Jackson Heights. I was born in Lima, Peru, but have lived in Jackson Heights since I was 4 years old. My family owns a video store in Jackson Heights on 84th Street and Roosevelt Avenue, just 2 blocks away from the development site in question, for over 15 years. But in the past 5 years, the rent quickly increased and eventually made it so that my family had to close their business. I am deeply concerned about the small businesses and immigrant communities that rely on them that will be displaced due to the Target development. If you vote with the developers, you are single-handedly deciding to destroy a vibrant small business community, and so many like it that several residential neighborhoods citywide, the kind that New York City prides itself on having, one that made it possible for a family's business to survive for so long. Additionally, Target's lease explicitly prevents grocery stores, laundromats, beauty salons, and many other used group 6 stores from having space in this building. There are all types of small businesses that thrive in our neighborhood and serve our community. I know that this Target would only expedite the process of my neighborhood becoming completely unaffordable for low-income immigrant communities who call Jackson Heights home. Every member of this board is well aware that the spirit of the zoning resolution should apply to underground variety stores in residential districts. However, your argument that the text of the zoning resolution doesn't. It deliberately ignores the intentions of those who have originally drafted zoning resolutions. Do the right thing and decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail uses to use group 6, even if they are underground. Protect small businesses and districts the way that zoning resolution is intended to.
Next speaker, please. Thank you very much.
My name is James Monteluso, and I'm reading a statement on behalf of Rana Abdelhamid. Dear Chair, Home, Mother, and the Board, my name is Rana Abdelhamid, and I'm a child of immigrants who was born and raised in Astoria, where, by the way, another Target is planned. As a child of immigrant small business owners, I am concerned for many groceries and delis, the families that run them, and the children that learn from them. They are all at risk of being displaced every day, and Target would only speed up that process. When I was young, my parents, immigrants from Egypt, ran a small Egyptian food grocery and deli on Broadway, a street in Astoria. Small business is a part of the fabric of my family's ability to survive in Queens. Small business is the reason I'm standing in front of you today. Because I'm invested in and love these neighborhoods, I demand that you decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail use to use group 6, even if they are underground. You all know that the spirit of the zoning resolution should apply to underground variety stores in residential districts, and the argument that the text of the zoning resolution doesn't deliberately ignores the intentions of those who originally drafted zoning resolutions. The site is supposed to only house local small businesses, like the business my father ran. According to zoning law, the developers intend this development to be used as a regional destination or an outer boroughs attraction. This type of attraction will simply make our neighborhood more expensive and continue to push out our communities. Target's lease explicitly prevents grocery stores, laundromats, beauty salons, and many other use group 6 stores from having space in the building. These are all types of small businesses that thrive in our neighborhood and serve our community. Everyone says gentrification is inevitable, but gentrification is put into action by boards like you, and with decisions like this. I ask you to do the right thing and decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail use to use group 6, even if they are underground. Protect small businesses and districts the way the zoning resolution is intended to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, dear Chair Homer and the board.
One is fine. Thank you so much.
And I'd like to thank you for having me here today and for allowing me to contribute my voice to why the community is not in this Target. So I grew up in Jackson Heights from the age of 6 until recently I moved to Astoria, where I am now. And we were also facing a similar struggle to protect our neighborhood and out of the basically property dealers. They have destroyed the very fabric of our community. Not only did I grow up in Jackson Heights, I grew up on 82nd Street, sandwiched between a firehouse and a hospital, with lots of cars in the middle. The drivers were very passionate about playing their music very loudly down the street. We grew very used to this, and we knew this to be 82nd Street, busy, congested, loud, and rare to buy. The congestion and traffic this will add to the neighborhood is a risk, though I'm not willing to take. On any given day, it is common to search for anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes looking for parking. On any given day, people are losing their lives to traffic and careless drivers. Just on March 4th, a pedestrian was struck and killed a few blocks away from 82nd Street on 75th and Roosevelt Avenue. Statistics show that 23 crashes in surrounding blocks have occurred in the past 3 years, resulting in 14 pedestrian injuries. At the beginning of this year, a pedestrian was struck and killed on 81st Street and 37th Avenue. The mayor's annual report on traffic deaths, also released in January, shows that fatalities were down last year in every borough in the city, except for Queens. In fact, more people died in traffic crashes in Queens last year than in Manhattan and the Bronx combined. We do not need to make this area a congestion and pedestrian nightmare in what already is an incredibly active street flanked by Elmhurst Hospital and that's pinned by ladder 154 on Milton Boulevard. Target is already accessible to the community via the Q29, which ironically is in front of this development, which takes you to Target in Queens Place and departs from 82nd Street, and takes you also to tons of other shopping for the community. Our needs of the community are already met without dumping a ton of big box retailers into an area that was never built to support them to begin with. Target and its conditions of operation are not here to serve us, the people who live and work in Jackson Heights. Target is here solely to exploit and take from the community with zero investment in care, the safety and voices of those of us who actually live here and have our families here. Please respect our local zoning laws and respect and listen to local consumers when we say we do not want this Target to happen in April. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Dear Chair of the Board, my name is Ljo Williams. I demand that you decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail use to use Group 6, even if they are underground. I live in Jackson Heights, approximately 4 blocks away from the development. Baxter Avenue, 82nd Street, and 83rd Street are the streets surrounding the development. These streets are used routinely by ambulances to access Elmhurst Hospital, one of the level 1 trauma centers in New York City. If a variety store such as Target would be located in this area, the restocking trailers going to and from this store will definitely delay ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars in reaching their destination, putting the city servants and our community members' lives at risk. These narrow streets surrounding the development leading up to the hospital are already experiencing terrible traffic congestions on a daily basis. In fact, in an article in the Queens Chronicle, DOT project manager Elizabeth Wooten told Community Board 4 that 10 pedestrians were injured in collisions on Broadway, 41st Avenue and Baxter Avenue from 2009 to 2014, with one person dying in 2015 after being struck on Broadway in front of one of the hospital's 3 entrances. How much more if you allow an oversized variety store to be located in this area? It will definitely generate more traffic and congestion, which could harm access to Elmhurst Hospital, and again, putting the safety of our community at risk. If you vote with the developers, you are jeopardizing the safety of Jackson Heights, Elmhurst, and Corona's community, and many other lives to be saved in the future. Do the right thing and decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail uses to Group 6, even if they are underground. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Espino. I was born and raised in Jackson Heights, Queens, and I demand that you decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail use to use Group 6, even if they are underground. My family and I use a 7 train to get to work and will only get more congested and wishes.
Thank you so much.
My grandmother particularly uses the bus from Roosevelt to get to her doctor's appointments, and it will only become more difficult due to increased traffic. She's an elderly woman that doesn't really exercise, and she does by walking up and down Roosevelt Avenue. I fear it will become much more dangerous for her to walk if there is more congestion due to increased traffic to the proposed target. I grew up 3 blocks away from the proposed target location, and my mother would walk my stroller all around Jackson Heights, stopping at Manuel de Yosunama Triangle, diagonal from the proposed location, to watch the street dancers or to support the vendors on the block. With the increased traffic and congestion in the area, will be no place for mothers to walk their children or for elderly folks to take their daily walk. The zip code is the 70th most walkable neighborhood in New York City and will be extremely detrimental to the neighborhood to lose our walkability. As a cyclist, the increased traffic concerns me because I know it will get more dangerous for cyclists to navigate the area. Not only because there will be more cars in the neighborhood, but because pedestrians sometimes walk on the street, not the sidewalk, where bikes are struggling to get through, not to mention that there aren't any bike lanes until 34th Avenue, about 3 blocks north of the proposed location, after the most congested avenue. The total number of cyclist deaths for this year has already matched 2018's total number of cyclist deaths. It is for reasons like the increased traffic due to this potential target is why the city is becoming more unsafe for cyclists and pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? And could the rest of you line up? I think there's like about 8 of you. Do you mind? Okay, cool. Thank you. Yes, you can. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn Atahualpa. I'm the proud daughter of a construction worker and a housekeeper. I'm here because my cousins own businesses along Roosevelt Avenue, and their businesses would be directly impacted by unregulated underground variety corporate stores. I tell my family how we are fighting against the developers on 82nd and how the community could change forever. They tell me it's inevitable that the people in power and with money always win. But I remind them that that's what they said about Amazon coming to Queens and the bid expansion along Roosevelt. Queens Neighborhood United is living proof that our communities are capable of big wins by any and all means necessary. It's wild that you think you're doing the right thing. Just because it's your job doesn't mean it's good nor right. You're getting lost in the technicalities and losing sight of what's at risk here. By ruling in favor of the developers, you're just another cog in this huge machine that displaces and harms so many New Yorkers. It's fact that developers and the regional corporate destination stores hurt small businesses like my family's. It's fact that the BSA has become the way for the real estate industry to circumvent regulation and has thus resulted in much of the rezoning of New York City. You all may think that spot rezonings you approve here are inconsequential, but to be clear, you're laying the groundwork for gentrification in New York City. You're sitting there on the pedestal as we plead for our community, and it's disgusting. While many of you are women of color, I'm reminded time and time again that not all skin folk are kinfolk. You may think you're good people because you make your charitable donations at the end of the year, but that does not make up for the communities you're destroying. At every step of this process, it's become increasingly clear how much hate there is for working class New Yorkers, how much everyone wants to displace us and our families because we don't yield the profits necessary. Don't lie to our faces by saying you're not all sellouts when the BSA has a long history of being a revolving door for friends and associates of developers. Don't lie to us and claim that you're unbiased when none of you are the least bit critical of development. This fight is not just about us. This fight is across all of New York City and everyone is watching. We've gotten overwhelming support from all the boroughs, and it's clear that everyone is tired of the BS and the BSA. Don't pave the way for unregulated underground variety stores to be built in residential neighborhoods. Take a risk and side with the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, good, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariana Martinez, and I'm a resident of Jackson Heights and a professor of urban studies at CUNY. My PhD in urban planning and 20 years of studying and teaching urban policy did not prepare me for what I have learned in recent weeks about the inner workings of BSA. Chairwoman Pullman, your history in particular concerns me, because according to the city's lobbyists...
I just need to stop this. Could you just hold this to the subject before us instead of personal attacks? Instead of personal attacks, the question is...
Please, let me speak. I would request you to focus on the subject at hand. We are not...
City agency,
we
and
are...
free speech.
Absolutely.
And speak our mind
You have
about
3 minutes. You have 3 minutes, and do use the 3 minutes judiciously to speak about the case before us and not individuals before
I think
us.
it's directly related to this case that there has been a history of the chair meeting with lobbyists as well, and also that from many previous cases that were brought before the board by your previous employer, you have not recused yourself. And most importantly, your former employer, Brian K. Payson, has affectionately called BSA, quote, a 5-member board led by Holmeter that hears cases from developers and architects looking for relief from the zoning code. But I ask you, why did developers need relief from the zoning code? Why does an agency that lacks transparency and public oversight exist to help developers get around the very zoning laws the city has helped create itself? This case that we have brought here is a threat to your status quo, which is why you are also defensive. Because grassroots groups are not in the habit of bringing strong cases against developers, and because this case asks BSA to uphold the zoning code to protect neighborhood character rather than BA's usual job of approving workarounds in favor of developers' profit. Having been at the hearing in March, my prediction is that you will try to rule this case on a technicality or narrow interpretation of one word, floor area, and what that does or doesn't encompass. Anything to avoid the political and moral reckoning that this case actually asks you to address. Does BSA work for developers or does BSA work for the people? Is BSA's sole purpose, as your former employer suggests, to help developers evade zoning code, or is your mission something broader?
Thank you.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker, please.
Next speaker, please.
the members of the Boards of Standards and Appeals, my name is Patricia Chow, and I'm a resident of Woodside, a 5 to 10 minute walk away from 4031 82nd Street. Today you heard from our attorney about the incredible danger that this site will pose to our neighborhood, to the very people who walk down the block daily, to the thousands of people who rely on Elmhurst Hospital, to the eighth busiest emergency room in the nation, and the only Trauma One center in Queens for life-saving care, but also for regular daily services. I want to talk now about the danger this site holds for our community in threatening the very fabric of the neighborhood, its people. Vice Chairwoman Chanda, in March, Chair Perlmutter highlighted you as someone who understood our concerns, and you guys have reiterated that very clearly today, as a former community board member and a resident of Queens. I am a resident of Queens too, but I want you and everyone here to know that we are not the same. In 2002, you claimed yourself a proud resident of City Lights, one of the first luxury towers in Long Island City, a neighborhood that is now exclusively empty glass towers. We know that you put your money and energy into donating to community organizations that support immigrant rights and justice. But truthfully, that claim that you're one of us while living in a giant glass tower for the last 20 years would be laughable if you hadn't tried it. Vice Chairwoman Chanda, at the end of the day, I want you to know that it doesn't matter where you put your money or spend your free time if you spend 40+ hours a week signing off on the wholesale destruction of immigrant neighborhoods like ours on behalf of billionaire developers. If you vote against our case, and this is for the whole board, and if you continue in your job business as usual, you will be aiding and abetting the destruction of the community that those groups work every day to save and support and fight for. This case is much larger than our one block, allowing Sun Equity Partners, Heskell Group, and Target, who, if I recall correctly, were not really in the room for most of this testimony, to get away with this underground big box store on a technicality is throwing off the spirit of this and the text of the zoning resolution. And I can guarantee you that it will crush the working class people who make New York City. You might try to shame us or scare us into believing that reading the text of the zoning resolution requires special knowledge so that we have to defer to you, but the reality is that you are here to listen to our case and decide in the interest of our communities. Please remember that and vote with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Sonia Munshi. I am an almost lifelong resident of Western Queens and a co-op owner in Jackson Heights, which means I'm in the neighborhood every day. And my family has used Elmhurst Hospital for over 4 decades, including under emergency circumstances where a delay of a few minutes would have cost my father his life. I'm also a professor of sociology and ethnic studies at the City University of New York. As a professor, I encourage my students to be engaged citizens and teach them that if they attend public meetings and let their voices be heard, they can make a change in this city, which is our home. My hope is that this BSA hearing will show my students that our voices matter. My understanding is that developers bring the vast majority of cases seen at BSA and that over 90% of these cases are approved in their favor. My concern is that members of the BSA see property as nothing more than land to be traded for profit rather than as a community good. My concern is also that BSA members who are professionals, largely made up of former allies and employees of New York City's real estate industry, are not impartial. For example, I'd like to briefly address Commissioner Dara Ali Brown, as you have personal connections to the real estate industry through your relationship with former Finance Commissioner Mark Stark.
Excuse me? Excuse me. My personal life.
I'm using public records.
But you are making a personal attack that is totally unwarranted.
It's not an attack. I'm stating facts based on a Department of Investigation report that's publicly available. According to the Department
How is this relevant to whether this is a variety store or a department store or whether the seller's floor area?
Yes, because I just made a claim that I'm concerned that the BSA members who are largely connected to the real estate industry cannot be impartial, and so I'm offering this to you as an example of why I have
If I could just add, I don't know what the whole game or plan was here. No, it appears that there is. It appears that there's a person who's going to come and make a personal attack on each of the commissioners and not speak to the actual issues of this appeal. And I don't think that's appropriate. I don't.
And not only that, this is probably the first time that we've ever allowed public testimony here, and it has consisted of one after another of the community members taking personal attacks against various members of the board, not to prove their case has any merit, but solely, and you know what? I have a right to speak when somebody comes to attack me personally. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm speaking in defense of myself and speaking in defense of the credibility of the entire board, because the next person is perhaps going to attack one of my other colleagues here.
Yep,
And that's a
that's what it seems like
problem.
it.
And that does
I apologize
absolutely
if you-
nothing, that does absolutely nothing to advance the case that's put forth by your own lawyer. But I do question whether or not this type of behavior was actually incited by your lawyer.
Yeah.
No, I've never communicated with her. I'm here as my
Well,
own
then I
individual self.
wonder why the lawyer, who is the representing the appellants in this case, isn't standing up and telling the people in her community that that's not an appropriate line of action here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will stop the hearing. Please do not shout out.
Speaking on my own behalf.
I appreciate that you took your time to take here.
Right, and I'm telling you that I think, in this case, the appellant's representative should disavow the positions that many of the community members are taking to maintain the credibility of her own case, because the credibility is being shot out of the water.
Stop, or we're gonna
Stop.
remove
I think we
you
should
from
just
the
clear the
room.
room.
Yes.
honestly.
Yeah.
I think we should clear the room.
Let's stop the hearing.
Can we stop the camera?
Yeah, let's stop the camera.
Stop the camera, stop the camera, stop the camera!
Ladies and gentlemen, please leave the room.
I'm sorry, excuse me, can you leave the room?
I'm asking you to leave the
Can we have somebody
room.
Testimony.
Back on the record.
Back on the record. So this is the chair.
Is it back on?
Yes, it's back on.
This is the chair telling the court that we turned the tape off in order to try to organize a disruptive crowd who is attacking the members of the board and its counsel personally. And we tried to bring the subject of the discussion and the testimony back to the case before us, which is fairly simple. Is the cellar floor area, and is the use a use group 10 or a use group 6? However, we cannot prevent the very disrespectful speakers from continuing to attack board members. So, Your Honor, please get ready for the next onslaught. Proceed.
And I would just like to say that I made a claim about my concern as a community member, and so then I tried to offer some evidence based on publicly available information. I have citations to explain what my concern was about, so that you would have some evidence to understand why I have this concern about the BSA not being impartial. In any event, we also, I think this point has been made. To the board, I would like to say that how you decide to interpret this particular zoning variance will have long-term consequences for communities across the city, not just Queens. You know that the spirit of the zoning resolution includes underground variety stores in residential districts, and your argument that the text of the zoning resolution does not include them deliberately ignores the intentions of those who originally drafted these zoning resolutions. If you do not enforce the rules of Use Group 6, you are paving the way for unregulated underground variety stores to be built in residential neighborhoods throughout the city, putting the safety of our communities and infrastructure at risk. Please do the right thing and decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that would limit retail uses to Use Group 6, even if they are underground. Protect small businesses and districts the way the zoning resolution intends.
Thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, please.
My name is Grace Chung. I'm a Queens resident and spend most of my weekends in Elmhurst and Jackson Heights, so I'm very familiar with the proposed 82nd Street development. The proposed underground mall would not only bring dangerous traffic to this community, but also set a precedent paving the way for other developers to build underground malls in violation of local zoning designed to protect residential neighborhoods. I wanted to understand how the BSA might roll on this important case, so I looked into its track record. And like many of my colleagues have stated, the BSA has over a 90% approval rate for cases brought before them, almost all of which were brought by developers. This is a case even when there's a clear violation of local zoning code. Take, for example, just a couple years ago, in the Upper East Side, community members won a major victory when they enlisted the support of their community board, borough president, city council, and even the city planning commission to pass zoning protections to prevent mega towers from being built in their community. Within months, the BSA intervened, granting a pass to developers to override the local zoning and build an 800-foot mega tower known as 3 Sutton Place. The BSA board even included a vote from Mr. Shetta, a former project manager
Thank you
for
very much.
Bauhaus Group, which owned the site until 2016. To be fair, I also reviewed the BSA's website, and so I'll end with some words from the chair's own statement. She writes that the role of this body is to ensure that properties will be used and developed safely and respectfully, and concludes that the BSA must consider impacts of its decision on the surrounding neighborhoods and neighbors, as well as the greater vision of our city. Let me ask, if the BSA ensures safety, can the BSA permit the development of an underground mall that attracts thousands of trucks and cars to compete on narrow streets with ambulances to Elmhurst Hospital? If the BSA ensures respect, can it pave way for a Target, an anti-LGBTQ corporation that is known for destroying local small businesses and busting unions? If the BSA considers impacts, can it pass this project which will set a precedent for underground malls around the city which violates local residential zoning? The answer to all of these questions is clear, and that is why I am joining hundreds of my fellow community members with this same message. Do the right thing, and decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail uses to use group 6, even if they are underground. Protect small businesses, protect our district the way the zoning resolution is intended. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you very much.
Dear Chair and Board, my name is Tanya Matos, and I'm a lifelong resident of Jackson Heights, Queens. I grew up on 82nd Street and 34th Avenue, and now I live about 2 blocks away from the development. The reason why, and I'm also, helped start the organization Please Neighborhoods United, which is the the client that the attorney is with us. And no, we are the clients, and she's the attorney. She doesn't do any of this. When I just want to say it's very clear to the country, even to Queens, that elected officials, residents, community board, they're all against this target.
L'Oreal?
We've done 2 years worth of work organizing our communities, letting them know that we do not want this target. And it is up to you, right, the board, right now, to make a decision and go against everyone, all the people that have come across here, including CB4, including we've got support from CB3, we have support from our congressperson, all council members, state senators, assembly members, business owners, residents of the community, former residents of the community, but yet, on a technicality, I feel like you may decide against us. And I just want to say that if that is the case, then history will show that the reason why our communities are displaced, a very historic community and very launchpad for many immigrants, and unfortunately many small businesses are closing because of this specific development, it is because of the BSA. But the community does see that there are some people on this board that do side with us or use their common sense, not side with us, but maybe use their common sense and understand the technicality and not just go about this on a technicality, but see the overall picture that this community, again, does not want the target. And the difference between this target and the trade fair is that target is very anti-union, okay? They union bust a lot. We don't want that in our community. We have a target in the same zip code, 11373. There's a target down the street. But these greedy corporations absolutely want to take our money. That's all they care about, is whether we consume and take their money. They don't care about me. They don't care if I get hit by a car. They don't care if a child dies. All they care about is whether their trucks can get into their parking lot and they can sell the produce that they want to sell to us, etc. No, that's not what we care about. We care about the functionality of the entire neighborhood and this particular street. So I urge you to please make the right decision, and the law is very clear on what it says. We understand that. We've spoken to many people around the city, many experts on this as well, and the law is very clear, and we please ask you to side with us. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Dear Chair Proman and the board, my name is Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, and I used to live a few blocks away from the development in question I'm a recent master's graduate in urban policy and community development from Columbia University, from the same school that Mayor de Blasio who appointed you all went to. To the board, I first off just want to say that it's your job as public servants of New York City to listen to the community and to respect the voices of people who traveled from as far away from Pennsylvania to be here. The voices of people whose families' businesses were forced to close because of unaffordable rent. And the people who legitimately fear for their own safety and being able to get to a hospital in time to have their lives or the lives of their loved ones saved. This is literally your job, and as such, we expect you to seriously consider their testimonies, not just be swayed by the rich lawyers who are over here texting and playing solitaire, while our community members tell you their genuine concerns and the potential impact that your decision could have on devastating a thriving community that has already endured so much. In preparing for this hearing, we researched your cases at 200 Amsterdam and at 361 Central Park West, where we learned that community members had to pressure members of this board to recuse themselves in order to prevent them from deciding cases for their former employers. We reviewed the 2018 lobbying meeting database, where we learned that your chair had the second highest number of meetings with lobbyists in all of 2018, out of all city officials. We learned that the BSA follows the spirit of the law when it comes to granting variances for developers to build higher than what standard zoning resolution allows, over 90% of the time. And we talked to folks from across the city, from Manhattan's Community Board 7, from Landmark West, from the Greenwich Village Preservation Society, and the Municipal Art Society, who've all brought cases before the BSA in the past few years, trying to fight out-of-context development in their neighborhoods. What did all of this show us? That the consensus across the board is that the BSA only decides in favor of what's profitable, and that the process that we are putting our faith in today is rigged to rubber stamp development approvals. At the hearing in March and today, you have all been up in arms defending the integrity of this board. And so we're here to hold you accountable to what you claim. You want to say that you're on the side of equity and state that you're not in the pockets of real estate, and now is the time for you to prove your point. How you decide to interpret the zoning resolution today will have long-term consequences, not just in Jackson Heights and in Elmhurst, but for communities across the city. Do the right thing and decide that variety stores over 10,000 square feet cannot be located in districts that limit retail uses to use group 6, even if they're underground. Protect small businesses and districts the way the zoning resolution intends the law to be applied. And prove to all the people fighting here that you actually followed the spirit and the intention of the law, not just when the developers and applicants.
Thank you. Next speaker? Any more speakers? Okay. Ms. Siegel?
Okay, yeah, I actually want to just, since we have the public here, and I appreciate that the DCAS police came, there was a point at which we desperately needed you, but we think there's been calming now, hopefully, the calming will stay calm.
Cops to protect you from the community.
Except for that person, please escort her outside.
Please remove her from the room. Please
Yes.
step out. Please step out.
He's not arresting you, he's taking you
Please
outside
step
because
out.
you keep disrupting the hearing. Okay, so I would like to actually explain who the Board of Standards and Appeals is. I think that both the members of the public and the elected officials representatives who are here don't know what it is we do. We are actually the Zoning Board of Appeals in this particular case, which is, this is the type of a hearing where we function as an appellate agency. The cases that you're referring to in terms of approvals by the boards are applications where property owners come to ask for waivers of the zoning resolution, most of the time in the form of special permits that are written in the zoning resolution and to which they're entitled to apply because the zoning resolution anticipated those kinds of changes but didn't want those changes to be as of right. They wanted them to go through a public review process. The public review process in those cases involves community board review, Department of Buildings review, city council review, borough president review. So those are completely different kinds of cases. We have a few variance cases, which are not the same as the special permits, but in the course of a given year, we see out of 500 cases a year, we see maybe 20 variance cases, and the vast majority of those variance cases are for small, quite literally, single-family houses in neighborhoods where the zoning has made it impossible to build on a 25 by 100 lot or a 20 by 100 lot because the zoning now requires lots to be much larger, and a property owner is kind of stuck with a lot that can't develop. The vast majority of our variance applications are like that, and occasionally we also get schools, so that's a completely different kind of a case, or houses of worship, again, another kind of a case. But the vast majority of what the board looks at is special permits, and special permits often have a term of years. So every 5 years or 10 years or sometimes in 20 years, the property owner who is subject to that special permit has to come back to the board to ask for a renewal. So if you studied what it was that you're saying the board approves, you would find out actually that the vast majority of the cases that we look at are these very, very small projects and renewals of extremely old variances. In fact, we have one today that was granted in 1930, and it keeps having to come back here, right? So the type of case that we have before us is the time when we function as the Zoning Board of Appeals. That is when we are looking at the meaning of the zoning resolution. But we're not the first step in understanding what the zoning resolution is. The City Planning Commission or Department of City Planning writes the zoning resolution, and the commission holds hearings to determine whether the text of the zoning resolution or the maps, the zoning maps, are the right maps and right texts for the community. The city, and then they hold public hearings, as you may know, that go out to the community board, and sometimes they hold very large public hearings. City planning sometimes holds very large public hearings in the communities because the zoning text or zoning map changes will have a very broad effect on that community. Then, after the City Planning Commission votes on whatever the text finally looks at after all of those hearings, then it goes to the city council, and the city council member takes on the responsibility of deciding whether that text is the right one for that city council member's district. That's a completely different process from what we do here. Once the text is written, it's the Department of Buildings who is charged by the city charter with interpreting the text of the zoning resolution. They decide how to apply it. And when the text is ambiguous or the text has like room for interpretation, they take on those kinds of interpretive powers. When the text is clear, they apply the clear text. The only times where we look at this is when there's a challenge either by the property owner or by the community to an interpretation that the Department of Buildings has made after the department looks and checks because it has to keep looking and checking all the way up to the highest level of the Department of Buildings before we can start to look at what the meaning of that text is, okay? So our decisions here on what the meaning of the text is are appealable to the courts. So first to the New York Supreme Court, which is the lowest level court, and those in turn often are appealed to the higher courts and sometimes are even appealed as high as the Court of Appeals. Because the courts make those decisions, sometimes they overrule us, sometimes they agree with us, but whatever their decisions are, those decisions are binding on us. We don't have the authority to vary how we interpret the zoning resolution once directed to do so in a particular way by the court. So counsel for the Department of Buildings mentioned here today, and it was mentioned, I think, at the last hearing, the case called Raritan. That was actually quite an interesting case where the Department of Buildings had been treating cellar space in the situation of residential buildings as floor area, as zoning floor area, and it had been doing it for a long time. And finally, an architect who was very surprised to see that, appealed the decision of the Department of Buildings to the Board of Standards and Appeals, and the board agreed with the Department of Buildings because it had a long track record of always reading, the Department of Buildings had a long track record of always reviewing the cellar space when there were let's say a three-piece bathroom fixture as cellar. So that was appealed then to the Supreme Court, and it went all the way up to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals, in an extremely strong decision, said, BSA, what are you talking about? The text is clear. It says nowhere that cellar space should be floor area. And they reprimanded the BSA for having imported language that did not exist in the zoning resolution. So here we are on this board, I think that's a case from the 90s, on this board being asked the exact same question, and we are bound by a Court of Appeals decision, that's the highest court in the state of New York. We're bound by the Court of Appeals to uphold that court's determination on the meaning of floor area. So I want to say that when we review these cases, we are bound not just by that case, but by many others that tell us where we can go when we look at the text. We're not a legislative body. We're not the City Planning Commission. We're not a city council member. So when you say do the right thing is actually for us to look at what the text says. It's not a technicality. Our job is to look at what the text says. Where the text is clear, we state the text is clear. Where the text is ambiguous, we look at legislative history. We look at what did the City Planning Commission mean when they wrote the text so badly that we actually don't understand what it is? We look at lots of other issues, but when the text is clear, we're not permitted to look at other issues, okay? So, that's just what I wanted to say. And if a community has a problem with the text or the zoning itself, the zoning district, that should be taken up with their city council member, which obviously has been done in this case, and also with the Department of City Planning for a text change, for a zoning map change. And I want to point out that the Tribeca Special Purpose District, in Tribeca, there was huge community opposition to the idea of having what they called big box retailers. And so in Tribeca, there is a very specific text that says that floor space in a cellar counts as floor area when it is applied to retail. So that would be the kind of efforts that you would be making to the correct body, the body that changes the zoning resolution. We are not permitted to change the meaning of the zoning resolution. We're supposed to look at what it says and decide what it says, today, what it says. Okay, so Ms. Siegel, if you want to come up.
I would love to. Thank you so much, and thank you for setting that up so well, so we can actually talk about the reasons that the board must announce a permit. So the September permit, as you just pointed out, allows a use in the district. It does not allow it. There are two distinct reasons it needs to be announced. And the first reason is the department's own admission that it did not actually assess the propriety of the developer's naked assertion that this is a variety store, not a department store. The second reason is that even if the board does find that this was properly classified as a variety store, this variety store is more than 1,300 square feet larger than the zoning allows here. The board has to read the zoning resolution to give meaning to all the words in it and not add any words that aren't there. Here, the words are very clear when we're dealing with the size of an establishment. The size of an establishment is not the floor area of a building. The floor area of a building was what was at issue in Raritan, and yes, that was a strong reversal by the state's highest court, but on a different issue. The size of an establishment was not an issue there. There, the question was whether the calculation was being done properly about the size of the property for conformity with restrictions on zoning floor area. Raritan is not a barrier here to annulling this permit on the basis of the establishment size being too small. This is briefed in great detail in our submissions, and I invite you to reread those submissions. We also discussed this at length at the last hearing. I was going to bring up slides from last time, just quoting directly from the case, but the case specifically addresses floor area of a building, the calculation of building size, and conformity with the restrictions on zoning.
But you're asking us to import the word establishment somehow or other into this definition.
The word establishment is in the zoning, and it is the duty of this board to read all of the words in the zoning resolution and give them meaning. I just want to remind the board that these two grounds for annulment of the permit were the initial basis for our zoning challenge back in August. We did bring a zoning challenge on these two grounds. Target is a department store, and even if it's a variety store, it's too big. That challenge was initially accepted by the department. On August 29th, 2018, they issued a stop work order. You can look in the record, our initial submission, Exhibit M, is that zoning challenge and the department's acceptance. 2 weeks later, with no further documentation, and no further documentation being submitted in the record of this appeal to justify the reversal, the department reissued the permit. But we don't know why they did that, and that's why we're here. There is nothing in the department's process, practice, or documentation that shows us that they are actually following their charter mandated duty to enforce the zoning. We are here raising the two identical issues that we raised to the department in August. We are trying to get the agencies to do their job. We understand the division between the Department of City Planning, between the Department of Buildings, and between what you guys do. We filed a zoning challenge to the ZD1. We also requested an audit. There was never a response to that request. We also appealed the permit here. And as you know, we have also tried to get an injunction so that the harm of the construction can at least be stopped until we get an accounting of what's supposed to actually be happening here. We're not naive as to the processes, and we really want the agencies to do their jobs. We believe in the city, and we believe in everybody playing a role. I'd also like to echo my council's request for an expedited decision. I saw my slides and videos into the record today. I know the record is open through the end of the day today. If there's anything else that you would like submitted into the record, we really would like a decision as quickly as possible. This construction is ongoing.
Okay. All right. I think then we've heard all the testimony. I don't think there's anything else that we need. I think we've had a full presentation, and I'd like to make a motion to close this hearing.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And I'd like to put this on for decision for next week.
June 4th.
June 4th.
Not next week.
Sorry, June 4th, after the holiday.
June 4th, decision? Okay. Want to take a break?
Yes, so we're going to take a 30-minute break, right?
Back on the record at 1:35.
Sorry, I'm sorry, 1:30.
We'll resume at 1:35.
We appreciate those who attended who were respectful of the agency and their testimony.
Go. Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for May 21st, 2019. Resume with the appeals calendar. New cases, item number 4, 2017-147A and 2018-183A, 7112 Main Street, Queens. Mr. Rachmaninoff, sorry. You can sign in? Right here. Yeah. You can go to the podium, identify yourself for the record,
Yes.
and then do your presentation.
My name is Llo Street.
You want to move the mic up a little?
Yeah.
Maybe it makes it, okay. Okay.
Thank you. And I want to apologize for us also. It seems like one of the submission made in December, I think,
Yes.
was not properly loaded, and the commissioners only learned about it last night. But in the context of that, because we did have trouble kind of following along with your argument, it might actually be more sort of
Is an oral?
more efficient?
Yes.
Yeah, if you take us through your specific arguments in response to DOB's final determination, because that's what we look at, right? They decided finally X, and you either agree or you don't agree, or they decided X in your favor or not, and either you agree or you don't agree. And if you don't agree, what is it you don't agree with specifically, okay?
But there's a lot of ZRD3s that were done. There were 3 that were done.
ZRD,
3s. So the process is zoning challenge.
right?
ZRD2, which is the department, the borough response.
Oh.
And then the ZRD3s, which are actually the technical affairs response.
The final, yeah, so what we're talking about is the final determination is what we base our analysis on.
I'm sorry to cut you off, I just want to explain a little bit of scope of what has happened.
Okay.
But within the past 3 years, applicants have submitted ZD1 diagrams, and in these ZD1 diagrams, we submitted specific challenges. The first ZRD2 that was responded by Derek Lee, the Borough Commissioner, he did not respond to the decisions in written form why they were accepted or denied. Then further down the line, there was an audit done. We submitted again public challenges expressing our issues, and again, they were not submitted in response from the ZRD2 explaining why they were denied. So we went and appealed to Technical Affairs, and Technical Affairs gave us a response to the ZRD3, to those decisions, to the appeal to the ZRD2, which became the ZRD3.
Okay.
We immediately filed with BSA. Within that time frame, Thomas Fariello, who was then the Deputy Commissioner, today the Acting Commissioner, ended up basically amending a certain part of the ZRD3. So we had to come back and file that ZRD3 again. Within that time frame, we gave another ZRD2 challenge. That ZRD2 challenge, meaning a response for public challenge, that we got a ZRD2, but it was never given. It was never responded to. It was challenge number 8. It took about a year for that to even be put online. Further than that, we also, called, we did the appeals. It was a whole process at that point, but at the end, we ended up getting at least 3 to 4 ZRD challenges in response, meaning the response to the ZRD3s.
Okay.
So we have many decisions that were done, many decisions that were to our benefit, many decisions that were not to our benefit, but in actuality exist today by fact, which is one thing that the chairwoman mentioned yesterday about that open space on the side of the yard. So they denied our challenge. There is no open space, but the reality was there was an open space. It was in the first page of the construction documents. And that first page of the construction documents required an open space. And the reason why being is later on in December, around 05/2018, there was a declaration of easement signed for that open space to be created between the 2 neighbors. The corner lot neighbor and the through lot neighbor, which is the 7112 Main Street building. So there's many challenges there, and we also will provide specific points that a lot of the challenges that were either to our benefit or not to our benefit were never really met. For example, one of the challenges that we had, and I'm going to start with this if possible because it's really apparent and clear, is that the front wall has to be 35 feet. If you look at the front elevations of the plans, It starts with, I think, about 77. Let me just check my notes. I put this in the response to the comments of the DOB. It starts with number 77, goes about 114.
Sorry, can you tell us where you are so we
Yeah,
could
I'm gonna find
follow
it first
along?
in my notes, I'm sorry.
And which submission it is also?
It wasn't a submission, it was a decision made.
Oh,
already.
so it's a ZD something.
It's a ZRD3, I'll give you the exact ZRD3 decision. Hold on, let me go through the first
Is it
page.
Exhibit F?
I'm sorry?
Exhibit F?
It's.
Drawing number 006.4, that? No, I think that one's the rooftop.
No, it's, if you go to the page, it starts from page 5, I gave a whole synopsis.
No, we need to know, since you gave, there were several submissions, right? So you need to
Okay,
tell
so
us
let me
which
open this page and
submission.
I'll show you what I'm referring to. Hold on. So if you notice with this paper here, in the beginning of my decisions, I provided
Oh, that
a
chart.
synopsis of all the ZRD2s,
Yes.
ZRD3s that were provided, and that
Right.
we won, and some of them that we were denied on. So on the specific one I'm going to show you is on page, I don't know if you can see that, if you tell me when you see that.
Okay, yeah, it takes a little while for us to load all this stuff. And whoever finds it
Do you need
first,
to read
please
from
tell
that,
us.
Mr. Ruckman? Maybe you can just hand it to the chair?
Well, no, I can show it to you, and you can see that these are the decisions.
No, I think I've seen that chart. Yeah. That is actually in one of your earlier
Yeah,
submissions.
we
You
gave a
had
cover
a
sheet so
chart.
we can
Yeah,
write a
yeah,
whole
yeah.
argument just to
Okay.
get the application running. Should I read from it, or?
Yeah, you can read from it.
All right, so it says over here, in the first ZRD3, this is the pre-amendment of the ZRD3, which is the first one we ever got from Technical Affairs, Thomas Ferriello. In accordance with the table in ZR 33-431, which no one denies that zoning resolution to be applicable to the site. The subject building maximum front wall height shall be either 30 feet or 2 stories, whichever is less, within the 15 feet initial setback distance and on wide street. Initial setback distance defined in ZR 12-10 as a horizontal distance measured from a street line into a zoning lot for a depth as sought forth in district regulations. In addition, all portions of the building should not penetrate the sky exposure plane that begins 30 feet above the street line and slopes over zoning lot at a ratio of 1:1. Per the latest ZD1, the latest approved set of construction plans dated July 7, 2016, the subject building proposed 3-story front wall within 15 feet of initial setback distance exceeds maximum allowed 2 stories and fails to comply with ZR 33-431. If you will go more into the context of this decision, Madam Chair mentioned yesterday about the 29 feet, the sky exposure plane started from the roof. That decision, the technical affairs mentioned, it should start from the roof line, which is about 29 to 30 feet height. Later on top of this, challenge I, the Department of Technical Affairs amended it. And in the amendment, they said that they're allowed to have 3 stories because it's a commercial use with community facility combined. And in that provision, it states that it has to be 35 feet front wall. So in that case, if you actually go to any of the plans that were filed since then, you go from base plane to the top of the parapet wall, which is still part of the front wall, it comes out to 37 feet.
Okay, does anybody find it's a little hard to follow along without floor plans.
No problem. I apologize.
Okay,
for going a little bit fast.
I'm looking at, yeah, so that's the thing. I might have plans here. Okay, I found Exhibit Z.3.
Yes.
Plans April 2018.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So that, for the commissioners, was submitted on September 5th, 2018, and it's in the folder known as, sorry,
It's the exhibit folder.
Exhibits folder of September 5th, 2018. So when you're on the file for the whole application, it's the third folder, right? So that's where exhibits are. So you get, first there's the application folder, 2017-147A, then there's 2018-183A, both the application folders, and then it says Exhibit September 5, 2018. Everybody there who wants to be there? Okay. Then, and then it's Exhibit Z. Z.
Plans, August 2015.
There you go. No, maybe that one works too. I found plans April 2018.
Yeah, no, they have it there too, page 6.01.
That's Z3, April.
Yeah, yep. Okay, so now we're on the plans. Now we can, now do that again. Say what you just said again.
Okay, so the zoning resolution states in 30, oh my God, All right, but in 33-431, it states that it has to be, the front wall has to be 35 feet high. If you go from the top of the parapet wall, it's at a 114.05,
Right?
based on the base plane, which is 77.05.
Correct.
The difference makes it 37, not 35.
But that's a parapet.
But it's still a front wall.
No. So a parapet is a permitted obstruction in the height and setback.
That's correct, but they are writing that the sky exposure plane starts at 35.
But a parapet is permitted to penetrate, so the real measurement,
The zoning resolution states a front wall must be 35 feet.
no, so that's the thing about how you can't, like, just read little sections of the zoning resolution, so then you have to go to the section called permitted obstructions in height and setback.
That's fine.
And a parapet is a permitted obstruction, so you measure to the roof, which says it's at elevation 110, right? Not the one that
But
says
that's if-
114.
That's if they're considering the 110, the beginning of the sky exposure plan. The comments from the DOB, both in the ZRD3, the latest one that was done in October, and in the comments that was delivered this past 2 weeks, state the sky exposure plane starts at 35. Therefore, it's not part of, the parapet wall is not within the sky, it's not an obstruction, it's part of the front wall.
Sorry, 77, what's the math when you do 77 minus? Hold on one second.
37 minus.
So it's 110 minus, many people could do this in their head, is 33. So if the first floor base plane or whatever it is, I don't know if this is base plane or average curve, but anyway, the first floor is at 77.05 and the roof is at 110.05. So according to my calculator, it's 33 feet. So it's below the required break in the sky exposure plane. And if you go to the permitted obstructions section, a parapet is a
But
permitted
they're
obstruction.
not designating the sky exposure plane from starting at 33. They're designating it to start at 35.
It should start at 35.
That's what the zoning
So start-
requires.
Okay.
So if you read the provision, 43 and 33-431, doesn't mention anything about an obstruction or not. It says a front wall in specific. That's a specific statement. The front wall must be 35 feet or less, or 3 stories, whichever is less.
Not must be, it can't be more than,
Right, but it
right?
has to be. I mean, if it goes past it, it's obviously not part of it. It's not a front wall. Basically, a front wall is a front wall. It doesn't make a difference whether it's a continuous parapet.
No, but it actually does. In the permitted obstruction rules,
I understand what you're saying.
you don't count that toward, so for argument's sake, if the roof were at 35 feet, the break in the sky exposure plane would begin there, and the parapet can penetrate through up to 4'6" within that sky exposure
All right,
plane.
so I asked if you guys can read the term, what front wall means, because it clearly states 35 feet front wall, or 3 stories, whichever is less. It doesn't make sense to state that, oh, now the parapet wall is not a continuous wall of the front wall.
Do you have any cases that support your position?
I can find those cases. I don't
If
have
you
them.
have, if you have a case that says that,
Well, there is an AC code that states a parapet wall continuous to any wall that's part of
Front wall.
sides of a wall is continuous to that wall. I quoted that in my initial submissions. A parapet wall that's continuous to a front wall is a front wall. It's not part of the obstruction, and there is code that shows that.
Okay, so that's the
And
thing
I can
is,
quote it, I just can't do it off the bat right now.
Okay.
I can citate you where it says that.
so that's the thing, is, at the moment, I'm of the position that parapet wall does not count towards within the required height and setback, right? So as long as they stop by 35 feet, they're good. And if it was a building that was taller, which it isn't, the building shorter then, right? If it were a building that was taller and was permitted to go further, then that, at that 35-foot break, they would have had to set back and then follow the sky exposure
That's
plan,
fine.
right?
We can go back to that, right? I mean, I
Yeah,
presented that.
okay.
We can go to the next point.
Yeah.
So, but what I do want to say is, so in your next submission,
Yeah.
it would be very, very helpful if each of these points is very concisely and carefully articulated, because a lot of the submissions that we've seen, it kind of goes on, and we just need you to just state your argument in your first sentence, and then state why you think DOB's determination, and tell us where DOB's determination was. You did that in one of your papers,
Right,
I think,
I just
at
want to
least.
understand, it's 3 years worth of material?
Yeah, so.
3 years of a lot of things
I
that
get
happened.
it, but you
It's
should
very
be
hard to
looking
do
at
that.
the last determination.
Yeah, there's a lot,
Okay?
over 24.
Right, but you should, no, but I mean, the last determination that is appealable to the agency, because part of it is, if it was sort of a first level of review, and DOB didn't take it to the final level, we don't know that DOB wouldn't have agreed with you had it gone to another level, so it may not be ripe. I don't know, because that's part of what's confusing about, we have all of these different ZRD1s, and we don't know whether that's that's a further determination on a question previously asked, or whether that's a new question, right? So if you could clarify for us what we're looking at?
I'll give you an outline summary.
Okay.
And I also want you just to shed light on that specific point you mentioned. The DOB mentioned the statement that all building codes should not be going through a zoning challenges process.
Yeah.
And the issue is that we have with that is that if that's the case, why did you present a building code decision with means of egress and using the easement declaration for that? So we were a little bit confused when the first.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Okay, so we had presented a zoning challenges about means of egress, whether community driveway with a declaration of easement, which the title states in every house and almost every Queens, subject to that burden, it's like a covenant on the easement attached to a covenant and title. And in that easement, it states that a person cannot, has to be reciprocally maintained, so on and so forth. We did not know about this easement in full at that time, and yet the Department of Buildings determined a building code challenge in our first initial challenges. When we presented second time around building code challenges, they responded that building code should not be going through a public challenge process. So we got a little bit confused. If the first part, if you're not allowed to accept building code challenges, why did you accept it the first time around with regards to means of egress?
Okay, so I'm not sure that I said that, I'm just
No,
not.
you didn't say that.
Well, and I'm not actually, this is a question for council, because I always, and I don't know that they can answer this question just like this, but my general sort of experience with the buildings department is they're the ones that since the buildings code is quite different from the zoning resolution, the building department has no authority to waive or modify the zoning resolution. Their job is to interpret it. But when the zoning resolution is very clear, they can't say, well, we know it's clear, but we'd like to do you a favor, go ahead and do this thing, right? Whereas they actually can do that with the building code. They can say, well, the building code is clear, but we see that what you're trying to do is of equivalent safety, and in this situation, we'd be okay with you doing this thing as opposed to this thing, because in the building code itself, it gives the buildings department the authority to modify where it's equally safe and proper, right? So it seems like where a property owner or developer asks the buildings department, can we please do this thing? Then the buildings department has the authority to waive it, and that would be a question of the developer getting one of those CCD ones, like a construction code determination, where, yeah, maybe you can have a staircase that doesn't have a floor in between or has doors that are open or something like that, right? So that's why I'm not sure that we're necessarily the right forum to talk about it, because building code really is a safety code and a construction code, as opposed to a zoning
Right, but the
zoning
building
code.
departments, I will get to that egress issue in
Yeah.
a moment. I don't want to confuse the.
Right, right.
Okay, sticking to the front elevation if we can, the image. The front elevation shows the front bulkhead is the other issue that we presented as a comment in response to the DOB.
Right.
If you notice that front elevation, you see the bulkhead. The reality, the bulkhead is like a staircase bulkhead. It's like
Yes.
a bulkhead within a bulkhead. So in that factor, that was not in any of the drawings, even the last December drawing. And when I spoke to the chief commissioner who's in charge of the CFO write-offs, he mentioned that his job is just to match the plans to the site. So we're asking how this plan, without describing the full texture of the bulkhead, matches the site, which it does not. You can see a picture, and I presented the pictures.
Okay. Before you finish with that, I just want to go back just to close the loop on permitted obstructions in terms of the height. It's section 33-42 is permitted obstructions, and it says, "In all commercial districts, the following obstructions shall be permitted and may thus penetrate a maximum height limit or sky exposure plane as set forth in sections 33-43, which is maximum height of walls and setbacks, or 33-44, alternate front setbacks, or some more." And then you scroll down to letter J, and it says, among them, J, parapet walls not more than 4 feet in height as measured from the maximum height limit or the finished level of the roof as it existed, if it existed in 2012, whichever is higher. Talks about a guardrail and so on. That's about a guardrail. Okay, so you need to, if you're arguing that that wall height includes the parapet, you need to reconcile that your statement with this letter J in 30, whatever I just said.
42? I can give
Yeah,
you-
33-42.
I can give you some reconciliation, because we did write it, and I said I'll cite it and send it over.
Right.
The first thing is that the zoning resolution is also specific in its verbiage. Once you tell me it's a front wall, the front wall does not exempt the parapet wall if it's continuous. That's our first argument. Second argument, if it starts from the rooftop, that means it passed the rooftop past its maximum. It didn't pass its maximum, it's at 37 feet. Now, the problem is that the reality is, where's the parapet wall start? It starts at 35 feet.
It starts at 33 feet in this case.
I'm saying based on what the Department of Buildings said, based on
Okay.
35 and 2 decisions and their comments. It starts at 33 feet, then.
So, yes, technically, the maximum, based on the way the regulation is written, your building height in this zoning district can be maximum up to 35 feet. So that means the roof of the last floor can be at the height of 35 feet. Then you can have the parapet, above the roof, you can have the parapet, and it can penetrate that sky exposure plane above the height of 35 feet, provided it meets that J requirement.
My issue is that the Department of Buildings, in the ZRD3 decision, said that the sky exposure plane starts at 35 feet. That's my issue, and it was also in their comment of 2 weeks ago that was presented, May 7th.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, I can read it to you.
Doesn't it?
It's supposed to.
Isn't that where it's supposed to start?
Right, it's supposed to come from 35.
Right, we said 33 it starts.
No. I'm saying the roof in this case is 33 feet. That's what it says.
2911.
Okay, may I be?
The roof in reality is 2911.
Sir, you're right that this, whatever the building height of this building is, whether it's 29 or 25 or 33, zoning counts the building height, maximum building height that it allows is 35, and only from 35 foot and above is the sky exposure plane drawn. It's not, it doesn't say, the zoning doesn't say the sky exposure plane is drawn from where you build the building height to be. It is the maximum building height. There's a diagram actually provided.
But you're leading the conversation as if I'm arguing the sky exposure. I'm not arguing the sky exposure. I just want to make that clear.
We're trying to understand.
My argument is that when, in the beginning of the zoning resolutions, there's definitions how to read the zoning. When a verbiage is specific, front wall, it's the full front wall. Has nothing to do with sky exposure plane or with sky exposure plane. The bulkhead has to do with the sky exposure plane. But when it states front wall, specific front wall, parapet wall is a continuous wall to the front wall. It's not part of an obstruction or not an obstruction. If I look at the front wall, it's from the front, from the bottom to the top. That's my front wall. It doesn't make a difference where it's a sky exposure, not sky exposure. That's the front wall. And the verbiage in the zoning, if you can open the zoning, I'll appreciate it, states the word front wall, as opposed to other zoning.
Is that a defined?
Definitions in 1210?
No.
No.
That's not defined.
It's not a defined term.
Okay. So front wall is not defined.
It's not defined.
It's not defined. That's why I'm saying it's gotta be specific to the verbiage within the zoning.
Right, so
So if the zoning specifies front wall, it means the front wall. Nothing to do with its obstructions or without obstruction. The obstruction has to do with the bulkhead, not the front wall.
What?
What section do you find front wall in, so I can
In the
follow?
coded section 33-.
43, which is maximum height of walls.
No,
Was
I'll
that
tell
what
you
you were
right now.
referring
43
to?
is in chapter, article 4.
What is the zoning resolution
Article
section?
4?
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Are we in an M district?
Or 31, maybe? It's 431. Isn't it 33,431?
Yes.
It's what's cited on the drawings.
Yeah.
33,431 in,
The district indicated for the buildings other than
the maximum height of emanating from 33,431. In C1 or C2 districts with bulk governed by surrounding residence districts, which I think is what this one is, it says, in the districts indicated for buildings other than quality housing buildings, the maximum height of a front wall, which is not a defined term, and the required front setback of a building or other structure shall be determined by the residence district within such commercial district where it's mapped, and except as otherwise set forth in this section, shall be as set forth in the following table. And then we go to, I don't know which one it is, 30, I think it's,
You have to read the number 3, it states community facility and commercial combination.
for community facility buildings or buildings used for both community facility use and commercial use when mapped within R4 through R5 districts, the maximum height of a front wall shall be 35 feet or 3 stories, whichever is less, and the height above street line shall be 35 feet, and when mapped within R7-2, the maximum height, okay, so it's 35 feet of the front wall, which is not a defined term,
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
But there is this section called permitted obstructions in
That's
height
fine,
and
that's
setback.
fine. But it doesn't negate the fact that it states the front wall cannot be more than 35 feet.
What do I do with the permitted obstruction? That tells
The
me,
permanent obstruction is specific to the bulkhead now.
no. The permitted obstruction lists many kinds of
I
obstructions.
understand, but we're saying as if a front wall is subject to obstruction or not. The front wall definition, the front wall expression here is stating to me, how do I define the height restriction in this building? It's either 35 feet front wall or 3 stories, whichever makes it look less. That's the definition here. Has nothing to do with obstruction in this specific point. Yes, it will be an obstruction if you reached your max height, which is the height in general. But here it's not referring to height, it's referring to how do I determine not to make it look different from the heights of the community.
I have a question. The front wall we're talking about, so the front wall plus the parapet, the total height, what's the height?
It's 37 feet.
37 feet.
Based on the drawing.
Yes, based on the drawing. And is the parapet wall, is it dimensioned?
Yes.
The parapet part? And what's
The
the
max that's allowed.
4 of 6? 4 feet.
Right,
So
that-
the wall beneath it,
Right.
I don't know, I'm not call it front wall because it's not defined, but the wall beneath it is 33. 33. You have your parapet to 37.
Right.
Parapet's a permitted obstruction. But you have your sky exposure plane starting regardless of how tall your building is at 35. And I think what we've been talking about is even if you're 22 feet and you have a parapet of 4 feet, which you're allowed, 26, you would still do the sky exposure plane from 35.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure that's been, I think there's a lot of crosstalk
I understand, but
about
what I'm trying to
the
say is that
parapet and the bulkhead.
We're linking since there is no front wall the expression in the zoning
Definition,
resolution
yeah.
definition. The definition here is specific to its verbiage. When it states front wall, it means front wall, no matter how tall your front wall. Can I make a front wall that's 20 feet high, 30 feet high, 50 feet high? If it states front wall, then it's front wall. And I'm sure you have many buildings like this that are 60 feet high in the city that are registered, that are required to be 60 feet front wall only.
Okay, so if I could just summarize what your complaint is about the front wall, it's 37 feet, so it's in violation of 33,431.
Yes.
That's it, okay.
Got it. I just want to,
Including the parapet.
Yes, I understand also the board's
Right.
pushback on that
Like you
idea.
mentioned,
Yeah,
again,
that makes
I'll bring the
sense.
provision
Right.
that
If you could
states-
bring case law that supports what you're saying.
I give you an AC law. There's an article, AC law, that states it.
I just want to read some sections from the zoning resolution. You're right that the front wall is not a defined term. However, everywhere throughout the zoning resolution, whether it's in the residential district or in the commercial district or in the manufacturing district, when the front wall the term has been used, it has been used in the context of the maximum building height. So I'm looking at the section which just follows the section that you're referring to, because it has a diagram, and that diagram is consistent in the residential district and also in the commercial district. So in section 33-432, it says, in the districts indicated for buildings other than quality housing, the maximum height of a front wall and the required front setback of a building or other structure, except as otherwise set forth in this section, shall be set forth in the following table. And then it says the height above the street line, and then it says the initial setback distance. With that, there is a graphic, and the graphic clearly shows that this, in the graphics, it's a very box-like building, and one of the graphics shows, refers to something as H, which is the height of the sky exposure plane above the street line. That's really what is considered the front wall, even though it's not treated. But when you refer this graphics with the chart that you're referring to, that's where it is. So the front wall is used as a loose term, it's not a defined term. But when it is put into, when you refer it to the text and to the graphics, that's what height is.
No problem. Can I respond to it?
Sure.
There is a provision, I'm pretty sure in the beginning of the zoning resolution, whenever there's apparent contradiction or misinterpretation between the diagram and actual text, the text supersedes the diagram. So I ask that you review the text and not the diagram, because it does state the word front wall, and that specific provision has 3 qualifications. The determination is, it's a district from R to R4, defining for us how to not change the look of the community. If you ever go to the area, you'll see this building is like smack in the middle. You have Toro College across the street. They had to get a full variance for this type of building that they built. You go to any other C1, C2 commercial building, they never exceed the 3 floors, the 3 stories. So it's meant to make it aesthetically for the community. So the reality is, when it says 35 feet, again, the way I read it, the way I understand it, when it says 35 feet front wall, that means it's specific to that word, specific to that verbiage. And when it says it 3 stories or 35 feet, whichever is less, explain to me, how do you get 3 stories less than 35 feet? I mean, there's got to be a lot of things that need to be grinded into the expression or interpretation of this specific zoning resolution.
Okay.
I would like to get back to it more, but again, like I mentioned, I want to send that over. I'm trying to talk as slow as possible, I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Can I get to the next one?
Yeah, sure.
I thought you were right. Okay. So the other decision, which is, I think is, the comment from the DOB was a little bit confusing. I don't know if you have this, but I sent it over on Thursday, page 7 of my response. I think it's a little bit more, expressed clearer for everybody.
Okay.
You have this with this diagram? You have this?
That's a diagram that's in the zoning resolution for
Yes.
yards, yeah.
Yes.
What,
So it was
can you say
already-
what section that's in?
That's section 33-291, but it's really 33-29 exclusive. Inclusive, I'm sorry, not exclusive, inclusive.
Okay. This is this, just because the recording doesn't know what we just described. It's 33-291, and there are diagrams showing side yard requirements relative to sides and rear lot lines in commercial districts.
Just a side note, if I can, it says that the side yard, which is, again, it's a community driveway. I just want to explain a little bit background. The community driveway is an opportunity easement, which means we do not forego our actual property. It's a pass-through for the property. But the reality is, we still hold liability to the property. At the same time, our properties are residential. The said building is commercial, which we mentioned later on in this, just a side point, we mentioned later on that the building is now being adversely telling us, people who are residences and homes, that we are now using our easement as a commercial use, which is an issue that we have with the Department of Buildings to making that determination. But we'll get to that later. But I just wanted to mention that, and the reason why I'm mentioning because it says that the community driveway, the part of the side yard of 7112, is 9 feet 6 inches. I presented, let me tell you which exhibit, which is a survey I did for my own home, 7102. And in the survey, it's exhibit P. You can see that. And exhibit P, it stated, the surveyor calculated the community driveway as 9 feet about straight, almost, but not 9.6.
Okay.
And it's not 9696 as allocated in the other, in the applicant survey. The reason why, because it makes a huge difference, and we'll express to you why in a moment.
But it's possible that, I don't know where your house is relative to this site, but this is a survey done by it looks like a licensed surveyor in 1964, it looks like, is the one that we have. And it's showing, it's actually showing it 9 feet, and then it looks like it's 9.46 and 9.55. Obviously,
Right, but it's for sure, they're showing as if my side is 9.6 as well. If you look at the ZD1 diagrams and all the other diagrams as well, in that point. The reason why I say that is because it's very subject matter to where the actual zoning district boundaries really lie in this property, which we're going to get there in a moment.
Okay.
I just want to clarify this because
Okay.
this specific zoning resolution requires a BSA variance to come forth before BSA, before actually filing any permits.
when you say
Along
variance,
district boundaries. Anything that's along district boundaries, if it does not comply, they have to come to BSA, if I'm not mistaken.
well, there's also a provision that if it's an existing zoning lot that predated the change in the zoning, then you can treat it
Well, then
differently,
we'll determine
right?
that, I guess.
Okay.
But I'll present my case. Right, so the Department of Building stated, the appellant alleges that this 9 feet 6 inch open area does not satisfy the requirement 33-291 because the open area is impermissibly higher than the curb level. The 9 feet and 6 inch open area provided along northern sideline lot line is lower than the average curb level. Since the elevation of open area along the sideline is not higher than curb level, the 9 feet 6 inch open area along the northern side lot line satisfies ZR 33-291. This is a mistaken understanding. The reason why is because it was already determined that when you first come into the community driveway, the side yard is about 100 feet of the neighbors. That's their side yard. The rest of the yards are all rear yards of at least 6 houses, which was part of the determination. So it's a side yard against the rear yard. And that falls into 33-293. And in 33-293, it says as follows: in all districts as indicated, along such portion of a side lot line of a zoning lot in a commercial district that coincides with the rear lot line of a zoning lot in an adjoining residence district. So it says over here, an open area at curb level of at the least the width set forth, at curb level, not below curb level, has to be at curb level. This site could never be at curb level because in 1960s, when this property was filed, they had to create the curb, dipping it down from 75 to 72. So there's no possible way the applicant can make this at curb level. It's required to be at curb level.
Wait a minute. So,
Curb level is a defined term, so does it meet the definition of the curb level as defined in 1210?
Yeah, the DOB comments that it is at 76, it drops at 72, and it follows to be below curb level. That's a misstatement.
This is the
It's supposed to
mean.
be at curb level.
Well, I think, as I'm reading the definition of curb level, it says curb level is the mean level of the curb adjoining a zoning lot, one corner lot. Curb level is an average of the mean level of the adjoining curbs of intersection streets.
Yeah, but streets, not community driveways.
No.
no, you're measuring the curb outside,
Yeah, so
right?
it's already defined.
On Main.
It's defined at 76, 75, 76, in every site survey from the 1960s till now. Even my site survey, the applicant site survey, the DOB mentioned that it's at 76. The only mistake that they have here is they're applying the provision 33-291 and not 33-293.
But aren't you just talking about an uneven roadway? I mean, if we just look at the survey, the only one I have is the one that's adjacent to the building, and it's a survey from 1964, or maybe there's a later one here, right?
This should be one.
There's one from
Well, the DOB provided the.
77. Okay, here we go. We have a series of surveys, okay? And this one is from, I can't find the date, 2015. Okay, and so it says at one spot it's 75.26, and another spot it's 73.20 and 73 and 72.57 and I don't know, this says 77.65, I don't know what they're talking about, right, okay. So, but then just across the roadbed, because this is center line of the roadbed, it's measured at 75, right? So, yeah, 75. So aren't we just talking about a road that's just like classic roads that are doing this?
They dip down. They dip down.
Okay.
And in the original filing, it was required in 1960s by the applicant, which was submitted the objections, I'll tell you which one it was.
But isn't this readily, I mean, even if we were to say that it's not
Well, provision is a
at
provision.
the, so we're talking about, and it says also, actually, I don't know what the average curve is. So it says 75, 76, something like that, right? So at the initial contact point, it's at 75.
And then it dips down for the cars to get in.
So then isn't this just about leveling their roadway?
But they can't level it because the easement declaration does not allow them to level it.
They don't allow them to ever level the roadway, even when the roads are broke?
They have to level the whole roadway of the whole community driveway. And then nobody
Why
can
would
get
they
into their
have,
garages.
why do they have to level the whole roadway of the whole community driveway?
Because the declaration of easement states it must be maintained reciprocally, it must be maintained simultaneously, it must be a community thing.
But if
There's
it's,
a declaration
am
contract.
I responsible for just maintaining the section of roadway in front of my house?
No, there's not a roadway in front of your house, there's a roadway that's in the declaration of easement.
No, I understand, but what's the obligation on the part of the owner of that portion of the roadway, like this
We
owner?
all have the same obligation to take care of the community driveway.
Right, but in what way?
In every way.
No, but so that's the thing is, if I'm gonna, in front of my house, there's a big pothole, it's my obligation to fill the pothole, right?
That's in front of your house, but this is a community driveway with the
No, I'm
declaration-
talking about the portion of the driveway that's in front of my house.
Behind
Is that my
I agree
responsibility?
with you. Yes, yes. you
Okay,
have to
so
clear.
in front of my house, in the community driveway, there's a big pothole. Is it my responsibility to fill the pothole?
One second. In the community driveway, it's responsibility for the whole block to fill that pothole.
So there's a community association that pays for
There is no
filling the
community
pothole?
association.
So how does the whole community do it if there's no organized
That's the
anything?
biggest epidemic we have in Main Street.
Yeah, we know a little about
Nobody
this.
has anything to do with it.
So we know a little bit about this, so generally, if there was a pothole and you don't want everyone to hate you, you're gonna fill the pothole,
Well,
right?
But let's be frank, no one does that. I mean, my father's house in 73rd Avenue, they have a group, they collect money, some people don't pay, some people do pay, and it's already 30 years it hasn't been fixed. And it will never be fixed, because no one really wants to partake in it.
So let's just say this person is a,
But it doesn't negate the fact that we have a contract of a declaratory easement from 1940. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say here. There's a declaratory easement that requires us to maintain it simultaneously, reciprocally, for housing.
That's work.
yeah, you could review these.
No, I just wanted to question.
No, no,
how-
So that's the issue that we presented, that it's not, what's it called, it's not at curb level. And they cannot provide at curb level, and the plans do not show the disposition of the community driveway the way it should show, like in the 1960 plans.
So-
The Department of Buildings might not even have known to cite this or present this as an objection or as an audit, because the applicant never mentioned that it's not a flat roadway.
So which yard regulation are you saying applies to you? So this is not the rear-
The determination was that both apply. The determination was that both apply. The side yard of the building, the side yard of the 7112 building is applicable to 33-293 because it abuts 6 to 7 homes that are rear yards, okay? And then the rear yard of the building abuts a side yard, which is a residential building, and that 33-291 applies.
Okay, let's just stick with the side yard of the
Okay.
building, the one that connects to Main Street. That's the side lot line of this commercial use, correct? Commercial use, right?
Well, it's
Yes.
commercial now, yes.
Right, so it's the
Slash.
side lot line.
Yes.
So then I'm looking for the diagram that has to do with the one, that's the side lot line. And where is it? I only find when it's the side lot line of the commercial use. I don't see it, I see a side lot to side lot situation
Where do you see that?
in 33-291.
If you go to 33,
Yes, it's double.
293,
Yeah,
it says,
side lot line of a zoning lot in a commercial district that coincides with the
With the
rear
rear
lot
lot
line
line.
of a zoning lot in an adjoining residential district and open area at curb level of at least the width set forth in the following table, which in this case would be 8 foot shall be provided along such boundary line within the commercial district.
Okay.
And it's diagrammatically
Yeah,
represented.
okay, right, okay. So it's 33,293 is the diagram, requiring either 8 or 15 feet wide at curb level, is what you're saying.
Yes, well, that's what it says.
Right, right. No, but it's what you're saying, and you're
That's
you're
not what I
reading.
said. The
No, I know, it says it, okay.
The determination said it already. In the ZRD3 of
Mm-hmm.
October, they already determined this to be correct. But they
Oh.
only made one mistake. They said that it's all one level, which is
Okay.
not the fact. And then the comments presented that it's below the grade level based on my expression, but he misquoted 291. See, what happens is that you have the rear portion, and then you have the side yard. So you have actually a rear 21 feet overlapping an 8 feet side yard, and vice versa. So ultimately, what my argument was in my statements and findings is now you have a double kind of usage of 291 and 293 at the part of the open areas that are required.
So, okay,
It's
so.
very weird. There is no lot like this in Queens, by the way.
Okay, so just to clarify, so 33,291, which has a situation where the side lot line of the commercial zoning lot coincides with the side lot line of the residential zoning lot, it says,
No, the rear.
no, the side lot, 33,291.
Yes.
Oh, there's also one that, where the rear lot line, but we're not talking about the rear lot line of the commercial building.
That applies to the building as well.
No, let's
Oh.
just stick with the right-of-way.
Okay, so that's the 293.
Yeah, but I want to clarify for our record and
Oh, I
for
apologize.
commissioners who maybe not following along, 33,291 talks about the side lot line of a commercial building coinciding with the side lot line of a residential site, or zoning lot, or the side lot line of a commercial zoning lot coinciding with also the side lot line, I'm sorry, the rear lot line of a commercial building, commercial zoning lot coinciding with the side lot line of a residential zoning lot. And it says, in that situation, in all districts as indicated along such portion of the boundary of a commercial district that coincides with a side lot line of a zoning lot in an R1 through R5 district, an open area not higher than curb level shall be provided within the commercial district with at least the width or depth set forth in the table, which is either 8 or 15 feet. So, depending on the district, in this case, 8. So Department of Buildings, this is a question for Department of Buildings. So I do remember Department of Buildings' response to this question stating, at least in one of its determinations, because I do admit I'm a little lost, there's so many determinations, that we don't know what your objection is. The open area is not higher than curb level. If anything, it's lower than curb level. So they're responding to a challenge to 33,291. So what we need them to do is to bring that, like, sort of color that up with whether or not they believe 33,293 applies, and if it does, how the site complies or doesn't comply. They may agree with you.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
The ZRD3 already determined it. To go back in that determination is going to kind of be weird.
Oh, wait, but what did it determine? That's the part I'm confused about. I don't know what it determined.
And what was the date of that ZRD3?
Okay, I will
Yes.
tell you, I apologize for that. I assume because they said it already, I can base it off that. I apologize.
It's in their statement. It's in their statement. Did they read it? Do you statement?
It was done 08/01/2018. It's page 10 of my statements of facts and findings.
And it's a ZRD3?
It's a ZRD3. yes.
No, but so wait a minute. It was 08,
1/2018.
so it was August 2018, so presumably it's the exhibits of September 5th?
I don't know what you mean. Well, I know, it's in this list right here.
Oh, okay, but so
That's
we're
not-
looking for the ZRD3.
I think, just to clarify, so when the board refers to a date, it's the date of the submission? So let's say you submit something today to us.
Oh,
We're
okay.
looking at that folder, so,
Right, okay,
and I
so
think
yeah,
that's a
got it.
misunderstanding
You're
that's
referring to
happening.
the ZRD3, so I thought that you're referring to which ZRD3 it is at the date that it was made.
I was, but she was
That's-
also
that's how I understood
asking
you.
when you
Yeah.
submitted it,
So I
yes.
understood you right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just wanted to
Two different
clarify that.
questions.
Yeah, so I'm still searching.
Is that in the December submission?
No, this is the ZRD3
Let's
that we
see,
got in
it
2018
is-
of August.
So what submission? When did you submit that? That was the September
No,
submission?
this is just the statements and findings. whatever
No,
we sent
no,
everyone.
but when, we need to know, I want to look at the actual document from
words of the
DOB.
DOB.
Yeah.
Well, he cuts and pastes the words, but then I
That's
want to
fine.
see the actual ZRD3.
Do you have a copy? Do you have it? Do you have your application and your,
I find the ZD one.
well, show her.
ZC3.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I have this already.
If you have the ZRD3, just show it to her. This way, so they're not searching. It takes time.
Yeah, because we're actually looking for the actual thing, and for the life of me, I cannot find it. Letter, I did too. Maybe it's in the first one. I think it's the August.
You have it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the page.
What date is that submission, Ben?
I don't remember, I didn't log it.
All right. That's the-
I mean, because it's my Dropbox connected here.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Yeah. By the way, when you clock these things in, the stamp that's on it, do you keep it with a copy with the stamp? That helps us find it.
I keep it on my hard copies. I don't have it in my digital,
Oh,
on my iPad.
okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna carry 1,000 pages.
No, I'm not suggesting that you should, nor are we. That's part of the issue
That's part of the
here. We
problem.
can't find it. If we had the 1,000 pages, I'm sure we'd find it in a second.
Is this it, ZRD3?
Let's go to this. I think it might be in September.
It is.
Just add it, just.
You want to tell them? He's got it.
Great, okay, so I'm going to
But that's in the September
So you're
submission.
saying it's the Z
Right here. It's already
required
all-
yards. Okay, so DOB writes, required yards along district boundary coincident with side lot line of zoning lot in an R4B district. This is their decision, or this is their speaking? Yeah. So it says.
That's approved.
No, but there's 30 pages. I just want to make sure that this is the part that that DOB is speaking as opposed to the applicant speaking. Per zoning map number 14C, the commercial C12 district boundary that runs parallel to and midway between the street lines fronting on 71st Avenue and 71st Road coincides with the side lot line of one or more adjacent zoning lots in an R4B that abut with the subject building zoning lot's northern side lot line, so it's side to side. In addition, the C12 district boundary that runs parallel to and 100 feet from the western street line fronting on Main Street coincides with the side lot line of the adjacent zoning lot in an R4B that abuts with the subject building's zoning lot's western side lot line. So both are side lot to side lot in both directions. Okay, so we're never talking about rear lot lines.
Well, that's pretty more.
So far in this discussion. In all districts, and then they quote 2033-291, which is not what we were talking about. We were talking about 33-293.
Yes.
Oh, so let me just go down to 293. So we go to 293. Per zoning map 14C, the commercial C12 district boundary that runs parallel to and midway between the street lines fronting on 71st and 71st coincides with the rear lot lines of one or more zoning lots in an R4B district that abut with the subject building zoning lot's northern side lot line. So it's the northern side lot against some rear lot lines. And it says, in all districts as indicated, this is 33-293, along such portion of a side lot line of a zoning lot in a commercial district that coincides with the rear lot line of a zoning lot in an adjoining residence district, an open area at curb level of at least the width set forth in the table shall be provided along the boundary. And so then DOB's response, I think, is Per 33-293, a yard, open area, 8 feet in width or depth is required in C1 districts along the rear lot line of a zoning lot coinciding with a zoning lot in an R4B. Per the latest approved amended site plan, which we may or may not have, approved on April 5th, 2018, under document number 8, drawing Z002.03, not sure we have that, a 9-foot 6-wide open area at curb level is provided between the subject building's northern facade and C12 district northern boundary, which coincides with the rear lot lines of one or more zoning lots that abut the subject building zoning lot. Okay, so DOB has determined that they're at the same curb level, so that's something we would need DOB to respond to, okay?
Oh, right. So I just want to
Okay.
mention that in 1964, DOB determined that it is not at the same curb level.
But
when they
that-
first applied.
Okay, that's 1964, a lot happens.
Well, you can't change the easement because of the declaration. of
No,
easement.
no, no, but in other words, the roadways, as we just discussed,
But the position of the roadway doesn't change. So if it goes on a tilt down, you're not going to make it higher. No one's going to get into their garages.
people make roads higher, so.
Not a community driveway. You can't make it
Okay.
higher. You
Okay.
won't be able to get to the rear yards
Rear
or the rear drive.
All
You
right,
know,
so
that's
a
the point.
surveyor is the one who determines, and DOB has to rely on the information in the survey, and that's all we can do, right?
All right.
So I would like DOB to respond to that. They don't necessarily have to do that in front of us. They can take their time, you know, in the briefing. Okay, we get that.
Okay. You go next?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I apologize.
No, it's helpful to read that because we couldn't find it.
All right, can we open exhibit, right now? Exhibit B, city planning digital map. I forgot to print, but I have the document. I made another 2 additions to my statements of facts and findings. And this specific point is in regards to that the building, the site is within district boundaries. The actual district boundary cuts 3 feet within the tax lot, not as determined by assumption, as the DOB's mentioned. That's what the determination was in the same ZRB3 that we just looked at, that the buildings, and again, by assumption, is in the midpoint, which is not the case. The city planning website shows that the building's district boundary is actually within the tax lot. So we asked that the building should be applied to Article 7, Chapter 7, if I'm not mistaken.
That's extension of the district boundary line, special permit?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to.
It's best seen on page 5 and 6, if you have that in the PDF.
Okay, did people find this? 6. Okay. So the zoning,
Should I show it?
She has it on her screen.
we have it on the screen, but do we know?
Go to page 5 and 6. You scan it, you'll see.
Again, it's the map section.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
This is the more close-up of that.
so what's the issue now?
It's
So, all right,
The district boundary
Yeah.
is both along district boundaries, but it's cutting within the actual tax lot. It's not adjacent, it's not within the tax border, so it's within district boundaries. Therefore, Article 7, Chapter 7 should be applied to this property.
I have a question. What is the zoning district map?
R4.
Does it give a depth?
yeah.
What do you mean by
They
that?
usually do in the report,
So
they'll say.
there's more than Zola, I think this map is from the Zola, right?
This map is from the Zola, yes.
Right.
You have to use the
So
map.
we need to look at the zoning district maps, that's part of the zoning
It will not
resolution?
show it. The actual 14C map,
It's 14C.
14C?
yes.
Okay.
It will not show it. And I'll explain to you how does this, because I also have a
We
question.
understand, we
Right.
understand. Let us get to 14C.
And then find the site on 14C. which is
But also
always a
find the
challenge.
operative map, because sometimes it's only when they change the zoning that they indicate the dimensions
Well-
of the zoning.
No, there's a basic
There is a
rule.
very basic
I
rule.
know it's
If
basically 100 feet, but it's not always followed.
When it does not, it specifies
It
it.
says,
That's what I'm saying, but in my
Okay.
experience, when I look at zoning maps, it's often only the map that includes the zoning change that will say
What-
what the width.
Do we know how to, I don't know where the site is on this. Maybe I'll try it using
Why is this computer acting up today?
You have really slow internet today.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
sorry.
internet is slow, maybe that's why.
Do you happen to have on your laptop the
Historic.
site location on the zoning map itself? On the actual zoning
Very
map?
small, very hard to
Yeah,
see.
that's what zoning
Yes,
maps
so
are.
I would suggest you go to Exhibit B, the city planning 1992 variance description of the zoning and the zoning change, where it states that it's a certain position between street to street. And I would like to mention also, city planning defines street differently than DOB. City planning defines street based on ability to walk through a sidewalk. And the reality is that at least 5 feet on the sides of every property is actually inclusive to the property owners, but they're not part of the, they're not owned by the property owners.
Where do you see it? What's P?
Oh, you found it?
Where did you find it?
Wow.
Oh, it's right at the corner, okay.
71st.
Okay, there.
I think it says 100
Yeah,
right there.
so it says, so the commercial overlay is to a depth of 100 feet. So it's to a depth of 100 feet, so we need to go back to the survey to see how, what's the width of the property.
It's allocated in Exhibit B, city planning 1992 variance, I provided it. They describe how the district boundaries are laid out.
Right, but you don't really need to do that. You look at the
Right.
zoning resolution, and it actually tells, and the zoning maps, and it tells you what the depth of the zoning district boundary is. Either it's always a number, like, or it
Right.
says it on the map, or you look up in section, whatever it is, 77 something, and it tells you how to measure it in certain
For sure.
cases, right? So you shouldn't need to go to the CPC report.
So in this case,
90.
based on the old survey,
Old survey or new survey?
I'm going by the first survey that's from the,
Because we have one from
Oh, we do?
2015. Just keep scrolling, one
Okay.
more down.
okay.
So it's 100.
It's 100 feet.
100 off of Main, and
On one
it's,
side and the other side, because it's not perpendicular, but it still would be 100 because the rear lot line is parallel to Main Street.
right,
Rear,
right.
rear lot line is parallel to Main
Main.
Street, and it is starting from the 100-foot distance from Main Street.
Right. Is that the zoning district boundary you're concerned about, the one that's parallel to Main Street?
The one that's crossing through the community drive.
Okay, so then that
It's
one,
also the
That is
neighbor as well.
perpendicular.
That is perpendicular to Main Street.
So that
Right.
is perpendicular Main Street, that is 100 feet.
And that one's clearly 100 feet from
That is
the
100
tax map.
feet, and the tax map, and it is consistent with the depth of the overlay, which is also perpendicularly measured 100 feet from Main Street. So I don't think section 70,
Because he's concerned about the easement that's parallel to 71st
Yeah.
Road. So he's worried about the dimension of the overlay from 71st Road in, which you can't see from the zoning, the tax map. Or the zoning map.
Wait
You
a
can only
minute.
see the Main Street dimension. You can't see the 71st Street dimension.
you don't.
Maybe that would have to
But-
refer to the
but-
DCP report.
but
I can
this,
show too.
Yeah.
It's just taking forever.
hold on, but
It's right
the
here.
whole commercial overlay, the commercial overlay runs along the entire frontage.
It's 100 feet. We're talking about off Main, or we're talking about 70-something Street?
He's talking about off of 71st because he's worried
Right.
about the easement
Okay,
area.
so let's go back to the zoning map.
Off of 71st, we don't,
That's because it's measured to the center line of the block. That's how that's the standard. Whenever you see a zoning district boundary like that bisecting a block, you measure to the center of the block. So then you just need to look at the
Measure
tax
center of the
map,
block.
and the tax
There it
map
is.
tells you what's the center of the block, right? Which is.
You have the tax.
this is 90 to the easement, and that's 90.
90
the
to
middle of the
90.
block. Yeah.
So it's the middle of the block, right? So it's showing that if the tax map dimensions are correct, the entirety of this site is
The
within.
overlay.
I want to explain the city, the zoning resolution states, the way you determine the mid of the block is from street to street, correct?
Sure.
Street includes sidewalk. Definition of sidewalk in city planning.
No. Street to street is actually,
I think it's a reference to the tax.
yeah, it's
reference to
tax
the tax
map or a president map.
I
right?
understand.
A block is very typically 200 feet
I
wide.
understand, but that's not what city planning says, and the city, in the
Oh,
city
now you're
planning
asking
zoning
us to
resolution-
define the street-to-street dimension?
But that's
Is
what it
that-
says in the zoning resolution, in the.
No, but
various
I'm asking that specific question because we have to understand what
I'll
your
explain
question
to you.
is.
I'll explain to you.
Okay.
Let me talk, right?
Okay.
I apologize. Okay. When they determine, when the city planning determined that they're gonna do a variance change, they determined that it will not affect any way the aesthetics of the community. It will not affect in any way the way the community looks like. If you look at the building originally the way it was, to what it is now, it will look like a house, and now it looks like a building that belongs in probably Bridgewood, all right? And in the city planning determination, it stated that you have to determine the midway from the street to street. City planning does not define street to street like building department defines it. Building department defines street to street from end of tax lot to end of tax lot. City planning defines it from street to street, including a sidewalk, but the definition of sidewalk is a sidewalk that you can walk through. In this block, you have 5 feet, of all the houses, my house and the whole block and the whole main street is like this, that 5 feet is part of the actual housing. That means if I walk out of my house, when I walk 5 feet into the community, into the sidewalk, I'm already walking in 5 feet which is the sidewalk itself, but it's not a pass-through. That means my tax lot ends, let's say, at 100 feet, I get an extra 5 feet that's part of my lawn, and then I hit the sidewalk. So city planning defines street to street, including sidewalk, but a sidewalk definition means where I can pass through and walk. I can send all the citations for that city planning argument. And then if you do the calculation, it's exactly, if you look, I don't have the tax lot in front of me. Maybe I do.
I'm still confused.
He said he's going to
supply
it in writing. So this is the tax lot. If you open the actual tax lot, this gray area is called alley in the tax lot. That's the midpoint. And therefore, city planning makes this along district boundaries the same midpoint.
Okay, let's just say for argument's sake, you're right. I don't understand what the
So that
issue
Article
is.
7, Chapter 7 must be applied to this property.
Okay, so,
And then 8 feet side yards are required for both sides of the property.
Because it's in a residence district.
Yes,
so doesn't it have an 8-foot side yard?
not on the other side.
But the other side's not located in our district.
Right.
The other side's located in a C district.
It's in a C district. No, it's.
It doesn't matter,
it's
Why
in a
doesn't
C
it matter?
district.
because it's all in an R4 district. It's a C12 within an R4 district.
Sure.
Wait a minute.
Yes, it's in an overlay. Yes.
You can't say, okay, one side it is, or one side it's not. It's either in the R4, it's not R4.
No, it doesn't work.
I'm not understanding
Yeah, I
I don't
something.
think that
I'm
this
not
statement from
following.
that one side is C1, the other side is
No,
not.
no, no, but what you're saying though is
But
that it's
Article 7, Chapter 7 doesn't
Mr.
state that
Rahman,
it's-
if I just want to understand your argument. If you're saying that this lot is split between an R4 and an R4 C1.
I'm not saying it's split, it's two different things. I'm saying it's within district boundaries, and Article 7, Chapter 7 applies. And if you look at the subcategories in Article 7, Chapter 7 applies, it says 8 feet side yards are required.
About where, in what context?
I mean, what context?
No, so what I'm
Lots
trying,
of things apply.
so
Within
yes.
district boundaries.
No, but wait a second.
That's within the district boundaries.
What I'm when I look at the zoning map, I see 100 feet from Main, that's one,
And 100 feet from
and
71st
100
Road.
feet or thereabouts to center of the block from 71st, right? And so when I do that, look at that, and I look at the size of the property, I see the property, let's just say for ease of discussion, more or less entirely within the commercial overlay. So if there is a little piece of it that's not within the commercial overlay, then we have 7711 that says you look at the side of the zoning lot, if it's a pre-61 site, a zoning lot, and you say, which one has more than 50% in which zoning district, and then you get to treat as an option the entire zoning lot as if it were entirely within that one with more than 50%, as long as it's not more than 25 feet, right? So in this case, we're talking about a couple of feet or a couple of inches, we don't know, right? So what's the difference?
Okay, I'll write it up what the difference is. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm pretty lost here, okay.
The other issue is that if it goes within 3 feet, the audit that was done in the Department of Buildings, where the main entrance for the commercial door is already not in the right spot. It should be 3 feet over. That's the other issue that presents.
Because of?
Because the actual district line is not calculated.
No, but then, no, if 77 applies, the language, which I'm not in front of, it says the boundary moves.
It's not 7711. Let's go back. It's from district line that your main entrance for a commercial building as part of their audit cannot be within 20 feet of a district residential district. So if it's 3 feet shifted over, the wall has to, the door has to shift over 3 feet as well.
But I understand that DOB maybe didn't pick up on the particular issue,
Because they said
but it did agree that the door had to move, so I think the plans were
And they
revised.
calculated 20 feet from midpoint, the way they calculated the midpoint, but that's not what it shows on the city planning website.
So you want the door moved 3 feet more?
I want, listen, I don't know what I want, I want you to.
I don't know what you want either.
I want you to determine what needs to be done. Don't tell me what I want. I'm here for appealing decisions. What I want $1 million.
Okay.
Okay.
Some of this is like, what is the point of this entire appeal? Like is there, right?
I don't think you understand. Right now,
No, you're
there's a COO that's actually operating. There's a daycare that's operating. There's a community driveway that's being used constantly by the people who are dropping off their kids.
Okay.
There's a potential store that's going to be right next to housing and people where they live. There's drop-offs with buses. Main Street is known to be a fire road, that in emergency for fire. The Main Street gets blocked because the buses are there. It's only 2 lanes to where we are. There's already a school next door to us. These are the issues that we have. And we're presenting the facts that the actual code was not applied properly to this specific building.
But is your goal ultimately to shut this building down and get it demolished? Is that your goal? Or is it to maybe negotiate with the property owners?
I define goals based on ifs. I define goals based on fact.
Okay, why,
I get a
what are you
fact,
looking
and
to
I'll
do?
tell
Yeah.
Why, you brought an action seeking relief, is that accurate?
The permit should be revoked and the decision should be reversed to the appropriate decisions.
And what do you believe that would be?
That's already responsibility after those decisions are made for the applicant to refile the way he's supposed to refile and whatever he needs to do. Don't forget, this is not necessarily the applicant. The applicant can sell the building tomorrow. It's not specific to any person, it's specific to the actual bulk of the building and how it affects the community and me living there every single day for the past 10 years and hopefully for the next 50 years. You understand? And it's not just me, it's the whole block. And I want to also clarify, the use of the community driveway determined by the DOB to state that they cannot make determinations of easements, but yet use an easement for a determination is contradictory. It's a joke.
No, I can understand your frustration with that.
You know, that's ridiculous. A declaratory easement is meant to protect the homeowners, not meant to benefit a person who wants to make money off the backs of people who live there every single day. That's my issue. Whatever is the outcome of these results is not my problem. My problem is to protect myself and my family. And the other reality is, and I'm sure you know this, when people's fall in a community driveway, the whole block is sued. I don't have a liability insurance for 300 kids or 200 kids, what was proposed. I don't have that kind of insurance. And on top of that, blocking my own garage. Already cars are parking right in front of my garage, which is on Main Street. And I have to fight with people loading and unloading their kids on my garage.
Okay, so getting back to the
Yeah,
zoning
so that-
resolution.
that answers
Okay,
your point.
all right, so, because I need you to clarify in your papers so we can go through this very clearly when we read this. So your your statement, based on what you just said before about the district boundary line, is the result of that is that the front door to the store is in the wrong location. Is that correct?
Yes.
So can you clarify why you think so, not here, but in your papers?
Yes, for sure.
And very briefly?
Yes,
Okay.
bullet points as brief as
Yeah,
possible.
exactly, okay.
All right. All right, so, do we still have time? I don't know, I don't want to.
Well, you know, you're the appellant, so
All right.
appeal.
I'd like to finish it today if possible, as much as I can. All right, so the next issue that we had here was in regards to the bulkhead. I want to talk about the bulkhead. And the bulkhead specifically, and I also want to know if the body, maybe not now, maybe next time, if you can tell me whether we can argue the easement in general. Because the easement has a declaration of easement, it is contractual, and we want to know if the PSA will determine that kind of, that.
Okay,
that
so
usage.
I'll explain to you what we do with easements unless.
No, go
Counselor-
ahead.
Okay, so we're not a court, as you know, And easements are contractual arrangements among property owners, right? And when there's a debate about the enforcement of an easement, that's really for a court to decide or lawyers to fight out behind the scenes. And so we read easements to understand the sort of the situation at the site. And sometimes the easements are so obvious where we'll say, well, the easement says you have to keep this 4-foot area open. So it says you have to keep the 4-foot area open. Our job isn't to enforce your easement, we're just letting you know that we're noting that you have an easement, right? So we will not enforce it, and we will not interpret it. That's the job of a court, right? And if you and this property owner have a dispute about the maintenance of the easement, that's really amongst you and hiring lawyers or whatever it is and going to court,
That's
right?
just, then why did the Department of Buildings determine using the easement?
No, so what I do know happens, because I used to stand over on that side, is that sometimes, for example, for means of egress, just to use that one, Department of Buildings has many different types of easements that you can enter into that will satisfy building code requirements for, say, egress. So in a situation of a building being built where the buildings department is not satisfied that there are 2 safe means of egress from the tax lot itself, they may allow an easement that permits you to cross over other people's properties to get to the street. So that's a situation where DOB will read the text of the easement and say, you know, all the neighbors agreed that you can pass over this, therefore we're comfortable with that, right? So those are the kind of contexts where DOB will accept an easement to satisfy some code requirement.
Okay, I understand, I'll get back to that, I guess, in the future again. In regards to the bulkhead, I believe the calculation was done properly because they did not allocate in defining.
It was done improperly?
Yes,
Improper.
that calculation, because of 2 reasons. One is because they did not present that there's a secondary front wall of the bulkhead, which is the secondary tower that's on the bulkhead. So creating 2 front walls of the bulkhead.
They didn't calculate the secondary front.
So the bulkhead starts like this, and there's another one that's on top, which is for the elevator,
Okay.
and that's not in the plans.
Is it above isn't the elevator back of the stair bulkhead?
Right, but it's still connected to the first bulkhead.
No, but you're supposed to, you only measure within 10 feet. Is this within 10 feet?
Well, I don't know what is 10 feet, there's no plans that show what it is.
Ah,
How am
okay,
I
so you
supposed
don't
to
have
know?
a dimension. Okay,
Exactly.
that's a different thing.
That's what
Okay.
we're asking for, so I can assume that maybe it is within the 10 feet. Maybe it's not, I don't know, because there's no plans that show the secondary bulkhead that bulges out to the top.
But you can kind of assume it. Can you
Well, in
zero in on
regards,
that?
in context of the permit revoking, that will have to be in the plan, and that should have been in the plans, to present it to us, and to actually get a CFO for that.
But that's the, oops. No, that one doesn't show it, but if you go back, we're looking at the roof plan right now, or it's really it's the roof plan. And it shows, no, it's, and it shows.
That's where the classrooms and all that.
No, I'm looking at I'm having to discuss the roof. Where's the bulkhead for? This one. No, but you can see, you don't need to do that. So, okay, so we know that the staircase is always more than 10, is 15 feet at the longest point, and then somewhat, you can add these numbers up, but anyway, I don't know what they are. But it's 15 feet and maybe take off a couple of feet here and there because it's just a slight angle. We know the elevator didn't even start for
That's fine,
like
but the
12 feet.
calculation of average height of the bulkhead is not available, because you have a higher bulkhead.
But you're measuring within the 10-foot distance.
But you don't measure the average height within 10 feet.
Why not? Isn't that what's
No,
critical?
You measure the front within the 10 feet. You measure whatever is part of the front wall, the front of the bulkhead. That's within the 10 feet.
Yes.
The average height is not mentioned within 10 feet. That's the calculation, how to calculate.
So you're saying, even if let's just say for argument's sake, it's the most gigantic staircase in the world.
So I would
And
multiply and divide.
So you would say if the staircase was 30 feet deep,
No, that's not what I'm saying. The average height of each story.
No, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
Say, so if on the roof, you had a bulkhead that went from the front wall back 30 feet, and it jagged, right? And it jagged starting 30 feet away. You're saying we should measure the average height of the bulkhead, even the part that's 30 feet away from the front wall? Or should we only be looking at the bulkhead that's within 10 feet?
Well, if it's considered, they defined it, the whole thing, as a front bulkhead. If it was defined separately, the applicant should have said, this is part 1 of the bulkhead, this is part 2 of the bulkhead. The way I'm understanding it, and the way the building department always references, is how the architect presented his information. He presented the whole thing as one front bulkhead. So, but he did not present the total height of that bulkhead.
Okay.
All I'm asking is provide the total height so we can determine the numbers.
Okay, and this has to do with, again, permitted obstructions, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
And then, if, I don't know if you have this, I'll try to show it to you.
So this is just so everyone has this, it's again 3342, section 33-42, and it's elevator or stair bulkheads, letter F, and it says, elevator or stair bulkheads, including shafts and vestibules not larger than 60 square feet in area, providing access to a roof, water tanks and accessory mechanical equipment other than solar or wind energy systems, provided that such obstructions shall be located not less than 10 feet from the street wall of a building, except that such obstructions need not be set back more than 25 feet from a narrow street line or 20 feet from a wide street line. However, such restrictions on locations shall not apply to elevator or stair bulkheads, provided the aggregate width of street walls of such bulkheads within 10 feet of a street wall facing each street frontage times their average height in feet does not exceed an area equal to 4 times the width in feet of the street wall of the building facing such frontage. So you're saying the average height is not described here? In other words,
the average height does not include the 10 feet. The 10 feet includes the obstruction where the bulkhead can sit. And if you wanted to sit within 10 feet, you got to create this calculation. That's the way I read the zoning. And that's the way it was presented. He
I didn't
calculated the
understand
average
that
bulkhead.
sentence.
He calculated the average height. That's the number he gave, which is 9. If the bulkhead with this elevator comes out to be 12, 15, it comes out to 10, even 11 possibility. I don't know what the height is. I don't have a measuring tape. I can't go up there, you know, and then that will create a calculation that's separate.
So if I read this paragraph, the zoning resolution doesn't seem to care how high the obstruction, the obstruction is. If it's, no, it doesn't seem to care even about the width, if it's located more than 10 feet from the street wall. That's the way I read that,
Yes, yes,
right?
that's what I
Okay, so it's only that we keep reading if the bulkhead is located within 10 feet of the street wall,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
So you're saying, the way you're reading this is, we need to look at the average height, even the portion of the height of any bulkhead on the roof,
No, I didn't
no
say
matter
that.
where
I
it's
didn't say that.
located.
I didn't say that.
Oh.
Any front bulkhead, because that's the one that's obstructing. That whole bulkhead is obstructing. It's one piece. You cannot cut it off if it's still connected to each other.
Well, actually, the elevator and the stair are different bulkheads, right? It's an elevator
When I
bulkhead
show
and a stair
pictures As they
bulkhead.
built the whole building,
No,
there's one
I
full
understand
bulkhead.
that, but the
I don't know.
functions are different. The elevator is always much taller than the
I
stairs,
understand, but
right?
there's no proof either way on how to calculate it. Doesn't.
Okay,
I understand
so
you're
you're
saying that
asking
totally.
us to,
Yeah, there's
okay,
no proof. You can determine that. It's not a problem.
okay, got it. Got it,
Can I
okay.
approach?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And also move on to the next.
Yeah, I'm moving
30,
fast. So now,
42.
if you notice over here, this is, I don't know if you have this page, I just want to move this along faster. So this is the definition of aggregate width wall. And the aggregate width wall is if I make a perpendicular line, that creates the frontage of each of the walls. So since the building is in an angle and the bulkhead is in an angle, if I would take the first 10 feet, this angle is considered the front of the street wall. And I would say that this 10 feet should be and has to be included in the calculation.
Okay, that, I understand. So everybody see this diagram?
This one as well.
Yeah. So this little one, which is in the zoning resolution, shows what they mean by aggregate width of street wall. That's for the commissioners who haven't been sleeping this subject, being with this subject every day. And then, and that's the diagram of the particular bulkhead relative to the street. Okay, understand. So would like DOB to respond both to.
Yeah, and they ignored it, that's what.
Yeah, I understand. So I would like DOB, this is for later, you don't have to do this on your feet, to respond both to the question just presented about whether you measure further back than the 10 feet, and also whether you measure when you have a bulkhead on angle like that, and then also respond to my question from yesterday, which is about measuring the average height above the roof or the average height above the parapet, or not about the, above the maximum height, building height. Okay, good.
Right, can I also express that if they can not just provide interpretation, but the case if possible?
Well, they always do that, they always do that, right? And we will ask them once they come up and speak, okay?
I don't know, I can go more, but I don't want to hold time. Can I continue this another time, the rest of it?
Well, if you want us to, you know?
I don't know, it's already 3 o'clock, I've been told over an hour and a half.
So, we don't.
I think what would be helpful is you've gone through in the hour and a half, 3, 4 objections, challenges. There are a lot more, so perhaps if you can break them out, like, sort of like you've done here, but make really short statements as to what they got wrong.
Before I come back,
Do you want to
do you guys accept plumbing as a, because no?
No, so those are building code issues. We're not plumbing
Okay, can you at least,
experts.
with all these things, in a final decision, can you at least decide and state clearly that you do not decide it, so I can actually go to Article 78?
I don't know if the court decides what it means in the building code, but
No,
that's
but
another subject.
I can't go to court on
yeah,
Article
yeah.
78 without a determination by the BSA
Right.
stating
They'll provide
you do not deal with the
Yeah,
zoning
okay.
code and building code or whatever the decisions that we made
Sure.
here that are not
If
acceptable by-
that's a case, I'm actually not sure what the case is. This doesn't, you know, sometimes we have cases where they question fire code, right? And so fire code, building code, maybe those are similar. So we'll check on our authority relative to building code. But what I would ask you when you're going on to do these other things is not more than one paragraph about each of the objections, and cite to the ZRD, whichever, where DOB made its final determination, and try not, and you can have exhibits. So, because as you can see, we're having a lot of trouble finding the exhibits. So maybe provide another exhibit folder where you say it's Exhibit 3 in this new folder, because we're having a lot of trouble finding what you're referring
Can I
to.
submit everything in that organized fashion through Dropbox and submit?
Yes.
Is that possible?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'll organize it properly for you?
Yes.
And can I also citate to my original statements and findings, because I do present all the arguments?
No, so that's the problem, that's the
So we haven't
problem.
done it yet, right?
No,
This is what I
but-
told you in the beginning, too much.
I understand, but
So the problem is
I'm
when.
trying to condense 3 years worth of,
Yeah, but don't condense 3 years. Your arguments, like you've just done today, are very precise, right? So then talk to yourself and then write.
I did.
Okay? But your arguments that you're presenting today are very clear and precise.
Okay.
They're a paragraph, and then we say, oh, wait a minute, let us look at this sample, and then we find it, and then we know what you're talking about. You don't need to cite to anything you did before. We just need one paragraph per argument, saying, go look at Exhibit 3, which is attached in another folder. That's where I have a diagram. We know where the zoning resolution is, so you don't need to give us a copy of that. And we do need the ZRDs, because that's DOB's final determinations. That's how we make sure that DOB's actually ruled on this. Otherwise, we frankly don't have the authority to look at it, because maybe DOB agrees with you, and then it's
I just want to mention
right?
two more things quickly.
Yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
just say, could we not include the things that you've already
Yes,
got
that'd be
accepted
great.
challenges? Because that's also taking up a lot of
Right,
Yes.
but a lot of the
paperwork here.
a lot of the accepted challenges were never met, and one of them is the obstruction issue.
What do you mean by not met?
the way they calculated that aggregate wall, I believe it was not met. It was not a decision that I was denied by. I was approved by that decision, but I believe it was not met.
Oh, in other words, the owner didn't make a change? Is that what you're saying?
The owner made a change based on that calculation. But since I'm saying the bulkhead is in an angle, that angular form creates it that if I put a perpendicular line, then it's 10 feet plus 17 feet multiplied by the average.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you're bringing up a different challenge,
It's not a
right?
different challenge. It's a challenge I won.
Yes.
But I'm presenting to the board, why should the permit be revoked? Because it was not met based on this calculation.
When you say not met by the owner?
The owner, yes.
Okay, so DOB agreed with you about the measurement?
No, the OB only mentioned about the obstruction. There was no mention of the measurement.
Okay.
So you think you believe they gave you only a partial response?
No, I believe that what happened was they created a zoning response, but did not allocate how it should be calculated. They left it up to the architect. And then when I got it, I'm like, it doesn't make sense. Why are you not taking the fact in consideration that it's in an angular form and the side wall is also fronting the property?
Okay, let's just.
Doesn't that have to go back to DOB for their
Well,
determination,
but, so
then
in
come
the,
back to us?
it would, except in this case, DOB's already looked at the question of bulkhead. So maybe just to speed this up, they could just look at this instead of having to go, I don't know.
Right, except that there are several of them
Several,
like this that
okay.
are listed as accepted, but they're still in the paperwork, so
We don't know if
I'm
that
not quite
would-
sure where you are with each
Well,
of
I'll
the
give
ones
you the
that
other
are
example where the
accepted.
door is not within the 20 feet. It's actually, you need another couple of feet to be pushed over. That was accepted, but they, again, when a Department of Building tells me, a person who's a layman in the community, in this regard maybe, right, that I'm assuming that's where the district boundary is, and you continue your whole filing based on assumption, with all due respect, we all know, anagram what assumption means, right?
Yeah.
I don't like, make a determination. Why are you creating an assumption in your determination? Make it factual.
Okay.
I mean, don't make delays. That creates a delay in all.
Okay, so if the owner didn't comply with the DOB determination as to the store, the doorway, that's a different subject than whether if.
I want that aspect. I already want that. I got a proof to it.
So that's, why are we talking about it again? If DOB already agrees with you?
Because it's still connected to the fact that it's within district boundaries and it's shifted over 3 feet. It's still part of that, it's a trigger to that determination that was denied on.
But then my question is,
It's all, how do you say, looped in together.
But if I could, isn't that an issue of enforcement by DOB, not of an interpretation? If the property owner hasn't complied?
If you can see the complaints and see it, there's no enforcement ever done there. I mean, there's no enforcement. I said it's an enforcement issue, but it's one thing to say it's an enforcement issue, it's another thing to actually be enforced, and then, delivering it through the way it should be.
Okay, I'm not sure that there's much we can do about it. Once DOB makes a determination, there's nothing for us to challenge if they agree with the challenger.
If they,
right?
Then let's go next. We go to the next point.
Okay, good.
All right,
So
the
try
next-
to distinguish, as Commissioner Otley Brown asked, leave out the things that are no longer in contest. If
Right.
DOB agreed with you, great, and then only bring up the ones where DOB didn't agree, okay? Or maybe you found an additional flaw, in which case, we'd have to say whether it needs to go back to DOB for further
I have two
determination.
applications, right? One
Yes.
application regards to decisions made by the DOB, and the other application is to revoke the permit. So should I have the privy to present any aspect that will need the permit to be revoked?
But they're all related to each other.
I understand, but I
right?
still be able to have that versatility.
No, but
to
the
second
permit
application.
revocation and well, for one, it's most of the time DOB's call about whether the permit should be revoked,
He
right?
said no, he said it's your call.
Okay, so, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
that's the last statement in the comments, all decisions, it's actually in the intro of their comments, saying that all decisions, permit revoking, C of O revoking is upon BSA.
C of O for sure.
Okay. but
We asked
they
DOB
vote
whether the
permit
permit is
specific,
valid.
They didn't mention the permit, the C of O.
Right.
So,
Okay,
okay, if we can all review it again, and, if I can get another
Okay.
time, and I'll present the story issue in the open area. on the-
okay, one paragraph per?
Yes.
Right? Not things that have
I'll
already
revise
been
everything
approved.
for-
Okay,
Okay,
good.
so now we're going to
All right,
DOB?
so now DOB, please. Thank
go
you
to
for your
DOB.
patience. Extreme patience, because it's been a long day already. I think we might have to continue this. Let's keep eye on the prize. Yeah. Okay.
on behalf of the Department of Buildings. So there's a lot going on here. I'm going to touch base on a couple of things. A few of the issues that were just raised that I want to touch on first. First was about 33-93, the curve, the elevation of the curve for the side yard. I don't think it was fully addressed in the DOB papers. We did review it as under 33-291, not 293, so I will address that in a second set. Similarly, we will respond in kind to the other arguments that were clarified today in terms of the district boundary issue and the door. Some of the bulkhead issues in terms of the entire height, including the portion that wasn't shown on plans, or
The bulkhead height you're talking about?
yeah. So the height of the argument today that was brought up in terms of which part of the bulkhead to calculate for average height. I will give a short answer to the point raised by the chair yesterday. And so we'll respond in kind to the next submission and hopefully clarify our position. In terms of things that were raised yesterday, the first was 3325. That's the open area along the southern side. So below there were, as we mentioned, there were a lot of ZRT2s, ZRT3s. There was a lot discussed talking about this. If you provide an open area at any level, then it has to be at least 8 feet or 5 with at least minimum 5 with an average of 8. That was in the ZRDs below, the ZRD2s and 3s, that focused mostly on the roof. In the first submission to DSA, I'm not sure of the date, the same argument was made, but regarding the first floor on the southern side block, there was a small articulation of 4 by 8.4. That was
By
4 feet.
by 4 by 8 feet.
Yes, 8 feet 4 inches.
Yeah.
So that was not shown in the site survey or in the funding plans. It was shown, as referenced yesterday, was shown in the first floor plans. And that is something we'll have to look into whether or not it complies or not. The chair mentioned yesterday a potential fix if it is a problem of a door there. I think the department believes that that would be fixed if it is determined to be a problem. Just to note that the floor area calculation would have to be adjusted because some of the, once it's enclosed floor area, quick math without verifying this shows that I think it would work. Again, it's 4 feet by 8 feet 4 inches. I think they had about 40 something to spare, so just make it. If we reserve for that, we'll have to check to see if we think it needs to be adjusted.
Okay.
The second issue was, as of yesterday, we thought it was possibly moot in this case, but now we are re-evaluating this bulkhead, the height of the bulkhead at entire calculation. Yesterday, the chair asked in terms of DOB interpretation of 3342. I think it was for bulkheads. So the calculation is the average height, the aggregate street wall of the bulkhead, which is the average height, has to be less than 4 times the street wall equivalent. So the owner in their plans put it in, and I think the chair was mentioning that she agrees with this, that the average height of the entire bulkhead, whereas DOB interpreted it as the average height of the portion that penetrates the sky exposure plane. So yeah, that wasn't a misrepresentation of DOB's position, that it is we do interpret it as the average height above the sky exposure plane, part that penetrates it. We're not looking to penalize people for having height below the sky exposure plane. We're able to have a building there, have a bulkhead, we're not seeing that height. So similar to what portion of the bulkhead we're looking at within 10 feet, we're also looking at what penetrates the sky exposure.
So I'm curious about that because actually the architect for the application calculated the way I am used to calculating it. And I'm just curious if this is a recent or a long-standing DOB approach to this. I never saw that before. It's an interesting approach, but I never saw it before.
I don't think it's a change. I think this is how it's been. I have to look into history a bit.
Yes, please.
Mhm.
Like, might there be a TPP, yeah, bulletin,
I
right?
looked quickly yesterday, didn't spend that much time, I didn't see anything. I'll now have more time to look into that and see if there's decisions or anything clarified that has been from the position on it. I'm not going to speculate as to how long that has been or if it's formalized anywhere.
Right.
That is,
Okay.
and I think that's it for
Mhm. For the ones that, okay, thank you. So, yeah, we can do a briefing schedule so that there's an opportunity to respond to.
Mr. Dale is here to represent the owner.
Oh, okay. Nothing like someone representing the owner, okay.
I'm Tom Dale, on behalf of the property owner, I know it's been a long hearing. I just wanted to state that during this whole process, the property owner has attempted to form compliant regulations, work with DOT, as I think evidenced by the fact the CO's issues. We just want to state, upon Department of Buildings continue to review the property, we're committed to, working with any future regulations. But upon information, we believe that they have been compliant with any records. And we've been in touch with the local expertise to provide this information and they will respond.
Okay, great, great, thank you. All right, are there any speakers on this? Public speakers? No? All right, so then,
briefing schedule?
Mr. Rachmanoff, I guess.
Should we do a simultaneous? Is that a
Well,
case that would?
No, it doesn't
DOB
work
needs to
because DOB needs to respond, and some of these questions are slightly different, perhaps, than what was presented in the determination, and then we'll decide whether it's too different and DOB hasn't had a chance to sort of give us a final determination. So let's do a
Mr.
briefing,
Rachmanoff?
if both of you could come up and we talk about briefing, please come.
Todd, do you want Todd to also come? I don't know.
That's only if Mr. Dale wants to respond to the papers.
We'll be able to
Sorry, we can't hear you.
I can record you.
Okay, so we'd start off with Mr. Rachmanoff's submission.
How much time would you like to submit?
Depends, I don't know the quantity that, well, whatever I discuss, right?
Your
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay, my stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. 45 days?
So you need 6 weeks, basically, to submit, is that what
It
you're
says
saying?
45 days.
45 days, well.
Oh, 45. I
yeah.
heard 425. Okay, sorry.
45, as in 4-5, right?
6
You
weeks.
need it quicker? I can do it quicker.
No,
No,
that's
Take-
your business.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
holidays
no.
coming up.
1,
so I
2,
don't wanna-
wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the week of the 4th of July.
Okay, let's do it
I mean,
after.
the only the later it is, the later your next hearing is.
No, so,
Right,
and
so-
as early as possible. my point.
Okay, so how about July 3rd? And then DOB, how much time would you, this is all tentative, I'm just trying to figure out when we could do this. How much time would you want after that? Another?
another 3-4 weeks.
Okay.
Move 4. It's July 31st, and then we could do 2 for simultaneous reply?
Yeah, that would
Okay.
work. 2 for simultaneous replies, so that you'll get,
Oh, that just means that you're both both submitting on the same day. He's not waiting to get something from you to respond, and he's not waiting. Yes.
so it would be.
6 weeks,
If you could just email me.
4
what-
weeks.
What I'm supposed to do, I have no idea.
trying to explain to you right now. So
Okay.
you'll submit in 6
Okay,
weeks.
Okay, okay.
He'll submit in 4 weeks
4 weeks after.
after that, and then 2 weeks after that, after you've had a chance to see his papers,
Okay,
you'll be able to respond, and he'll be able to add anything.
okay, fine.
I guess you'll have nothing else to add. That's right. There'll be no additional.
So
sorry,
July
sorry.
3rd, right?
Is your submission?
It's your submission, and you'll expect his submission 4 weeks later.
4 weeks later,
And I-
July
And I
31st.
can obviously express in my submission things I didn't mention today, right? Because I don't want to.
Yes.
Yeah.
To the extent they're relative to the determinations
Yes, I-
given by DOB, because we can't entertain whole new things that we weren't looking at,
Well, I
weren't
just
looked
wanna-
at by them.
If I could just make, the DOB said I cannot go anywhere else but BSA, so they made that determination. I'm not allowed to go back to technical affairs.
Well, no, well, let's, just to clarify that, what they do is their business about how they manage their agency, but what I wanted to say is, we don't have the authority to review brand-new things that DOB hasn't considered. That needs to go back to DOB, they go through their process, they issue their final determination, and then we hold a hearing, right? So this needs to be confined to the subjects that were, and hopefully the arguments that were made in the ZRD
Can I make
determinations.
an outline list what was determined in the ZRD?
We've already seen that, right?
Like bullet points, one sentence.
We don't want to know about the ones that where you're happy with the outcome, right?
Right.
Where
What
you
about the
guys
ones that were
agreed,
not
we're not,
decided?
we don't want to talk
The
about it.
ones that were not decided at all.
You mean decided
Meaning
unfavorably to you?
Yes.
The ones you're challenging.
It's
Yeah.
only the ones you're challenging we want to know about, and we want to know very briefly what it is your argument is, what section in the zoning resolution, and if you have a diagram or an exhibit, to include that in a stack of exhibits, right? Please don't bring in brand-new arguments,
No, they're.
right? Okay, okay.
But there are arguments that were denied by ZRD.
Mm-hmm.
So the arguments that came to us, we said, no, we disagree, then they get appealed.
Yes,
So limited to those and
not ones,
not ones that result from approvals. So if there was an approval, and then the next step was,
enforcement.
okay, you listened to what I said, but the way you fix it, I'm still not happy. And it's a new argument that wasn't addressed in the CRD.
Yeah, so that's, I'm not exactly sure how to handle that because it's a little hard to understand what that is. But for example, if DOB agrees with you that the storefront should have been moved over, that's not a contest anymore. If the owner never filed the drawings to move it over, or the owner didn't move it over, that's between DOB and the property owner, whose representative is standing right here, right? So we're not enforcement, right? That's DOB's department. So if you're unhappy that the owner didn't fix it, that's a different thing.
So let me ask you just hypothetical, if possible, if that makes any sense. If the BSA will determine that, or city planning, whatever processes that needed to be, that the actual district line is 3 feet over, and that's a determination, would it be incumbent upon DOB to enforce that?
If BSA decided that the district boundary line were in a different location than what we just discussed today, then that would be, then DOB would have to pursue that, right? But they're also, don't forget, the interpreters of the zoning resolution, that's their job first, right? So if that was never presented to them, I think that might be premature here, right? So
You'd have
if
to
the
get-
location of the district boundary line was never presented to them, then they may agree with you, right? But usually, they'll look at all the definitions of how you
Well, it was
determine.
denied. I mean, that's specific ones denied.
So that, you asked that specific question.
Yeah, I mentioned it, but they said it was assumed to be this midpoint.
Okay, so you disagreed with their determination,
brought it.
Yes, I
right?
brought it back, and I brought it to the table here.
Okay, so then that one would legitimately be challenged here, okay?
When is the cert reply due?
Okay, sorry. So submission, 6 weeks for Mr. Rakhmanoff, July 3rd. Reply for Mr. Zoltan, July 31st. That gives you 4 weeks. Then, Mr. Rakhmanoff, you can respond to Mr. Zoltan's submission. That is called a cert reply. It'd be due August 21st. That gives you 4 weeks. And then the hearing will be September 17th. And Mr. Dale, if you want to submit anything,
The
please
same
do it
certified schedule,
by
we
August
just want
21st.
our
Right.
department will just
Thank you.
asking it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your patience.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
now 3:30,
We'd like to take a few minutes break,
10-minute break,
10-minute break.
just to stand up, move around.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Even though we're only up to case number 6.
Yeah, I think Tony.
Okay, we're back on the record. Special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 6, 42929BZ, 4801 Kings Highway, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, so that's this one sheet to sign here.
Good afternoon, Matthew Schiller, representing Citron for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session. We're happy that we, I think, finally came up with a site plan that works for our client and is respectful of the neighbors in a way that works for everyone. One thing I wanted to bring up, it wasn't about the yesterday's review session, was fire department violations that were outstanding. I actually heard from the fire department in an email on Saturday night that all 3 violations were being dismissed, so we can submit evidence to that as well. And then I guess the last outstanding issue is the DOT review. If the board feels it's appropriate and it would be helpful, I think we'd be happy to try to reach out to DOT as well to move this along.
Yes.
So we'll just, I guess, confirm who we should be reaching out to.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, great. So, and I just want to keep in mind the conversation that we had yesterday about this being an amendment to a pre-61 variance, right? And this idea of introducing drive-throughs in residence districts to tread carefully on the subject. We might be able to distinguish this one, for example, because it is possible to provide a 20-foot buffer zone.
I think
Right,
it might be helpful
between-
if he addresses it and see how it can be distinguishable from other cases.
Right.
Shouldn't have to distinguish his own case.
No, he doesn't have to distinguish his own case. I'm talking about for us to clarify
What are
our
the four
parameters.
corners of this?
Because the
Yeah.
I don't know why we
concern
shouldn't-
that was expressed to me by actually our executive director was not to open the floodgates for all of the gas stations who have convenience stores now to want drive-throughs. And if we were to approve this, we should be setting clear parameters. Otherwise, you are imposing potentially the same kind of drive-through that you might have in a commercial district. So this one really lends itself well to having that very wide buffer zone. Very wide, 20 feet is extremely wide, right? As opposed to a little 4-foot one, which is what we see most of the time.
Right, and it's more being provided here than usually in the commercial district.
Yes, yeah, no, significantly, and the only other example I can think of with these 20 feet are some of the old variances granted in like the 1950s where there was a forest between the commercial use and the adjoining residential property, so. Okay, thank you.
So if the only issue is just confirm that DOT is okay with it, would it be possible to close the hearing today?
No, and as you know, it doesn't really matter whether we close today or at another time. We can, when we're satisfied with a case, we can close and vote on the same day. Okay?
In the interim, if we hear from DOT quickly, we'll forward if there are any comments to you right away.
Right, okay. All right, are there any speakers on this case? All right, so we should just give ourselves, what do we think in terms of DOT
I
turnaround?
just asked Jella, and she said 6 weeks.
6 weeks, okay.
Does that work for you? 6 weeks from today for submission? Actually, because we can always take DOT after. It's just a matter of between now and the hearing being 6 weeks.
Well, the issue is if DOT has comments, then they need to
they
be
have
able
time
to
to
respond
respond?
and make some
Okay.
changes to the layout,
Okay, okay.
right? So, and they may ask for additional information on these kinds of things, they often do, right? So
Okay.
we should, 6 weeks,
Okay.
maybe even 8 to come, so 6 weeks for submission?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that's enough, because it's 6 weeks for DOT is what you're saying. Standard, okay. So maybe we should make it another 2, and then that would be the submission date. That gives enough time for turnaround.
Okay, so 8 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's July 17th.
Okay.
For submission, which puts you July 17th. August 6th hearing.
That's a very good time to be putting this kind of, yeah.
17th. Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Item number 7, 11553BZ, 25202 Union Turnpike, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
Oh, it doesn't sound like it's on, actually.
Yeah.
And no, we couldn't hear anyone.
Okay.
Oh,
It's just, well, we can, but it's hard.
So just
Why
pointing
didn't
that
you
out. Yeah, there we go.
speak up?
Maybe you can come to the dais because you have
Okay,
pictures.
well,
and
this is the trash enclosure. I can hand it out to
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah, please.
Hand it.
Okay, here we are. I was just trying to.
Because that was the question yesterday, was the trash enclosure installed? It wasn't really so clear from the photograph we got.
In the notice of comments, it showed it installed, but the landscaping wasn't yet installed.
Ah, okay. Okay, I see it. I don't
You
need
can
to.
also just give them all 5 and they can pass them down. to go
Yeah.
through.
Sometimes
Oh, okay.
What happened the last
Not
time?
always successful.
She's our speed
Make sure the button's not
expert,
off.
so-
Okay.
They might have turned the button off.
There it is.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Are there speakers on this? So I don't think there were any other open issues. So then, amazingly, I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And make a motion to grant on condition that the planting, fencing, and trash enclosures are maintained at all times, and planting, all of those things replaced as necessary to maintain them in a really good condition.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Well,
you.
let's
Oh, we have to vote.
Sorry.
Motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Now, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 8, 751 60BZ, 105 New Dorp Lane, Staten Island.
Elise Fullader on behalf of the law office of Lyra J. Altman. They asked for a July 16th hearing if it's available, or she asked for it.
Oh, no, they're 28,
Okay.
they're 27
No, no, no.
on my calendar.
The next
And there's a
one.
lot of objections.
July 23rd?
Yeah,
I'm sure she'll take what she can get.
I don't know, she's sometimes absent, but I guess if she has a problem, we'll get in contact. But, okay, so July 23rd with a July 3rd submission.
Right, and just again, a reminder, because maybe she's watching the video, or let her know, that there's fire department letter of objection on May 8th that she needs to address.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9, 8174BZ, 9727 57th Avenue, Queens. This one. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth? Wait, raise your right hand. Oh. You gotta. Okay, now you can both raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and respond honestly to the board member questions? Go.
Good afternoon, Sandy Anagnostu representing the applicant. I'm joined by Mr. Kevin Bai, the Vice President of Bogoba Services Corporation, and Peter Lee, the Construction Manager for the company. I attended the review session yesterday. I noted the board's comments. At the last hearing, we were asked to address the parking demand and how the loading and unloading works, provide circulation plan, which we did, and also clarify the signage on the site. There was one sign that was excluded, which we revised the plans in our latest submission to include that. That's the customer parking only sign, and the signage on the site complies with the district regulations. It's under the what would be permitted in the commercial zone, so we're in compliance with all the signage. And we were also asked to address the recycling storage area. In January, we submitted 4 design options for replacing the existing chain link opaque fence that's located behind the storage shed with, we had 4 options which we proposed. And of course, Mr. Lee is here to hear your comments, and we can work with other materials, but that was a way that the owner believed he could screen the containers that are sometimes stored there when the machines are emptied out. I just want to clarify, there is no trash that is stored there. The only items that are stored there are recycling material, and we discussed that at the last hearing, but I want to clarify that, there's never garbage or trash stored there. So the way it works, and I address it in my statement, my written statement, but, so there are 3 machines, and each of them have a square container, but they have to be emptied out once the alarm goes off. Those containers have wheels, so they're wheeled around and taken to the back in that fenced area where they're emptied out into other containers and then put into trash bags, which are stored in the storage shed where the roll-down gate is on 98th Street. They're picked up from that area twice a week by a carting company. So that screening area is actually where, because they can't actually empty out the receptacles from the machines into trash bags out in the street, they need an area where they can do that. There's no area within the building, and the recycling machines actually face 98th Street because that's the best location where customers can drop off their bottles. This building is 1 story and it's on grade. There's no cellar, there's no basement. And to provide it in an area where, let's say, there's a storage area, one would have to walk through the store. There's just no other way to locate it.
Let's just move on from, the reason that you provided all the parking study and how the loading dock worked was because we were interested in moving the trash, the recycling and trash storage to someplace else on the site, right? No, let me just finish one
Yes.
So we were looking at, maybe there's a spare parking lot, parking space, maybe there's someplace next to the loading dock. We were looking at those things. So the reason we had asked you to show parking demand and so on was to see whether there was any space to be made available for that. Once you made the case that there is no place because we need all the parking spaces and the truck has to pull out and so on, then we were looking again at this corner, and what you've just explained is exactly what I was concerned about, is that large open fenced area will contain trash cans and plastic bags, some of which may fit into the storage container and storage room and some won't. And I don't know if it's really storage room, but storage area, and some won't. And so I go back to, it's being used as an outdoor area to store trash, and whether it's metal trash or plastic trash, it's still trash. And that's not what the public street on private property is supposed to be used for. We always put trash in enclosures. So what I wanted to say was, and because when it's a gas station, the enclosures are moved very far back on the site, we don't require those to be permanent enclosures. We often say they're fenced enclosures, but it goes all the way around the dumpster, right? In this case, it's imposing on the street front. It's all the trash right there in front of the pedestrians. So I'm saying, if the intention is to store trash, recyclables, whatever, then build a permanent structure there that has a respectful presence on the street, and then it doesn't really matter what you do inside. It's a trash management area, and the idea that it has, the little slots on the front for the machine, and I think there's a rolling gate or something that comes down, though it's not really clear, then at least it's not an eyesore of just a pile of trash on the street.
So I understand it's a visual impact, and this fencing would completely conceal anything. You wouldn't see it.
It's an open fence.
No, it's not.
Sure it is. Your drawings are open fencing. The only thing that's closed is the area that you're calling recycling machines and storage shed. Otherwise, you've got a large proposed fence of unknown dimension, and that's the area where the open bins will be for emptying the recycling machines and for putting plastic bags that are waiting for pickup until they move whatever fits into the storage shed. Otherwise, I don't know what that open fenced area is.
There is
That's
no-
your submission of May 16th.
Okay, so, right, May 15th.
15th. Okay.
So this proposed fencing is replacing the chain link opaque fencing that's existing behind the recycling machines and storage shed that are currently there. And it's also going to be concealing the recycling machine as well. It's not open. If you look at our January.
Drawings. I'm looking at the May
The rendering,
16th.
right, these renderings?
I don't know if that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the one.
That's the one.
It's showing open fencing on drawing number.
No, that's the only one that is where the recycling bin is. That is the only section, but
Right.
this,
In fact,
what it
it's covered on
Behind the
top and
fence.
it's completely enclosed.
behind, so the metal fence goes along the property line, and behind that is the proposed wood fence. That,
I see, but I still see us staring at trash
You
from the
won't be
street.
seeing it. It will be
It's showing a
inside the
picture of
fence
trash
area.
from the street.
no, it's not.
Yes, it is, this, on
No,
the
no,
side.
no. This length,
I'm not talking about that length, it's wider than. It's wider than just the trash machines, right? And
So-
you can look through it and see the trash.
I think what would be helpful to give a dimension, because what we are looking at is the recycling machine with the storage shed, as shown in the plan. And then I see that there is a dark line, which I'm assuming is where the metal fence is.
Correct.
And behind that, you have this other kind of a like double line kind of thing, which is what you're proposing it to be, the proposed fence.
The three-sided fence, yes.
So I think it would be helpful if you can dimension that, because as to how deep the shed is, the storage shed is compared to in that diagram, because you've given us the dimension of the fence, but in relation to the storage shed, what's the dimension of the storage shed? What's the dimension of the proposed fence? And what is the dimension of the existing fence that is going from the corner of 98th Street to 5th?
But, yeah,
I think that may help in.
It doesn't really help me, because this is an area to store garbage, and it's right on the street. It's, for instance, as you know, because you do lots of them, gas stations, we always say, move the trash enclosure way back on the site, away from the residents, all of that. And that's when there's a dumpster, and the dumpster has a lid on it, and by the way, gas stations tend not to have perishables. This is recycling, where inside the cans and bottles and so on are things that spoil, right? Things that leak, things that rats eat, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm trying to understand why in the world that is okay to store the trash on the public street corner, and the solution seems quite obvious to me. Just build a structure where you can control it instead of pretending you're hiding it, but you're not.
But we're not pretending, we're completely screening it with this fence enclosure, which is not a permanent structure, because the permanent structure as well, that could be looked at as increasing floor area. We have a storage shed and a fence enclosure, which we're proposing, which will completely screen that area, and it has a roof on it. As far as liquids, I discussed that with the owners. Sometimes they have, but if they do and there's some spill, they'll clean it with water, but they don't have that much liquid. They're not dealing with large amounts of liquid, and it would be water or soda, maybe juice from the bottles, but no food or any
You have a
items like that.
34,000 square foot zoning lot with 23,000 square feet on it.
I'm sorry, and we're sensitive to the community and providing it and not it being an eyesore, but if we could move it close away from the street, We looked at the loading area. That would be very hazardous.
I'm not suggesting, please
Or
don't go
clo-
back there. I'm
okay.
not suggesting that you move it to closer to the building. I understand the parking issues. I'm saying you have plenty of floor area to play with, and to address this situation permanently instead of temporarily will be a respectful solution to the community in a way that I don't find respectful at all now. And I do have to say that I observe a lot of these situations where in certain neighborhoods, it's viewed that the people just deal with something that's kind of nasty. They're just used to living in nasty places. And I don't agree with that. Nobody needs to live in a place that's nasty.
No, we don't.
And so this is trash on the sidewalk, and I don't want to see trash on the sidewalk. So build a permanent structure. You have the floor area. I don't know what the issue is. Just do it, and we won't have to keep going on back and forth with whether you use cheap wood paneling to create your enclosure, or whether, because unfortunately, the enclosure doesn't look good, like that. There's a way to do this the right way, and you wouldn't put this on the corner of Park Avenue. You just wouldn't do it.
So these were the design options that we submitted
Right,
on.
but I've seen the design
I
options. You
think
didn't
we-
hear me.
I think you heard the chair.
Right.
I think it's best, we're not getting anywhere with it. I think it's best if we just make that permanent structure and move forward from there.
Yes.
I just, if I may, just to echo something that Sandy started to say was about, remember, this is a pre-1961 variance?
It's a 1974 something or other.
It's not under 11
It's
for 11?
8174, and it's extension of term, amendment of a previously approved variance, but the number is 1974.
The calendar number is 7.
Calendar 4.
Is the
calendar
action
number.
stated as a previously approved variance, or?
But in any event, then you couldn't increase it by more than
doesn't indicate.
50%, right? We're talking about a tiny little enclosure. If it's 300 square feet, I'd be surprised.
Just wanna make
In
sure we're-
1962, the BSA variance was 549-61, which allowed the BSA variance granted the commercial use in residential district.
What was the date of the
But now it's a C12. C12 or 6A. I don't know where this corner is located.
It's under 11.
19, I just have it as 1962,
Well, that's what
but
they
it was a
say.
549-61 BZ.
Okay.
All right.
But that's the issue. We have 50% to play with, right? The size of the supermarket is 23,894 square feet, right? On a zoning lot, that's 34,177 square feet in a C12. I don't know what part of it's in a C12.
It's shown on the site plan.
I just
It's a
don't
small
have it in
portion.
front of us.
This part.
Oh, just that little corner is in a C12. Okay.
So, okay, as far as permanent structure, which would encompass the recycling machine, existing storage
Just
shed?
hold on for a second. I think the frontage of 57th Avenue up to a depth of 100 feet is in the C12 R6A zone. Beyond that, up to a depth of 83 feet, the property is in R6B zoning
So
district.
it's not even implicated in this discussion, right? The C12, the recycling area is in the C12, right?
Yes.
So
No, it's
even-
not.
Yes,
That's what the drawing
that's what the drawing is
Oh,
showing.
it is, I'm sorry, yes.
It's along the C12 overlay runs parallel to 57th Avenue.
Right, we show the district boundary or the overlay on the site plan.
That's what I'm looking
Right.
at.
Yes, so this recycling area sits within a commercial district. So, arguably, even this is as of right. I don't, it's arguably even as of right. Without more, I wouldn't be able to figure that out, right? In terms of knowing how much floor area is allowed on this side versus the other side, right? Please just do this thing. Let's finish this. Okay? I think the property owner's representative. Are there any speakers on this? Okay.
So, just to be clear, so the this storage area, this permanent structure would encompass the recycling machine, storage shed, and...
Everything. All of those things that you want to deal with this stuff has to be inside, and it's a way of making that recycling machine attractive to the street and having it closed off after hours or however that works in a way that's attractive to the street, respectful of the neighbors, and looks like something people on Park Avenue might even be okay with, okay?
So we'd have to refer this back to buildings and get a denial, no?
Why?
Because we're increasing the floor area
Right. No,
potentially of the...
You're amending a
You're amending.
variance. You have the authority to amend the variance.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah,
That's-
if I-
It's
you're
filed
being
as an
required to.
extension of term and amendment of a previously approved variance.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, so time-wise, how much time would you like to make a submission?
How much time do you need to design?
2-3 weeks?
About 3 weeks, and my office would need another week.
1, 2, 3, 4, June 26th. Okay. Okay, so the first availability we actually have is, for that timing, is July 3rd submission for July 23rd continued hearing.
And please use quality materials and, right? I keep saying that over and over again about Park Avenue, I mean it. Like people in Manhattan would not be sending you nasty letters, how could you do this, right? These people deserve as much respect as those people, okay? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Item number 10, 13887 BZ, 21836 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
Okay, no one's appearing, if
Okay,
Didn't request adjournment.
you are? Are you standing for
okay.
Carl? Okay. You want to state your name on behalf?
Sandy Anagnostu, and I'm representing Mr. Carl Safaro. He couldn't be here today due to a conflict, but I listened to the comments yesterday, and he's requesting additional time so that the new asphalt paving can be provided. Enterprise can only do it on the weekends, and as the board mentioned yesterday, the weather has been very bad. So they anticipate doing it the first dry weekend. They can only do it on Sundays. It's the only day that they're closed and they can move cars around. He will also be providing a landscaping plan, and he needs between 4 to 6 weeks 4 weeks for submission, 6 weeks for the hearing, because the architect, once the work is completed, the architect has to inspect and certify that all the work was done.
How about August, end of August?
Well, great. We can give you, that time, submission, we can do July 24th for an August 13th hearing. Hopefully between now and July 24th, we'll have a dry Sunday.
July 24th and August?
August 13th.
Yeah, one can hope weekends without rain.
Sundays without rain.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, 13888 BZ, 3602 Snyder Avenue, Brooklyn.
Is anyone here from Mr. Palatnik's office? Elise?
It's an adjournment.
Yeah.
Is it? No.
Yes.
11. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right.
There you are.
There she is. Okay.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. We would like till August if you have available.
Perfect. To submit or to appear?
To submit.
To submit.
Okay.
Okay. August to submit. Okay, you have choices. Submit August 21st for September 10th, or submit August 28th for September 17th.
I'll take the first one.
Okay, you got it.
So August.
Submission August 21st, and a hearing September 10th.
Thank you. Sorry.
Item number 12, 14997 BZ, 150 19 11th Avenue, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to the board on questions?
I do.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Frank Angelino.
behalf of Martin A. Gleason Funeral Home. In response to the request made by the chair yesterday, I'd like, with the chair's consent, to read into the record a letter from Martin A. Gleason Funeral Home
Okay.
regarding the second floor use of the funeral home. And it's dated May 20th, 2019. Martin A. Gleason Funeral Home, LLC. Please be advised that the second floor is still being used as an apartment at 10-25 150th Street, Whitestone, New York. Regards, John A. Golden, President of the Martin A. Gleason Funeral Home. Second floor, and that is the address of the funeral home.
Right, got it. Great, thank you very much. That clarifies everything. I don't think we had any other issues. Are there any speakers on this one? All right, I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And appreciate your responsiveness, that makes it easy. So, and a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
What just
Commissioner
happened?
Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 13, 32205 BZ, 6969 Main Street, Queens. This is an adjournment request and the third adjournment.
Yes.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. We let the client know about the dismissal warning. Unfortunately, this is a very small non-for-profit, and everybody who works is volunteer. So putting all the stuff together just takes a really long time. So we please ask as much time as you're willing to give, because it's just because it's all volunteer work and people have day jobs.
Sure.
It's
Right, understood, but at a certain point, we can't maintain this on the calendar, right? So this is like almost happy anniversary, it's May. It was
Understood.
Last heard on May 8th.
Yeah.
So it was set for a hearing in August and then another one in January. So to give them plenty of time, I think we should just give them another many months. And then that's it, right?
You have to file an amendment, right?
Yeah, I have to file an amendment.
Preparing for that?
Yeah, I've let the client know we're preparing the materials, but we have to file an amendment. That's why it's not just like here's a submission.
Okay, so how much time should we be giving them?
I say we put them on for the last hearing of the year.
That works.
I'll take
Yeah, so that's the last one we have calendared so far. So a submission of November 27th for a hearing December 17th.
And a dismissal warning letter will
And the
go
dismissal,
out
yeah, letter
from
warning.
our council.
Yeah, we'll.
November, say that date one more time, sorry.
Submission is November 27th.
27th, okay.
And hearing is December 12th.
And thank you, Jen.
December 17th, sorry.
December 17th, right?
December 17th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 14, 1809 BZ, 250 West 54th Street, Manhattan. Madam Chair, you must be recused.
Yes. Watch your step, please. Made it so far, don't die now.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
See? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, members of the board. My name is John Overland. I'm associated with Klein Slowick, PLLC, the applicant in this application, Crunch LLC. I did attend yesterday's executive session. I am delighted to report to the board that we have applied for a place of assembly permit pursuant to what I refer to as the condition letter from the fire department of July 2018. We reported that to the board via letter dated May 1st, 2019. In the interim, we received objections from the Department of Buildings. There were 17 objections. We expedited a meeting with the DOB wherein 8 were resolved. We're awaiting confirmation by an amended objections from the DOB, which we also reported to the board. In the interim, Chief Daly is here. I prefer to let the fire department speak for itself, but the fire department submitted its letter of non-objection to our application. We are working to resolve all matters in connection with this application. I would respectfully, in light of the notice of the dismissal warning letter sent by the board, I would respectfully request that the board either approve the application conditionally or alternatively grant us an adjournment to resolve the objections in the place of assembly application.
Thank you. And I would like Chief Daly to just give us an update. I know we did receive a letter of no objection dated 5/18, but if you want to add anything to it, and I just want to...
John Daly, Fire Department. I just want to assure the board that now that they have their PA application, it gives us a bit more ammunition and we're enforcing our orders. While we have enforced our orders issuing criminal summonses, now they have a PA application, it helps us. So we have no objection to the board rendering a decision on this application.
Yes, and I believe there was an email that was sent by Mr. Oberlin, and that DOB's objection was not anything to do with the second means of egress. It was more with fire-resistant construction and requirements for a generator and those kind of things. And our concern really was that to ensure that there was a second means of egress that was being provided. The other things, I think this would be pretty typical of all other PA permits that we get for PCEs, where the process starts and then you're monitoring it and making sure they're meeting all the requirements. So, and if since FDNY is going to take on that responsibility, I'm okay, and I want to make sure that the commissioners here are okay. So we would close and approve with the condition, and the condition, thank you.
Make a motion to close first, Madam Chair, Vice Chair.
Oh, okay. Motion to close, please.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
And this is a motion to approve with condition that Crunch obtains the approval for the fire alarm and the sprinkler and resolve all the outstanding PA objections include.
That's understood, Madam Vice Chair. That's understood.
All right, with that motion.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
This application's been granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 111-15BZ, 98 3rd Avenue, Brooklyn. This application's being withdrawn.
We have to vote.
We have to vote, right?
Yes,
So,
it's in hearing.
like to make a motion to withdraw without prejudice, was the request.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Great.
Without prejudice, WOP. Okay, item number 16, 2016 1208BZ, 300 East 64th Street, Manhattan. Sign the sheet. Yeah. Anybody sign? Print your name, please. Just print your name. Print your name. Carla.
I don't think you saw this.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? You may proceed. Sure. Oh, sorry, I didn't speak. Sorry about that. I'm stabbing the poor man.
Good afternoon. Frank St. Jacques, Ackerman LLP for the applicant. I'm here with Tracy McIntosh, the Chief Development Officer of Barry's, and an acoustical consultant, Ryan Glotzbecker of Eremos. Josh Ryan Smith from Ackerman LLP is also here. I just want to briefly note at the outset the intent of the letter we submitted yesterday morning was to describe the efforts that Barry's has taken since the hearings began, and to demonstrate that Barry's has continued to make efforts to address the ongoing noise issues. To that end, Barry's has engaged Eremos to help identify what we believe is a structural issue that we believe, again, is the source of the persistent noise and the upstairs units. Ryan is here to discuss findings that he recently made. He prepared a report yesterday evening, and we just want to discuss what he found and a potential solution that I think we've arrived at. So I'd just ask Ryan to just quickly...
Before you do that, is the owner of the gym here?
So Tracy McIntosh of Barry's is here. Again, she's the Chief Development Officer of Barry's.
Okay, is that who, that's you, okay. So here's the question. Just last week, or at the last hearing, the instructions were very, very, very clear. We received log reports from the upstairs neighbors each week with a listing of their complaints, and we held these special we moved the hearing schedule up because normally we weren't going to be hearing this until June 21st.
June 11th.
Because, 11th? Because we moved the schedule up because we were getting constant complaints that the noise was not being abated, right? And so at the last hearing, we said we're holding a hearing early because we need to address what is a nuisance condition. And the instructions from this board were so clear that if we heard one noise complaint, we would close this hearing and vote on this case. Instead of one noise complaint, we got three different residents of the upstairs apartments complaining every single day about noise, both in the morning and the evening. And so, I don't know, I didn't count the number of complaints, but it was every single day. And that endured from the date of the last hearing until, in fact, last night, we got another submission, another log. The other thing that the board was clear to instruct was that the gym shouldn't wait to hear from the upstairs residents, but to reach out directly to the residents who live upstairs, and to not wait for their email or not wait for their phone call, but you could actually go upstairs and knock on their door and ask them, how's it going today? That was the clear instruction. And instead, what we learned from the residents was there was a week that went by when no one contacted them, and everyone seemed to be so surprised that the neighbors were having these issues. And then the third thing that the board said was there's no reason to conduct additional testing because it sounds like the additional testing is intended to refute the complaints of the neighbors rather than to ascertain the failings on the interior of the space, which would have been ascertained first by removing structure from the inside of the gym to determine where there are openings in the ceiling, because there's an argument that this was, I think, done with a floating floor or something like that, but we've learned a lot about these kinds of things where installation versus specifications and drawings don't look like each other. And instead, the residents were contacted to allow for more testing. So I don't understand what was not clear at the last hearing, but I personally, as I expressed yesterday, am no longer interested in participating in the torturing of the upstairs neighbors with a property owner, a business operator who seems neither to take the board's instructions seriously, nor the suffering of the upstairs neighbors, who, by the way, have been suffering for months, if not years already. And, you know, when you hear from a resident who says, buy my apartment because I cannot sell it, that is desperation. We don't hear that very often, right? So that's what you'll be able to take back to Barry's board of directors or whoever manages it, but I don't really want to hear, maybe the other board members do, I don't really need to hear anything more about testing. The instructions were super clear. No more testing except to ascertain where the holes in the structure are. Why do you need to do that from the residents where they told you and gave you reports day after day after day about suffering every single morning and every single evening, being able to hear the instructors, hear the vibration, hear the music. So we're not going to perpetuate this. This is your business decision to have ignored the board. The instructions were clear. So does anybody have any interest in learning about the rest of this? I don't know if we need to. Counsel, do we need to?
I'd like to respond to a number of things that were just raised.
Yes.
Your name for the record.
Josh Ryan-Smith of Ackerman, for the record. I think the board is taking a view that we've been very unresponsive, and also that we haven't been looking and trying to figure out what has been going on. After the initial hearing, when complaints really first came to our knowledge, we had sound testing, which was done, and discovered that weight dropping on the current floor was audible at, I believe it was 10 dBs above ambient. Immediately thereafter, Barry's ordered new flooring at a cost of $65,000 to purchase the flooring and have it installed. We tested shortly thereafter. The tests came back as basically all noise, both from vibration as well as the noise from speakers and bass, was inaudible at the testing hour at 6 a.m. when ambient noise levels are the lowest. Now, I understand that we're not, just because the noise testing isn't showing that there is audibility to a certain, and that you can pick up some sensations below ambient noise. The testing that we had received after we had done that did show that it was inaudible. At that point, in addition to doing the installation of the Plytech tiles, we also tried to address the issues by adding more insulation, more caulking, more concrete in the voids above the box within a box. It happened on a number of occasions where we communicate what actions we've taken to the residents, and I could be wrong, but I was only aware that it was 2 residential unit owners directly above this space.
No, we've recently gotten 3. We've recently gotten my third.
So I'm not sure about.
Okay. So I just want to kind of go back a little bit here. This, as I mentioned at the last hearing, this application was submitted in January of 2016. We're told that it opened in January of 2016. This board admittedly sent late a notice of comments in July of 2016, but then there was no response at all from the applicant until September of 2017 in response to a dismissal warning letter. So basically, the gym illegally opened and continued to operate illegally for a year and a half, and then finally came to, after a very long time to respond to our notice of comments, finally came to its first hearing in December of 2018. So it's almost 3 years after the initial submission, right? So let's just say the gym has had the benefit of amortizing its costs by operating illegally for 3 years. That's the first part of it. The testimony from tenants, or upstairs neighbors, are that they had a 6-week, that there were a 6-week warning to decrease the sound levels. That was a warning from us. And the noise increased, and the microphones and the instructors and the walls shake. And then another one who said the first couple of days after the hearing, they lowered the sound levels, but then it came back to the same levels and can hear the instructors through the wall and so on. So the sort of the pattern that we see here is whenever you get terrified that you're about to come back for a hearing, all of a sudden there's testing, all of a sudden there's behavior, all of a sudden there's the lowering of the decibel level by 1 whole decibel, and then when the hearing is over, you go back to the same behavior. We're not used to that. Most of the time, we're used to, in fact, with another case, we're used to responsiveness, and then if the responsiveness isn't effective, fully effective, another level of responsiveness. We're not seeing that here, and it's because we get these regular logs from the tenants, the upstairs residents, who are indicating that there hasn't been any improvement, that it gets worse, and then all of a sudden,
Well, that's sort of some of the issue that we've had, though, in tracking this, and I'm not sure where the testimony is coming, that we turned it down 1 and then it went back up.
It comes from
other
the
than
neighbors.
the neighbors, okay?
Who
None
else
of this
is
is empirically verified. I'm not discounting what the neighbors are experiencing, and I'm sympathetic. But to go back and start, we originally had issues only during the early morning hours, and that's where the complaint logs were. We went and tested at those hours, made adjustments that were responsive. If you look at the complaint logs, then they stopped complaining during those hours, and complaints came in.
I still have morning hour complaints. We still have complaints in the morning.
I'll get to that in a second. So we had done it between the hours of 5 and 7, had reduced it with the software called soft hours, where it's reduced ambient noise. And then complaints stopped before 7 a.m. and started their complaints in the later mornings. So we then eventually we kept reducing some of the decibel levels, and would reach out and ask for feedback on that. Sometimes it wouldn't come for several days or even a week later that we'd get copied on a complaint log to the BSA. And then, so eventually we went
They
to...
made attempts to reach out. Are you suggesting that the tenants didn't make attempts to reach out to Barry's Boot Camp?
I mean, a number of times at hearings, we provided them with our direct contact information, mobile cell phones of the New York City head of operations, of Tracy, who is the global director of development, made themselves available to, as they're writing down a complaint log, to notify us in real time, and we can try to adjust or figure out what's going on operationally. It's not like we haven't put ourselves out there. Maybe we have done more? In hindsight, yes. But at the same time, it's not like we didn't offer or avail of ourselves of it or asked to be provided with real-time information. Then we went and adjusted the volume levels in the studio to always be at the soft hours levels, which we weren't receiving complaints. And then when we did that adjustment, now all of a sudden we're getting complaints in all hours all hours of the day. Now, there have been significant noticeable differences in volume output within the studio. And we've been trying to track this and make these adjustments. Barry's, in addition to the floors that cost $65,000 and the other work, the testing, since December have spent approximately $100,000 trying to figure out the source of this. We then, on Friday, reached out to a third acoustic engineer. And
I'm sorry, if you spend twice of that and you haven't resolved the issue, that doesn't mean anything.
Well, understood, but we've had professionals who've been looking at this and informing us.
You see, but it doesn't...
On Friday...
The problem I have with your argument so far is that just a few moments ago, it was stated that you discovered there's a problem and it's structural.
On Friday.
Okay. But you're also saying now, just a few sentences back, you're saying that, we lowered it and there wasn't an issue anymore. If there's a structural issue, there's an issue anyway.
No, all I'm saying is that the complaint logs were difficult to track because we would make adjustments. We thought we had addressed the issue. We wouldn't receive confirmation back either way. But at least when we reduced to the soft morning hours, complaints during that time period had stopped.
Okay, so let's just get to the chase, right? And this is relevant to another case that we had where they were the tenants or the residents were represented by counsel. So they had a lot more, greater measures at their hands, at their disposal to really confront the nuisance, right? Here you've got individual tenants living upstairs who are not being supported by building management, who may or may not have a conflict of interest in terms of ownership of the condominium, and all they can do is hope that eventually the city prevents this nuisance from continuing, right? So here it goes like this. On May 7th, the instruction to your clients was, and there was even the facilities manager for the whole operation present, the instruction was not one complaint. And to find out in advance by going upstairs and knocking on the tenants' doors. Everything good, guys, right? And so if it were me and it were my business, I would have actually told all of my clientele to take their shoes off. I would have turned it into a yoga studio for 2 weeks. I would have taken away all the headphones and I would have turned off the sound system so that there wouldn't be one complaint for the 2 weeks. Instead, Barry's continued its operation as per usual, and I don't understand it because the direction was super clear. So if you want to explain why it was decided by business management to completely ignore the direction, I'm not sure it's really relevant.
I think you're assuming that there was some complete disregard for the board's direction.
No, I'm not. I'm observing there was.
After that hearing, okay, we made additional adjustments to sound. We communicate this.
You didn't hear what I said, right? The instruction was not one complaint.
Yeah, but
it wasn't. The instruction was, please turn down the volume by 1 or 2 decibels and see how that goes. The instruction was not one complaint. We had another case where we had clear instructions, and they chose to ignore the clear instructions, and we voted against it,
And
right?
even if we made an adjustment after the May 7th, you got a complaint on May 7th, May 8th, 9th,
No,
10th,
I'm sorry.
11th, 12th.
But I want to clarify that.
If you made an adjustment and it didn't work,
I
you
want to
could have...
clarify that, okay? We made the adjustments, we notified them the night of May 7th, saying that we're making these adjustments, we're sorry that you're dealing with this, if you can please let us know if this is effective. That's in an email directly to them, I believe board staff was copied on that. There was nothing returned back.
Did you?
Yeah, but this is the same thing that you said, this is the same thing that, hold on, I know, and it's the same exact thing that was said last time.
Yeah.
We reached out to them, they didn't get back to us, we assumed everything was okay. And we addressed that, don't assume it's okay. Be
Right.
proactive, have a sense of urgency. And now you're back
Knock on
saying...
knock on their door. Is it okay?
You're back saying, we assumed everything's okay. So I'm sure you can see how we see that as a bit disingenuous.
I disagree.
Okay, so all right, I think we've talked about this. I don't think.
I
we
mean,
need more
I
test
do, I
results.
think, so again, that's another thing that I think got lost in translation and communication to, to the residents about the objective of this testing. And it perpetuated it through building management, and then the residents are the ones that started saying that we were looking to disprove something. The purpose of the testing was to figure out the source of the sound transmission. If this building, or this floor was a former movie theater, and we've built the box within a box within that.
You did not build a box within a box. We have a lot of experience with
Okay.
boxes within boxes.
That was
This
what
isn't
was
this
intended
is.
by
So-
the applicant. They hired somebody who designed the
Okay, it's not a box within the box. Spin studios have boxes within boxes. This detail is not a box within the box. You should stop calling it that, okay? So, are there any speakers on this? I don't think
I would
any
like-
of the upstairs residents were able to stay this long.
I really would
Yeah, they
like
weren't.
you to hear what our third acoustic engineer on the project revealed in looking at the plans
You
and thinks...
submitted materials, no?
No, that was only to put together a timeline of what Barry's has been
So
doing.
what is the issue?
So I'd like to introduce Ryan.
Can we do this
Buckler.
like,
Yeah, please, if you want to just tell them what you discovered.
Good afternoon.
So state your name for the record.
My name's Ryan Glosbecker with Aramos. So I just last week started to look at the plans at the request of Barry's Boot Camp to provide any insights that I might have. I've designed a multitude of the box-to-box structures that you've discussed for Barry's as well as many other fitness brands across the country. So I evaluated those plans to see if there's anything in the design that seemed deficient. Very quickly, I realized that the room, it does have isolated constructions at the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Generally, you need all of those surfaces to be decoupled from the building to get the full performance. The east wall, which is at the back of the studio, is a furred construction. So it's just furring strips with drywall directly attached to the concrete. So despite the ceiling and other wall constructions that are there that would otherwise help reduce the noise, this direct connection to the structure kind of circumvents that noise isolation.
You know when we talked about this? In December of 2018. In fact, in December 11th of 2018, we said, your structure is engaged with the building structure and you're communicating vibration, noise, sound, everything to the upstairs neighbors, and what you think has been closed in terms of potential openings around pipes and so on wasn't closed, even though the drawing said close them, right? We know this because we looked at so many gyms, right? The instruction then was to solve it, and instead the solution was basically to ignore our instruction and turn the sound down occasionally, right? And put in Plytech, which everyone thinks is the big, the panacea, but the floor is one thing, and then there's the engaged structure, there's the fact that the speakers are wherever they are, there's the fact that the instructors are screaming at the top of their lungs, and so on. So I go back to, if you were given an instruction, not one complaint, all of the patrons should have come in barefoot and done push-ups for 2 weeks. And then at least we wouldn't be in the place we are now, and we would have had a hearing on June 21st?
June 11th.
June 11th, and we might have actually been able to continue with this. But the client made a poor business decision, and now I'd like to close the hearing.
Chair Perlmutter?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chanda?
I'd ask that the record be
Commissioner
open
Otley
and
Brown?
a decision to...
We're already voting. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Not Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant this 7336 special permit legalization?
Chair Perlmutter?
No.
With all due respect, Madam
No,
Chair.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Vice Chair Chanda?
No?
Commissioner Otley Brown?
No.
Commissioner Shetta?
No.
Commissioner Shabeta?
No.
Application is denied.
We are going to take a brief 10-minute break. We'll be back on the record at 4:54.
You get that before I did? No, you have to
Sure.
Yes. Oh, no.
Yes.
I made the wrong one.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back on the record. Item number 17, 2016-4239BZ, 180 Manson Avenue, Staten Island. Mansion.
Mansion's a little different than Manson.
What, did I say Manson again?
You already said, say it again.
Todd Dale for the applicant. We heard review session. We understand this is another adjournment, and we appreciate the board's patience. We understand a dismissal letter will be sent. The property owner is dealing with certain issues, but we understand it's the final adjournment.
How much time would you like for this
We
last?
can be flexible with the board's calendar. I would say, ideally, we would like 6 weeks to submit, but we can be flexible.
Oh. Are you sure 6 weeks is enough?
if the board's willing to grant, I know sometimes when the last adjournment, the board
Yeah,
wants to
we
do it on a shorter
usually
schedule.
want to give more just in case.
We're happy to take
Okay.
more if more is available. 10
Yes,
weeks.
more is absolutely
10
available.
weeks would be lovely. How's that?
What would be ideal?
I think 10 weeks is fair, because at
Okay.
that point, we're
1,
going to have a
2, 3,
resolution one way.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the end of July. Okay. For submission, which would put you. Okay. July 24th. Oh, but we're only 3 that week. Is that okay for this? That's okay. I'm just making sure that we can, that this is an okay case for that calendar. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 weeks would be July 24th and August 13th. A couple of hearings after that are.
That's perfect.
Oh,
July
that's
24th,
okay.
August 13th?
I could also give you August 28th and September 17th.
Let's do that.
Yes. Okay. So, submission August 28th for hearing on September 17th.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, submission is August 28th. Hearing is September 17th.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Item number 18, 2016-4469 BZ. Let me just do this. How are you? Yes, ma'am.
Actually, though, this one without Dara,
Oh.
this is really, we need her.
Should we go
Let me
to
see
the
if,
next-
let me just see if she's outside the building.
Do you want to go to Pennsylvania Avenue? Because that's an adjournment.
Oh,
Pennsylvania.
no,
Let's not
we
get
don't
ahead
have
of
to go out
ourselves.
order, so, because that messes us up.
Well, the next one's an adjournment, so I don't know what you want to do.
1 second.
We don't like to go out
No,
of
the
order
submission
because it
is
messes
August
us up.
28.
Maybe,
Hearing
no,
is September
maybe turn
17.
off the camera and let's wait for Dara.
All right, sorry, guys.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry, we're back on the record. I've called item number 18, 2016-4469BZ, 4923 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and respond honestly to board member questions? Proceed.
Good afternoon. Matthew Schomer, David F. Hutcher, and Citron for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session. Kind of a lot of overlapping comments, I think, so just want to address them sort of thematically, maybe. First of all, with respect to the A finding, there was, obviously we provided our uniqueness study, which identified our site as unique. There were some comments about some other sites along Astoria Boulevard that are kind of just as small or as irregular with existing building on them, and to the extent that we need to distinguish our site from them, I think that we can. I think that, first of all, the fact that our site is vacant is a distinguishing factor in and of itself, because you don't have to construct, obviously, a new building. And all of these buildings that are existing are either non-conforming or non-complying in some way. And also, I think just taking a quick look at them, the nature of the sites is a little bit different. They're sort of more oriented towards the side streets rather than the site that we have that's really, has its main frontage and on Astoria Boulevard and at a little sliver that's on the side street. So kind of allows a little more, orients the buildings away from Astoria Boulevard, allows for curb cuts and access on the side streets as well, which our site does not do. I guess next there were comments about the kind of architectural design of the building and the fact that the building was only built to a 0.8 FAR rather than a 0.9. Just as kind of a matter of explanation of how we got here. So the first submission, we had a kind of 2-story and attic building, and the attic was reserved for storage space only. The direction from the board at the first hearing was, do what you can to make that attic habitable space, add a bedroom, some kind of a space that would add value to the site. So we took that direction, and in both the one and the two family, we added additional livable space up there in the third floor. And so while the kind of overall FAR of the building remains basically the same from the previous submission, the actual kind of habitable space is larger. So my understanding, the architect's understanding at least of the attic rule and how he was applying it, is that you can only get the attic bonus for the portion of the floor area that is has headroom between 5 feet and 8 feet.
No. It's the area under the splay, and it counts as floor area if it's more than 5 feet, right?
Right.
So, because that's the definition of floor area in that zoning district, right? But it's the area under the splayed roof. We see hundreds of little houses. So that's how all of the house architects work it, right? And that's apparently how DOB reviews it. So as long as it's under the splay, and as long as it doesn't exceed, so as long as it's under the splay, you get your 20%, right? And then if it's more than 8 feet, it's going to count as floor area. I mean, more than 5 feet, it's going to count as floor area. So the area under the splay, higher than 5 feet, will count as floor area. That's why you see the roof lines do this kind of thing. Sometimes they want to make it really, really sharp, so they don't have a lot that is higher than 5 feet. In some districts, you have 8 feet as your maximum, so the roofs do more like that, right?
So my understanding from as explained to me, was that he essentially ended up with too much floor area. How can I say this? If they're with the split, creating a kind of a full third floor with a splayed area and the kind of the angle that splayed area has to be at, resulted in a building that had more than 0.75 square feet of floor area that was not under a splay. And so
You get up to 90.9.
Right.
So 0.75 is what I believe you might have achieved 0.7. No, you didn't quite achieve 0.75 with those two floors. There's still a little
So we
to
had
play
200
with.
square feet, 211 square feet that
Yeah.
we put on the third.
You had something to play with then on the top floor, plus you get another 20%. So the 200 or whatever doesn't even have to be under a splay, but most of the time it is, because that's how attics are designed.
So
right?
I think
Almost all-
that's the confusion, because as the text reads and as our architect understands it, in order, the bonus floor area, that 20%, has to be located under a splay. And so,
Yes.
so he was struggling with coming up with a design that was limited to 200 square feet and had the extra, 0.15 that was under a splay based on the configuration of the
Because
site.
actually you get 300 and something, hold on a second, I did the calculations. Sorry.
So the net square feet is 743.
Right. So you have all that is done is providing a sloped roof at the third floor, and you get a full attic level with 383 square feet of floor area with structural headroom above 5 feet. And the area below that height wouldn't count.
Right.
So 383 square feet is much bigger than what was shown on your drawing. And then, again, the design of the attic is such that you have these areas that are below 5 feet, but it's still kind of usable space. You use it as storage, you use it as like where the back of the couch goes, that kind of thing. It's a classic attic. Plus, well, I guess the dormers still count as floor area, but you can also use dormers as a way of creating structural headroom when you you need it.
Yeah, I guess we kind of had the opposite problem, which was we had too much
Right.
floor area and had trouble
But you
kind of
have.
limiting it.
You have 2 floors at 843 square feet, or, right, 2 floors, I'm sorry, yeah. Hence, a very reasonable 2-family, 843 square foot simplex, and, yeah, so each floor is 843 square feet, and you then have left over, so more or less, that's around 1,700, and the balance of that would get you up to the total of 2,300 square feet. So in other words, he's under designing the
Yeah,
building,
right,
and
that
that's
may
what
be the
we're
case,
getting
yeah.
at. So that, I mean, really, it doesn't matter how you design the building, because all we're getting at is you really need to exploit the full .9, and then do the math based on the .9 FAR, and then, and when I say math, the construction costs
Yeah.
and the sales prices based on the .9.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, we'll have him take another look. I just kind of, that's what he was telling me. I'll try to, get a,
And something that I want to point out, along Astoria Boulevard,
yeah.
there are residential units that are corner lots that have partial frontage on Astoria and partial on streets. And many of these lots are of similar size, or some are less than that, and they have residential buildings. So this site is not unique in that way, and these are also irregular sites. So it's not, well, they might be a little bit outside your 1,000-foot or 400-foot catchment area. It's a pretty common pattern of housing that's marching along Astoria Boulevard. As I'm looking at Zola map, it's all the way from 81st Street, that is to the easternmost end, to 46th Street and even beyond.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's,
So-
that point is well taken. I think that there are ways we can still distinguish ourselves. I mean, again, we are the only site as well. Go ahead.
But I just wanted to say, and I don't know if you listened to my comments, was even though you may be able to distinguish yourself as unique, you also have to show that that uniqueness poses a hardship. And based on the as-of-right floor plans that you've given us, once you build out your 3rd floor to your full .90, your layout is not constrained by the uniqueness. So that to me shows me that, well, you might be unique, but it's not a bad thing in this situation, because it's not stopping you from providing a home that is laid out in a very traditional way.
So I think that we'll try to do a better job, and obviously in our written submission, of connecting the constraints of the site with the design factors and how that affects kind of the layout and in what ways the layouts are substandard. I think that there are, I mean, when you can, obviously there's this is a larger, this is not a tiny site, but it is still triangular. And obviously, kind of connecting the A finding and the B finding together, right? It's less desirable to have a triangular-shaped house where you oddly enter and are right in the kitchen, and maybe it doesn't kind of lay out in a way that's as attractive as a house of the same size that is regular in shape.
What's less desirable about a amply sized 843 square foot floor plate 2-bedroom apartment? I want to say careful where you go here, because we have another application where it's a triangular site in Manhattan, and yay, these are going to be very, very expensive apartments on a triangular site. And we had not too long ago an even tighter triangular site, actually much tighter than this one, where the apartments are now selling for really a lot of money, and those are really hard to furnish, and it's on an extremely noisy thoroughfare, and so on. So, so sometimes that's the thing that makes your house cool, is you're the only one that's shaped like that in the neighborhood, et cetera.
Oh, I mean,
But also, not only that, when you talk about a site constraining development, you would think of a site that constrains development so that you have a railroad type of layout where one room leads to another, you don't even have space for a corridor. And if you look at your one-family home, you have corridor space on that second floor with 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. And if you build out your third floor properly, you will also be able to have a full bathroom up there. So the whole argument of not having a bathroom in proximity to every bedroom would not be an issue.
I would go even further is, as I was playing around with the floor plan in the single family, on the second floor, if you flip the bedroom that is facing the 5-foot side yard, you can get a nice third bedroom with an attached bathroom. And you still get a nice corridor, which is along Astorian, and that can become a nice little study area and other kinds of things. So it's not like this is a unique, we do a lot of sites where these are smaller lots, very narrow lots, and where the entrance is right onto the kitchen, or you're walking through the kitchen to the living room to the bedroom. We have seen those layouts. This is not that. Yes, you're entering and you see the kitchen first, but then you're not walking through the kitchen, you're going past it to all these other spaces. So I think the circulation in this is not bad compared to what we see in a lot of these narrow other sites.
But I think, the point is though then, I mean, we have this, there's no question that the site is irregular in some way. The question, right, so the question is whether that connects with the, creates the hardship that is causing that financial, right.
That's exactly it.
Right, so I think we need to do probably a little better job of kind of explaining that middle step, but also when you go down to the financials, what is resulting is a building that is not actually, essentially not even covering the costs.
Right, but that's a number of different issues that could be contributing to that. One of them is very high construction costs. Another one of them is a market ceiling on sales price in that area, which has to do with economics and not with your hardship. So you've got other things in the mix, and right now we can't tease them out. So
Right.
those could be reasons why you're not selling at a greater point than your construction cost.
And I think, I mean, we can really, I think we understand where that kind of disconnect is, and I think that we can do in our written submission, we'll try to really tease that out in a way that walks you right through it.
But not to forget that without the A finding, we need to find, and the A finding is, whether or not your site is unique or one of not very many that's shaped like this and so on in the area, the uniqueness has to present the hardship complained of, right? And so that's your A. So long before we get to the financial return, we need to have determined that something about the shape of your site, which is what you're arguing is the shape of the site, is preventing you from building a conforming and complying building, right? And actually, when we look at these kinds of sites, most of the time, where there's a good argument for a variance, it's because the side yard regulations and the height and setback regulations or something make it virtually impossible to build anything on the site. Here, interestingly, complying rear, front, side yards, et cetera, and you've got a perfectly viable building that uses up all the allowable floor area. A lot of the times, the people will come to us and say, hey, not fair, I get X FAR here, and I'm only getting to use half of my floor area, and therefore give me a variance. And our response is, well, actually, there's no requirement that you are able to use all the floor area on your lot. Many properties don't have the opportunity to use all of their floor area, but unlike those properties, you can use all the floor area on this lot in a building that is a perfectly nice shape, and you're not situated in a way that's more burdened than many of the neighbors who have residential properties right there along Astoria, and some of them on pretty strange shaped lots. So my problem is I don't get past the A. And this is very different than that other sign case where it was a tiny triangle that you can't build anything on, wedged between commercial uses.
Right, and through looking at the layout, it was very clear that you could not build anything on there. It was a one-room home, there was one room on every floor. Boom,
Right.
boom, boom.
And it needed waivers in order to make it anything.
To even do that, you
Yeah,
needed the
right.
waivers.
So this is different, you don't need anything, right? So, anyway.
Well, so I mean, you did mention the fact that the other site was situated between two commercial uses. And again, I think that's also part of our uniqueness here, which is, you know, not only is it triangular, not only is it shallow, not only is it, it's also, again, situated between two commercial uses, including a 24-hour gas station directly next door. It has a history of development as a commercial use for the last 80 years. I think that kind of all these factors combined all contribute to the uniqueness of the site.
Okay, so the history of development, I just want to pick that one up. It's been an illegal use for decades and decades and decades. And when we look at signs, we look at amortization of that initial cost. And the reason that you were supposed to have removed that sign back then was when city planning decided to eliminate signs from arterial highways, they allowed for the proper amortization over however many years, 10 years or something like that. Your client far exceeded that. I mean, you know, it's like half a century or something like that. And so we can't really look at the history of use when the whole purpose of, when the zoning resolution looked specifically at that use and said, we need that gone. And then the owner ignored it. So it's quite a different thing when you talk about a gas station that was granted a variance or was an allowed use and was never required to be removed. So I'm not sure that that's a place where you really want to go. And then being in an area where there's commercial uses doesn't make you a unique condition. There are a lot of other conditions like that. So I think that's not unique to the zoning lot, right? So what you were really going on was the shape of your site. And that's our problem. We see a viable conforming use on the site that even complies with the zoning regulations. So forth. Anyway, is there anything else you want to add?
Let's see, anything else? No, I think, yeah, we understand the task at hand, and we'll, you know, supplement in a written submission, obviously, addressing all of
So
these.
we've had a lot of hearings on this. So
we have
we're-
No.
We've had
This
one.
is-
Oh, we've only had one hearing?
Yeah, one
Oh,
and
an
an adjournment.
adjournment. I'm sorry. Why do I feel
Just a
like it's
long
been
day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, apologies. It does feel like it's been here for a long time.
No, it's only been one
Sorry. Okay.
So it was filed in 2016.
Yes. Well, we
No,
only
you
had
keep
one
it.
hearing,
No,
so.
no.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Okay. So are there any speakers on this? Did you want to have anyone speak about this? No? Okay. All right then. So, how much time do you need to respond? But you see you're up against kind of a hurdle.
I think 8 weeks, if that same date works.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Submission around July 18th, so that'd be a late July, August submission. Commissioner Lee Brown, how does August 6th look? Therefore, this commissioner sheet is out, but therefore.
We have 4 commissioners.
I'm not here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, everywhere.
I'm fine.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's
Okay.
fine with me.
So we could do submission July 17th for a hearing August 6th. That's your other case. That's your-
Great.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 19, 2017-231 BZ, 765 Pennsylvania Avenue, Brooklyn. Is there a request on this?
So please state your name.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. If I could have the same one as Snyder, what was that? August 21st, September 10th.
What's this? This is a special permit 73-211? I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
So submission August 21st, first hearing September 10th.
thank you.
Item number
20?
20.
Item number 20. 2017-243BZ, 2916 Francis Lewis Boulevard, Queens.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. I'm going to ask for the same date again.
And you got it. Submission August 21st, hearing September 10th.
Thank you.
Item number 21, 2017-298BZ, 14 White Street, Manhattan. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Proceed. I know what happens because I didn't do the vote sheet I did separately. Yeah, the other ones, okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Promoter Commissioners. We have attended the review session, and
I'm sorry, please state your name for the record.
Oh, yeah.
we can respond to.
You have to state your name.
Well, I'm not speaking.
Your name. Your name.
Oh, my name. My name is Jay Siegel.
What do you know?
I'm an attorney with Greenberg Traurig, and we represent the applicant here, the owners of the property. We attended the review session, and we can respond to the comments, and I guess in writing to the most part. I think, Chair Promoter, you asked a few questions about the floor deductions in the penthouse level, and we'll take a hard look at it. Point out if there's an extra 25, 30 feet of floor area as a result, the FAR would go from 5.29 to 5.3. You know, every hundredth is like about 38 feet. So we'll look hard and we'll make sure it's correct. You talked about the fact there were floor area differences between the 5.0 and the 5.3, and there were. It was deliberate. It was subtle differences. We can put them in a table to make it clear. It was deliberate to adjust penthouse floors to different level, like taking floor area from lower floors and putting the upper. They're not huge, and we'll give you a table in a writing that will show that. I think your third question.
But I guess the real thing that I was getting at is if your 5.0 shows X square feet versus your 5.29 showing Y square feet, and the layout's the same, then unless you're pulling the balcony or something smaller, is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Then you could explain that. I was trying to figure out, did you make the mechanical rooms bigger, in which case that would be a little
20
odd.
square feet on the terrace.
Yeah, okay.
Still stuff. You asked about the controlled inspections. The controlled inspections and the soft costs are DOB-required inspections by third parties that are unrelated to the MTA inspections that are peculiar to the MTA sign.
I'm sorry, there are some codes associated with the MTA that are done by the technical engineer of the project. So
Yes.
is that double counted?
No, the DOB inspections are inspections of concrete, inspections of other things that have nothing to do with the MTA, that would be done whether we were near the subway or not near the subway.
I'm not talking about the inspectors that are coming from the MTA. I understand these are separate from the independent people that come to the site and look at the subgrade, the concrete, but the geotechnical engineer will need to be on site observing the seismographs to make sure that the vibrations during construction are within the tolerated limits. And this specific item is included in the list for the foundation course. My question was, is this again included in the soft course? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
We'll add all the notes that that you asked be added to the drawings. We we will submit a response to City Planning's waterfront revision this week. I know the Phase 1 was just submitted, and you're going to have to get comments from DEP. So, in short, we can submit our responses to these questions and all in the next 2 weeks. I don't know how long. We hope you can close the hearing today and leave the record open for that
We
submission.
can't because we don't have a negative declaration for seeker. Seeker's negative declaration depends on sign-off from all the agencies.
So you can't
Right,
close.
so we cannot close, unfortunately. Right. But those are the open issues, and then I don't know if there's anything that needs buttoning up from the financials. That's the, I don't know. Okay, so?
If we're waiting, it would be helpful if we got a little narrative that responded to the actual questions that I have, because what you did is you've got a summary sheet, but aside from looking at the summary numbers, I'm not sure how you made the adjustments that I suggested in the previous hearing regarding how that open space was calculated, regarding how the price per square foot of similar apartments on the same floor in each iteration was adjusted or made similar. All I have is what is the average sales price for each scenario, and there are other things that affect that average, like how many stories you actually have, how much square footage of each apartment on each floor relative to the other scenario that are skewing the averages. So I don't know if you made the adjustments or not.
Okay. We will submit that narrative.
Okay, that's good. All right, then. All right, I don't think there were any other issues, right? That's it. Are there any speakers on this application? Okay, so then, I was going to ask her. So how much time did we think? So they submitted their Phase 1.
Sorry.
You copied?
I did, I submitted to submit and copied you on the submission of the Phase 1.
I don't have it, but I'll just follow up. But also, DEP told me that you can request the E-designation now.
Okay.
But put it in the hazardous materials assessment section of the EAS. Just update your narrative, and then they can review the E-designation request and the Phase 1 at the same time, so you don't need to wait for 2 rounds.
That's really good, okay. All right. So, and then Parks Department, what happened with that? 30 business.
They never responded to me. I checked in with them. I have to reach out again.
They just have to, because there are shadows in a nearby public space.
It's just shadows, so.
That's
it's 30
where the
business
subway
days
entrance
for
is, right?
DEP, But with Parks Department, I don't know.
Okay. Well, maybe actually your side could reach out and our side could reach out to Parks, just to wrap that up, because I think you have a sensitive receptor, I think. Okay. Even though the delta, the no build and the build are slight, right? Or no, that's not true. I don't know. I don't want to say it, but. No build is 0, right, okay, never mind.
This is for trying to.
Yeah, we can be
But
helpful.
considered a
We think we can be helpful with parks.
Okay, great. All right then, so what kind of schedule should we allow?
You said 30 days. 30 business days.
Well, 20 business days, 30 days.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. Is that right? That count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 weeks is July 3rd for their submission for July 20th. They would be for July 23rd hearing.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, let's try that. July 23rd
Hearing.
continued. And of course, if everything's in order, we can always close and vote. Okay? Closing doesn't really matter when it's done.
You'll be here anyways, though.
So yeah, your date is July 3rd.
3rd for submission.
For submission, 23rd for hearing.
But obviously, with these environmental, just keep it coming and responding, right?
We will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Where are we? Item number 22, 2018-96BZ, 145 Ludlow Street.
Pretty on target. It's like 4 or 5 o'clock.
Raise your right hands.
Aye.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Please sign in. And this one.
Sign here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please. I can't read that. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, well, good evening. Fan Baton from Sheldon Lobel, PC for the applicant. I'm joined with Jeff Catanacci from F45 as well, operator, and he's going to speak as well. We attended yesterday's review session, and we actually did make a submission this morning, just an updated sound report. It was the incorrect version that we sent on the April 19th one. The sound report is the new one is April 30th. It's the same exact report, except it just recommends the Sonos system or other non-wall mounted speakers. That's already submitted, and I know this is just a status hearing, so it could be reviewed later.
I thought even the earlier report recommended Sonos and
The April
take it
19th.
off the wall.
It just said the Sonos in the first one on the April 19th. The April 30th now notes that other non-wall mounted speakers as a recommendation. So we just wanted to clarify that and have the correct one, final version in the record. So as you know, the applicant, and he could speak about it a little bit more, has been making good faith efforts to make the changes as the sound report recommended. There was testing conducted in apartments 2F, 2R, and 3R during a live class for both music and weight drops. This was during having the Sonos speakers and the JBL speakers, as well as a 38-pound kettlebell drop. Both the music findings and the weight findings, the kettlebell drops, were under the New York City code limits, as the report stated, but the applicant has made some changes, acoustical changes, as well as future changes with the mats. So I'll just let Jeff discuss what changes have been made.
Right. So I'm sorry, in your submission, you said that changes, that as of May 2nd, additional acoustical isolation measures were being installed. Right. So this is what was installed since May 2nd.
Right, and Jeff.
Okay.
Actually.
My name's Jeff Catanacci. I'm one of the owners of the F45 studio in question on 145 Ludlow Street. First, I just want to thank the board for hearing me and your careful consideration of our application. I'm going to make this brief, but I do want to give you a little bit of my personal background. In addition to being an owner of the studio, I'm also an attorney by profession. Prior to opening this business, I worked for a federal judge and practiced civil litigation for 10 years. Therefore, I have the highest respect for the law. My journey with F45 started a few years ago when my brother was introduced to the brand. When he presented me with the opportunity, the business opportunity to join him, I accepted and I invested in the business. Why did I decide to do this? Because I believe in the F45 workout and F45's community case-centered philosophy. Just a little bit about F45 training. It's one of the fastest growing fitness studios companies in the world with over 1,000 studios worldwide. A little bit about the workout, in case you're unfamiliar with F45, which most of you I'm sure are. The name F45 comes from two aspects of this unique workout. First, the F stands for functional movements, which are movements that a person would do in their typical day. For example, one movement might involve stepping up onto a small box and raising the opposite knee up into the air. This movement would mimic a large step you would take, say, to get out of bed. That exercise would then strengthen the muscles that are required to stand up and get out of bed. And the F40 or the 45 part stands for the length of the workouts. They're all 45 minutes, except for Saturdays, which are 1 hour long. Absent from these workouts are any exercises that require you to lift a huge bar with weights off the ground and let it drop to the ground. Those types of movements aren't functional because they would never assist you with doing anything in your daily life. That being said, we as humans, we're not perfect, and we occasionally drop things or maybe don't place them down as gently as we should. A little bit about our philosophy, if you look at any wall of any F45 studio in the world, it says team training, life changing. This is a philosophy that was developed by the founders of F45, and we strive to bring it to every community we come to. It's about building a healthy community of people that actually enjoy coming to the gym. And not only do they get the highest quality workout, but they socialize in and out of the gym, which brings the community together as a whole. We've seen it with our other studios. As far as why we chose the Lower East Side in that building in particular, we looked around for a while in choosing the location, and in the end we decided on 145 Ludlow for 2 main reasons. There was simply an absence of fitness in the area. Other than Ludlow Fitness, which is right down the street, which is your typical everyday gym, there really wasn't anything down there. Second, there's a huge influx of residential development in the area, including the new Essex Crossing project, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Recognizing these 2 things, we decided we could deliver a premium product to a community that desperately needed it. Since joining the community, we've conducted our due diligence, and we've acted in good faith the entire time. We hired a sound engineer at the beginning, before anything, to conduct preliminary testing. We built out the studio based on his recommendations. We've always responded immediately to any issues that the building and the tenants have raised. After the last hearing, we immediately sprang into action that day after we were here and had preliminary recommendations. We contacted our sound engineer and we had recommendations from him preliminarily within days. And he recommended taking the speakers off the wall, which we did as soon as we got the new speakers in, which is about, I think, a week later.
Interesting. No, it just goes through.
Shortly after we did that, we actually had one of our neighbors, our second floor neighbor, who had submitted a letter the first time with a complaint about the noise, come up to one of my partners, my business partners, and actually thank us for reducing the sound levels. The sound engineer then issued his report with further recommendations, which the board has, which we're currently implementing. At that testing, I was actually present in the apartments with the sound engineer, and I can personally testify that I didn't hear anything.
Please.
Mr. Vick, please.
So that's the
Your turn
thing
to come
is,
up.
whenever we talk about, the investigations by the sound engineer, or you come, whenever, this is the thing to keep in mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
People who live upstairs sleep upstairs,
Mhm.
and when they're asleep and the gym opens, say at 5:30 or 6 or so, and begins classes, that's when the city is silent,
Mhm.
right? You hear everything there is to hear, right? And so we have several gyms where at exactly that, 5:30, 6 a.m.,
Mm-hmm.
your head on pillow, really wasn't planning on getting up until 7, and then you can hear someone counting, or you can hear the thump of the music or whatever. So if you personally didn't hear anything at the time,
Right.
you weren't lying in bed at 6 a.m.,
Understood.
right? And that also goes for sitting on your couch at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m., which is usually around the last class, and you're sipping your glass of wine, and all of a sudden you realize something is kind of thumping, or you can actually hear the counting. And that's because, again, the sound is very quiet in the
Understood.
city by that time. So you do need to appreciate
I do
the
appreciate
difference
it.
in perception between you visiting and a tenant living there.
I
right?
appreciate it, and thank you.
Right, okay. And I do have a question, though, about the workout.
Yeah.
So you do use some kind of weights?
So, yeah,
Could
so
you talk about
Monday,
that?
Wednesdays, and Fridays are cardio focused. All the weights are away. So it's a lot of body weight exercises, agility drills, things of that sort. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, we have different types of apparatus. We have some kettlebells, we have some dumbbells, we have some small barbells, but everything is of the smaller caliber because they're functional movements, they're not powerlifting movements. We have sandbags, things of this nature, a lot of different equipment that we use.
So, could you give the average weights of those things? Or let's say the high end, I don't really care about the range.
Yeah, so I think we tested a 38-pound kettlebell, and that would be probably, that's towards the higher end. There's a black one, that would be the heaviest, but I'd say 95% of our clients use anything from the 38 less. Most of them use the 20, I think it's 28-pound kettlebell, which is the red one, maybe less than that, or less.
So is the heaviest one like 45 or 50?
The kettlebell?
Yeah.
I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's slightly heavier than the 38-pound one.
38 is the typical one.
I wouldn't say
Is that
typical.
what you say?
That was towards the heavier end.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Okay. And how about, you put plates on the barbells or just using the bars?
Yeah, we put plates on the barbells.
Okay, and what's the typical lifting on the plates?
It really depends on the movement. If you were doing a bicep curl, it's going to be a lot less than if you're doing, say, a deadlift, which would have more weight on the...
So you are doing deadlifts. So then what's the house rule about lifts and placing and all that sort of stuff?
Don't drop the weights. I've placed the weights. Well, the actual instruction to the clients, especially I teach classes as well, is if you can't control that weight all the way to the ground, you shouldn't be lifting that heavy. And that's what our trainers are trained to tell people.
But just say, because not all your students are model students, right? What are the weights going down on? Onto.
Well, typically they're going down onto the rubber mats that are on
The rubber mats, which are what? How is the thickness?
Right now, the current ones are, I think they're 17 millimeter, which is, I think so.
These are those Plytech mats.
No, these are not the Plytech mats. We haven't installed the Plytech yet.
Oh, okay.
These are all the levels that were tested. Well, let me go back. He tested the existing mats. That's mat number 1, and all the limits. It was under all the limits for mat number 1. And then there's a combination of let's see. If you look at mat number 2 is the Plytech FF17 under existing 15 millimeter rubber mat. Sorry, it was 15.
So you have an existing 15?
That's correct.
Okay. And the recommendation was to do what?
To add the 17 millimeter Plytech underneath.
On top?
Underneath.
Underneath. So in other words, to make it a total of 27 millimeters?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to remind you so that you don't let your acoustical engineer sort of lead you astray. We don't work with noise code as the standard.
I understand.
We work with perception by sleeping upstairs neighbors.
I understand.
And those holding wine glasses at 8 o'clock at night.
I understand.
Okay? Or other kinds of glasses. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't received any other complaints.
You're about to hear some.
I'm sure.
Okay. All right, but so the goal is, I don't know if you were here for the other hearing on another gym that just was here, but the goal is for you to continue to do, as you're saying, be super responsive and not to question the perception of your upstairs neighbor, right? So if the neighbor says, I hear it in the morning, you need to run back and figure out how to never hear it in the morning again.
Understood.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, and I hope that you appreciate that we have been responsive thus far, and we have every intention of continuing to do so.
Right. So I just want to add, just for our record, this is only the second hearing. When did you open? Oh, you opened in May of last year. Right. You opened in May of last year, and this application was submitted in June of last year.
Did you answer your question of what was installed after me?
I'm not sure. So after May 2nd, yeah, good point. What was installed after May 2nd?
This was not a recommendation. We did this on our own. There's one existing door that's on the floor, and it leads into our kind of AV room. And then there's a vent that goes upstairs. What we did was we sealed that door. We had a sound engineer come in and just seal that door, a different engineer in company. They came in and just put one of those, I don't know what, it's one of those seals. Thing slides down on the bottom and it has the rubber seal around. But we did that on our own. We took the speakers off of the wall, which we installed the new speakers and adjusted the volume of the speakers. And then we're in the process of installing, well, buying and installing the Plytech 17 millimeter per the recommendations.
So you haven't purchased it yet, or you haven't received it yet?
We have the quote. So we're just trying to figure, it comes in like 2 days and they're like huge rolls. We have to time it so that we can install it and get them.
Oh, it comes in rolls, it doesn't come in sheets?
Come in rolls.
Okay.
And they weigh about 150 pounds.
Okay. So, and the reason that you sealed the door was because why?
We thought maybe it was traveling through there and we wanted to do everything in our power to, do anything we can to, stop any.
What about the limitation on the sound through the speakers? How is that controlled?
So we have the Sonos speakers that we had installed. They peak out at the 85 decibels. They were tested. We have new speakers because the Sonos speakers did not work out.
Oh.
But they're floor mounted. They didn't work out because they talk by Wi-Fi.
Because they what? They talk?
They communicate between Wi-Fi, and there's some interruption, and one will cut out, and so we're using a floor standing speaker though, as opposed to not an anything.
So the speaker sits on the floor, or it sits on a stand?
It sits on the floor with
Like feet?
little feet.
To elevate it.
Because see, the whole thing about speakers is when they touch structure, the sound travels through the structure, and then the structure travels the sound back up through the columns. So this is, this is like acoustics and vibration study 101. Anything that's a noise source or a vibration source that touches something will communicate to the thing it touches, and will communicate and communicate and communicate. So you're not sure that your floor speakers are going to solve your problem? Don't know. And so, all right, so you changed, so Sonos were peaked at 85 dBA, then you changed them to another type of speaker. How do you control the sound on those? The output?
I have a limiter, which we've installed.
And how is the limiter limited?
How is it limiting?
How is it limited?
How is it limited? I don't really understand the question.
So the reason that I asked that.
Oh, how is it limited? We have a lockbox.
You have a lockbox. Who has the key to the lockbox?
We just got the lockbox for it. So,
okay.
and it's not installed yet, but I have it. I ordered it on Amazon, so it's there. I have to
All right.
put it in the box.
So here, so I'll.
And the key will remain in another lock that we have in the office.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a hint. So,
Sure.
So we have problems where the limiter boxes are controlled with a key, and then everyone, because by the way, I know a lot about the operations of gyms from personal experience, all the constructors end up finding out where the key is, kept hanging on a little nail on the inside
Makes
of
sense.
door number 3.
Yeah.
And so all the instructors, because they feel like deprived of their expression and so on, know where the little key is. They go over to the limiter, and just for my class, I'm going to bring this thing up to 95, 100, and then I promise I'll set it back, but I forgot. And then that's the rest of the limiter. So what our experience has been that the only way these limiters work is if your sound engineer has control of the limiter off-site and is the only one with the authority to modify the limiter, which no one on-site can do. So you need to look into that because
you mentioned it. You actually mentioned it last hearing, and that's why I bought the lockbox for it. I remember you saying that.
But then someone has to swallow the key. In other words,
I
one
get
can get
what
in,
you're saying.
right?
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I understand.
Right,
completely.
okay.
Yeah. we trust our employees, but they're only human, right?
No, it's not that they're not trustworthy, it's just that they
They're
don't like
human.
it being so
Yeah.
quiet,
I get it.
right? So, all right. Okay, anything you want to add here? Any other questions from the commissioners before we go to members of the public? Okay, thank you. All right, is there
Thank you.
anyone? Thank you. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this? I think so. Please come.
You can sign in and then come up. Right here. Your favor or opposed? Yep. Please state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Well, I appreciate this opportunity to hear actually a tenant.
State your name, please.
Tom Veach, and I live in 3R. So I'd like to just talk on 4 different points. The first one is kind of the history. We have the owners who are exceedingly charming and a very pleasant people. And as a tenant, we went through a protracted construction phase, but since this is New York, you kind of expect that sort of thing. That lasts for a long time. Then after they opened, we were invited to the facility 2 weeks after the grand opening, so we missed the grand opening. So I don't think they always have kind of their act together in terms of coordinating things. Originally, we heard a lot of sound, and that went with no response. And so then we learned to close our windows, and we still heard the sound. Then we asked about the sound, and we were told that it was a DJ that didn't have the right instructions. And since then, the music has gone away. So whatever they've done on the sound, I appreciate. The pounding still exists. We did go through the testing. They came to the apartment, and I have to say that there was pounding heard by myself, and also all the gentlemen that were in our apartment, including the sound engineer. They dropped different things, different speeds or weights and whatever, and they were heard. So that's in direct contradiction to what this gentleman said. I was there. The sound keeps going. Just yesterday,
The pounding, you
the
mean?
pounding,
Okay.
the music has gone away. So I appreciate that.
But is it the pounding of the music, or is it the thump,
A
dropping of
thump,
weights?
a dropping of a weight.
Okay.
Okay. Just yesterday, I was in the elevator with the gentleman who lives on the second floor, and I asked if he was going to be at the hearing today, and he said no, but he said, we hear the pounding every day, and his wife looked quite perplexed that there was still pounding going on. So I just wanted to give some facts here. I occasionally meet people in the elevator who come from the gym. So I don't know how that works either in terms of those people using my elevator and me waiting for them to come up a floor or whatever. So
Sorry, do you mean you share an elevator with the gym, is that?
they use my elevator, yes.
To get to their lower level?
Yes.
So they're residents of the building and then they use the
The
elevator?
residents of the building come on the main floor.
Okay.
And there's 6 floors, and then there's a basement, and the basement is connected to the gym. And the gym has an entrance off the street, which is separate from my entrance, but then it also has an entrance through the basement, and that's how we get the gym people coming up on that. So the sound is still there. I did send a record to every one of the emails I was given. Do you have any questions for me?
No, but I would like you to tell us anything else you would like us to know
I want the
about.
noise to stop.
Yeah, that part we get.
You mean the pounding to stop?
The pounding.
The noise happens in the morning and then also in the evening.
Can you tell me a bit about the consistency of the noise? Is it like you hear a sound and then there won't be other sounds? Or is it a continuous thumping in the morning that you hear?
I say that they don't have rhythm, but there is a pounding, and it goes on and on and on, and it's more random in nature.
And
So could it be associated with lifting a weight, a bunch of people in the room lifting weights kind of at
Definitely.
different times? But is it, for instance, in the course of 20 minutes, would you hear more than 1 pound?
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
So, your confidence not like a running sound or people jumping? Do you think it sounds to you like weights are dropping?
It sounded like the weights during the test where they actually dropped a weight.
Okay.
So I'm associating, I'm not a sound expert, but
What time did it start? What time would you say it starts in the morning?
Usually it starts around 6 to 6:30 in the morning.
Does it stop at any time?
It probably stops by 7, and sometimes it goes to 8. One day it went straight through until 10,
10
a.m.
10 a.m.
And does it start again at
In the
some point?
evening, we'll be watching the news around 6:30, and it's there.
And your only complaint as far as that sound, everything else has been?
Well, the music has gone away.
Okay.
Sometimes it heard a vibration. We don't get the vibration of something going. It would be this thump or whatever you want to call it.
Okay. So, some of this is, and I don't know what their sound consultant has recommended, but some of this will be, they're going to install this additional layer of material. I don't know if that's going to be sufficient, but obviously that's their next effort.
I'm confused. The sound test was done over a month ago. Why hasn't it been done now? Why are we waiting until now?
I don't know the answer to that. We'll discuss it. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
It
We'll
always
discuss
seems
it.
like tomorrow.
Right, okay. So we'll make sure that, we'll schedule this for another hearing very soon,
All right?
so that they make sure they hit the send button on the order from Amazon and get it installed immediately, okay?
Any recommendation for me that someone has to put up with this morning and night?
So what we're trying to do is not put a business out of business and also respond to your needs and other
Understand.
people in the building. So at this early stage of the hearing process, we try to address your concerns by having the hearings closer together so that you don't have to wait so long between hearings. So this one, the last hearing we had was
February.
in February, so we won't have one such
Spread
a
out.
distance, and we'll have it by next month. So
All right.
that they have enough time to install and you have enough time to see whether it works, okay? And please feel free to communicate with us and CCing them, you should have their email, when you hear these noises, okay?
I'm confused. You want me then to every day to email you?
No, in other words, for instance, what we do sometimes, we have the upstairs
Maintain
neighbor
logs.
keep a log.
I did. I have kept a
Okay.
log and I sent it to you.
Yes, and you did send it to us.
Yes, so I'm not sure what you're asking me.
No, so keep doing that because it's a way for both of them and for us to understand whether there's been any change in behavior downstairs. Right? Otherwise, we don't know
I
whether they've
understand.
done their work.
Sure.
Okay?
I will continue then taking the log at your direction.
Okay, and
All
then
right.
send it to us once a week, so
Excuse me?
Send it to us once a week, okay?
Once a week.
Is it possible that he copied the order?
No, that's what I said, and you have their email?
I sent it to the email that they gave to me, and it came back this last time. So I don't know what their email is.
So, after the hearing, just exchange proper email addresses, maybe he has even a business card, and so you're sending it to the right place,
But I
okay?
also think it'd be helpful if you, while we were
sent it
asking
to
for a
Richard.
weekly
I didn't know
log,
which one- who was
I think it'd be
assigned to
helpful
it.
if you stay in more constant communication with them so that they could know when you're hearing issues, if anything's changed on a day-to-day basis, so it gets sooner to resolving the problem.
Yes. So for instance, as soon as the owner receives the mat, which I expect him to order tomorrow morning, if not tonight, then I don't know how long it takes to install it, but let's just say it takes a few days to get people to come and install. Maybe you install it on a Sunday, I don't actually know how this works. So then the owner should let you know, we installed this. Is there any difference? Do you notice a difference today, Tuesday, for example?
I have the feeling that they might become adversarial, and I'm afraid because they know where I live.
What? No, but we're just communicating with emails. That's all we're
Just
doing.
with email.
Yeah, you're communicating with email, and they're going to send you an email, once you send them your email.
All right.
That this Plytech or whatever this mat is has been installed. Just to understand so you don't feel fear about all this, we like to work with the business owner and work with the residents so that there's a happy result, right? And most of the time, there's a happy result. They continue to operate and you don't have to worry about their existence anymore unless you feel like starting to lift kettle bells yourself.
All right, thank you so
Okay,
much.
Thank you.
Can we ask for more like a specific record? Because I just saw, I didn't receive it personally, but I know that it was just like there was an X on the log from like the 6:45 in the morning to 8 o'clock. So
Yeah.
maybe like a more specific.
Well, no,
when
the
you-
log said, the logs put noise, vibrations, and something
Right,
else.
but the
It's very
time of
specific.
it, the time was from the whole day. So maybe if we sensed if there was a problem at a specific time.
No, it is time specific.
No, I did,
Oh,
may I
I
interrupt?
just have.
Yeah, please.
So the first log that I sent you months ago
Mm-hmm.
showed all the various times and what the noise was.
Right.
Okay, this has become a little, I appreciate you wanting it, but it's a little arduous to keep writing it down and whatever. So I adapted it to having the day and the type of noise.
No, it did
I
have
did not
time.
put down
Take a
the
look at
exact hours in the latter part.
Okay, so
So-
to the extent that, I mean, and by the way, you don't have to do this in a formal email, you could just write this down by hand.
Yeah, you
and
see the
I did, and then I
scan it.
rewrote it so you could read my writing, so.
Oh, okay. Trying to just make it simple for you, I don't need you to like write a thesis or, you know, that
So
kind
what I sent you is appropriate?
of. Yeah, that's fine.
All right,
That's
good.
fine.
She seems to have a different opinion.
Okay,
I sent it to
Well, then-
Richard, I didn't send it to Fan.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll
But I
I
mean,
sent it
the
to
real
the-
issue is, let them know when it's noisy, so that they can conduct further tests if that's necessary, or install yet another layer of that stuff, you know, that kind of.
So I would like to clarify one thing.
Yes.
There is a noise.
Yes.
Okay, so
No
there's
one's
no
doubting
question
this.
that there is a noise.
No, there's no question.
The question is how to take care of the noise.
Correct. Right. That's the
Got it,
issue.
okay,
Yeah.
because
No,
that seemed
so
to be unclear.
when the testing, if there is additional testing necessary, is to figure out how to reduce the noise. But I would say if that padding doesn't
Sure.
work, that additional padding, it's because there's not enough padding. And this is, I'm really directing this to the owner, and actually we have one of the lawyers who represented another group of tenants on a much more difficult case than this one, where eventually the gym was instructed to install very, very heavy pads, like this high, to drop the weights onto, because no matter how many times they told their clients, don't drop,
Sure.
they dropped. However, in that gym, the instruction was, drop and have a nice time, because that's how you prove whatever it is you prove, right? So since the protocol seems to be not to drop, and they drop anyway, maybe the padding wouldn't need to be quite as thick as that, what we saw in that other gym.
So weekly reports, communicate more often with them. Anything else?
That would be it.
Can I get a copy of the sound report?
Sure.
Yeah, we can provide you with a copy.
In fact, they should be sending it to you, but yeah, we can give you a copy.
All right, thank you, I'll look forward to that.
Okay,
Anything else?
Thank you. No.
Okay,
that's it.
thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you coming twice, actually. We understand that you had to come back. So make sure you exchange with the gym owner okay.
great.
So what I do want to suggest, or not suggest, direct, this. So these are the following measures that must take place immediately, as in by Sunday, if assuming workers can't work during the week or something like that. You must order this material that was the recommendation of the acoustical engineer. You must install it immediately, if not sooner. Okay? Is there?
If we could have like 2 weeks to get it, because we have to order it from Canada, and then we have to arrange to have it, we have to close the gym, and we have to arrange to have a team come in and actually pull up all the old floor, put down that, and then put down the other floor. It's a bit time consuming, and it's,
Yeah, sure, understood. Time consuming. Today's Tuesday. Next Tuesday.
Next week's the holiday.
So it's going to be installed by the time we have our
Meet
next
again.
hearing, right? So, and then the other thing is, you need to do something with your limiter, purchase, install the limiter, throw the key away, whatever it is, so that no one can adjust the limiter. it sounds like whatever you've done with the music level is the right level, but we don't want it to change.
Yep.
Right?
Understood.
And
I'm glad we
then-
got that resolved.
Right, and then, I would, yeah, not sure whether this amount of 17 millimeter is going to be enough for you. Not really sure how thick that is, actually. It's like this.
17, it's like
Yeah,
this.
it's like this.
Yeah.
So that's not a lot. And that's why I actually told you that apocryphal story.
Yeah.
They ended up having mats that high so they could drop weights of only, what were the weights? They were like 90 pounds or something. So they could drop 90 pounds onto a pad. Now, this was a gym where the culture was to drop 90 pounds and even way more than that. But the tests were done based on 90 pounds on something that thick.
Right.
So this 2 layers of this may not do it for you.
Right.
Understood?
Yeah.
So
and it's,
you
I
may
mean,
end up having
it's
to.
tough. It's tough to tell what's, you said it's a subjective, what one person would feel.
No, it isn't exactly that, because again, it's communicating through the structure. That's why he's feeling the thumps, right? So it's communicating through the structure. The question is, at what level does it stop communicating?
Right.
You should reach out again to your acoustical engineer and tell them to be super conservative in their recommendation. Because if you're only ordering something this big
Right.
and it should be this big, you should just get it, right? Because you have to close the gym down and all that stuff, right?
Right.
And if there's something further, you should then speak to your acoustical engineer. If there's something further that creates like a little space, like a little neoprene gasket or something that pulls it up a little bit further away, you should look into that. I mean, I recommend you being super conservative. Remind your engineer that this is not noise code we're after. We're after in bed, 6 a.m.
I understand.
Right?
Yep. I've already been thinking about this.
Okay, good.
Just for the record, by the way, I just want to clear for the record, when we did the actual testing, I wasn't in his apartment. I was downstairs actually doing the dropping.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
May I counter?
If you, no, it's not
Then both
necessary.
owners
No, if you
were there.
speak, you have to stand here because we're being recorded. But it really doesn't matter. We're trying to cure the problem,
Yeah,
right?
something does matter here because we need to be factual. The gentleman said he didn't hear any noise. So now he says he wasn't even in the room. Well, of course he didn't hear the noise because he was, may I
Okay.
finish what I'm saying?
Okay.
I really do, I do believe, I understand that this is this is
I'm not
something personal
sleeping.
to you.
I'm not
understand that.
sleeping.
And I can appreciate being upset about it. I really can. I think we're all trying to get to I'm not sure if you're here all day. This board takes your concerns very seriously.
I'm not questioning your seriousness. I'm just saying
think it's better.
that it was heard by the people that were in the room testing.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. When is the next hearing?
That's what we're going to find out.
All right, thank you.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so please, you hear, so I just again put this in perspective. I don't think you heard the prior gym hearing where ultimately the board, this was today, the board voted not to grant the gym a permit. And that's because after months and months and months of not being responsive to the board's direction, the neighbors were still being tortured, right? And so we just said, well, we can't keep going on like this. So by behaving super conservatively, you will save yourself a lot of money in the short run, long run, right? So cheap is expensive. Go for the much bigger padding, go for the super duper. It will work better in the end rather than pulling up to the floor twice,
Understood.
right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so the next hearing is.
But if I could, I
Yeah, go
hear a
ahead.
bit more about how long it'll take to actually install this. Because there's no purpose in coming
No,
back
right,
before.
right. No, I agree.
But how can you do this in a reasonably quick manner? Because you had your noise test a month ago. You could have ordered your materials a month
The
ago.
part that's going to take the longest is getting the right people there at the right time and actually finding the day that we can close.
Okay.
The actual delivery of the product, I think, is fairly quick.
Okay.
I just don't want to. I don't want to tell the board and say we're going to have
No,
it done in
understood,
2 weeks and not
understood.
have it done, and then then it looks
Well,
bad.
so here's,
If we could get it done before the next, with whatever the
So, all right,
submission
so-
is.
So here's the thing, we have a hearing on June 4th, which only is 2 weeks from now, right? So arguably, that's not enough
time to get it all in, but we have another hearing on June 11th. I think that's when we should do it for.
Right.
That sounds like enough
I think
time.
the sooner you get it done, the better for you, but should be showing good faith, especially when there's someone who's not sleeping, that's directly above it.
Here's the other issue too, is I want to do more investigation onto whether we want to do a thicker mat. So that, I got to talk to the
Right.
sound engineer about that too. So it's not something that I can now go and purchase tonight or tomorrow.
Okay, maybe you can't purchase it tonight, but you can have a conversation with the sound
Yeah, absolutely.
engineers. We know these engineers.
I'll do that tonight.
They're very experienced. They know all the
Hmm?
all the tricks and so on, all the different materials. And just tell them I want to go more conservative. Assume my people drop kettlebells or barbells.
I will absolutely talk to him. I'll actually call him tonight and talk to him. I just, like I said, we've been cooperative. I intend to be fully cooperative. I just don't want to make a deadline that we can't meet.
Of course. Understood.
And I think also the concern is the submission date with the June 11th.
So the
if we
submission
do it
could be
later-
the Friday before.
Okay.
Right? What we want to see is
Something.
real action in response to the concerns. And the advice is just to be way more conservative than your engineers being, to save you money in the long run.
The hearing is June
11th? Yeah, June 11th. And that means you could submit
June 7th?
June 7th.
Hopefully we'll have.
And by the, and, you know, just, this is really for the council, to let her know that in this case, we won't adjourn if you don't submit on Friday. In the end, if you came here with photographs, and we heard from the owner that I heard that they installed on Sunday, and on Monday morning, I didn't hear anything.
But we'll keep a log
Right?
of when orders were made and.
The more I'm thinking about this, the other issue may be just if we choose to get a different product, the lead time, they might not have it in stock.
All right, well, so let us know about lead time, but in addition to which, maybe there's other things to do. No, I would suggest another thing. You hear that the thumping is disturbing, right? Why can't you introduce some other measure that is done now as a temporary solution? Like, just go out to the store and buy a bunch of pads that you just sort of throw around, and when you have a class, how many people in a class?
27
Right,
tops.
so these are kind of those pads you sort of carry around on those, what is it, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday?
Sunday.
On those days when you're gonna.
Not doing cardio.
Not doing cardio, that you have everybody stand on those pads. Those things I know are available, they're just available at those kinds of supply stores. You just buy a bunch of those pads that are effectively like really fat yoga mats, and people stand next to them, and when they're gonna be lifting or putting down the kettlebells, they put the kettlebells down on those pads. That's a temporary solution, but it's immediately responsive to this issue. Right? Wouldn't that be amazing? What if there were no thumps during the time period as soon as you go and you buy those kinds of pads?
We don't have to do the flooring.
For example, if there was a way to control it, it might save you a lot. So let's just say, go find an immediate temporary solution, which we have seen is those super thick, super dense pads.
I won't be able to do it by tomorrow, obviously. Tomorrow's Tuesday.
Tomorrow's
But-
Wednesday.
Tomorrow's
Oh,
Wednesday?
is it?
Today's
Okay.
Tomorrow's
Yeah,
Wednesday,
got a
but
day
you
in
could
between.
certainly do it fast, because that kind of stuff is probably available in a foam store or something like that.
Right.
I mean, I don't know where you source this stuff, but, okay? Okay, next case, let's go. Okay.
June 7th for submission for June 11th.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Item number
Thank you.
Item number 23, 2018-98 BZ, 160-10 Cross Bay Boulevard, Queens.
Josh Rhinesmith of Ackerman, sorry.
No, you could have done that after. I just want to thank the neighbor for coming to the hearing. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for waiting. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Go.
Josh Rhinesmith for the applicant.
Thank you very much for doing all the digging and discovering the history since
a very long time ago. That's quite interesting.
Took a while, but yes, we got
Yeah.
there.
No, it's interesting. All right, so are there any speakers on this? So there are no other issues. I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
I
Thank
just
you.
want to point out to our council for the resolution to just summarize a little bit the
The
history
7711,
of
yes.
the 7711, so the next board doesn't, the next reviewer of this isn't lost the way we were.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 24, 2018-116BZ, 1982 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to board member questions.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. We would request about 2 months for installation.
Okay. So 2 months and then plus the time to submit.
Well, once people install the pictures.
Yeah, sure.
So 2 months for submission, I guess?
Yeah.
May,
Oh,
June.
2 months includes the submission.
Yeah, because once
Okay.
people install, hopefully they can just
Take pictures.
So that would be... Okay, that would be a submission July 24th for hearing on August 13th.
Can I have the one after it? Just to be safe.
Yes, you can have the one after. So August 21st for September 10th.
Watch how you're loading the calendar on the 10th, please.
We have 14 items on the calendar.
Okay, just...
A bunch of them are mine.
And they're mostly Lisa's. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere.
Okay, next.
Yep.
Okay, 2018-143BZ, 20 West 14th Street, West 14th Street, Manhattan. Oy. Come. Sorry. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to the board member questions?
Affirm.
Good evening, Todd Dale for the applicant. So from review session, we understand the primary issue remains the noise. Just so the board understands, we don't want to run into a expert versus expert situation for you. We were unfortunately unaware of some of the continued complaints, but to address that, I just want to let you know that we've been in contact with the co-op council. We intend to do a couple of things. First, we're going to schedule a second noise test. We're going to further reduce the limiter, but we're also going to work with the co-op to get more specific timing as to when particular issues might be heard, because we believe there may be issues with particular instructors versus the actual system. But the primary goal is to reduce the limiter and to set up a second test, and we truly believe that that will resolve the situation.
Okay. So this thing about, this was mentioned at the last hearing too, where it was one particular instructor. So obviously you can't, or a particular instructor, you can't design a system that is instructor dependent, right? Instructors come and go, et cetera, so it really does have to be the limiter and the inability to adjust the limiter by anyone on site that regulates this,
And I will speak to that. No, I 100%
Yeah, yeah.
agree. And the intent is not to allow the limiter control. Where we think the instructor thing might be happening is there's doors to the studios and the gym, and they might be left open, which a limiter is not going to control. That's just the staff needs to know to keep it, because you can do all the sound attenuation in the world, but if you leave doors open, well, that's going to cause a problem. But I just wanted to let the board know that we're now aware, we've been in contact. I know counsel for the co-op is here, but 100% going to do a second test. We'll arrange a time, and we truly think that we'll be able to resolve the issue.
So what doors are being left open?
I believe that there's a studio door within the facility that can be open, and when it's open, it goes out to the lobby. To be honest, I haven't. I can point out. I can't point out because I haven't actually been there since they've had that there, but that's what's been described to me by the Fit House staff.
So they're opening it for ventilation, or like, why are they opening it?
Part of the reason
Do
we
you know
want to
if
talk
it's
to
a-
the co-op about specific timing is we can maybe understand why they're doing
Yeah,
it, because
I
it
mean-
shouldn't be done.
Do you know if it's a fire door? I mean, why
I
is
don't,
it-
I don't know. Again, I'm just passing this on, this
Okay.
information.
You
So I
know,
don't want
I'm-
to misspeak.
Sure, I
any more than
understand,
that.
but do you happen to know which door they're talking, well, I'm looking at the drawings, that's why I'm asking. Do you happen to know which door?
A studio door was what was described to me, and that's I'm dealing with email communication.
That's the
with-
cellar floor then.
Excuse me?
Cellar
floor.
floor.
So there is a door that leads, I guess, to the,
How's this? I understand
To
the
the
board's interest in this.
residential
I don't
area.
want to go too far down that, because when they tell me studio door, I don't want to misspeak one way or another. I think the more important issue is to realize that if it's happening at a particular time with a particular instructor, we can see if they're using the facility in a way that it's not intended to. But that's in conjunction with the additional test and reducing the limiter to a level that's suitable.
Because, I mean, this idea that when you open the door, it annoys everybody, when you close the door, it's fine, that's a very untenable, temporary
I understand,
situation,
and that's why I want to
right?
get clarification.
So, right, okay. I'm just looking at what the connections are. It's a little hard to tell from the drawings where the affected areas are outside of this, outside of the PCE, because the drawings don't show
Right.
the rest of the building. Right, so, okay,
So we'll clarification. Please,
Okay.
Council's.
thanks. So we're getting next testimony from opposition counsel.
Good afternoon, Jay Ginsberg of Levin and Glasser for the cooperative. Thank you all. It's been a long day, I know, so I'll be super quick because nothing I'm going to say is original or that you haven't said to the last 10 applicants. This is not the horror story of some of the other gyms. It is audible in the apartments. I was there. I heard it during the test. You can clearly hear the bass line. You could hear the instructors speaking. We were fortunate enough that the sound testing was done at a time that there was a class going on. Council and I did speak, and all the right things are being said. We'd love to have a second round of testing, find the setting on the limiter where, as the commissioner has told many people today, the standard isn't, whether you're in noise code compliance, because our experts will battle until doomsday about that, but it's whether or not it's audible and whether it's going to wake somebody up at 6:30 in the morning. If we can find out what the limiter setting is that gets us below that threshold in all the key locations, that's great. And as has been pointed out, the limiter needs to be locked in a way that keeps people from accessing it, and ideally, in any order that eventually gets entered by the BSA, anticipating that the permit will eventually be granted and they're going to live up to their word, some manner by which we can come in and check and make sure that the limiter is set the way they promised to set it. Some way of verifying it, short of having to drag everyone back here, would be something nice, although I don't know how practical that is. So council and I have spoken. We're going to work out a date for secondary testing, and hopefully that resolves everything and you don't have to spend more time on this.
So good. I would suggest in terms of access to the limiter, it's not really something that we can order, but your neighbors, maybe there's
we
a
can
way
work it
for you
out.
to work something out neighborly-like. And also, obviously, somebody at 6 in the morning, all of a sudden here's an instructor, something's up with the limiter, right? So it's not a very scientific way of doing it. It seems like a neighborly agreement would be a better way. Okay. I just want to understand, so in terms of the sound, though, we're just hearing music, or are we
Music
also-
and voices. It's not a
Music and
weight
voices.
issue here. It's purely the bass line of the music, and the way they have it set up, when the instructor speaks into their headpiece, they're wearing a wireless mic, it lowers the music and raises their voice so they can be heard by all the people in the classroom. I think they measured it at something like 95 decibels in the room. So it's just kind of loud, but if you open up I don't know if you open up the door, I'd imagine it does barrel out. But we heard it in the lobby of the building. There used to be a doorway that connected the lobby to the gym. If you stood right outside that opening, you could hear both the bass line and the voice. The second floor hallway, you get off an elevator, and you kind of have to go around the horn. You make a right off the elevator, you walk about 10 feet, then you make a left, and right there is the doorway to double back towards the elevator inside the apartment. So when the elevator opens up, we heard the music and the instructor quite clearly. You don't hear it when you walk to the apartment door, because now you've walked about 15 feet down the hall and made a left turn. But then when you enter the apartment, you're walking back towards the elevator. So as you get back towards the front of the building, we were able to hear the music and the instructor again. And in the second apartment, where we've gotten complaints from, on the day of the test, I couldn't hear anything, and the person in there said it was a good day. They weren't hearing anything, but there's been complaints since. So I'm not sure why that apartment has a differing result, but structures are weird that way.
Huh, strange. What's the relationship of the elevator to the gym?
Yeah, so on the second floor, when you step out of the elevator, you're looking at a wall in front of you. There's no apartment door. To get to the first apartment, you hang a right, you walk about 10 feet, then you hang a left, and there on your left is the door. So effectively, you're now walking back towards the elevator on the other side of that wall you were looking at when you got off the elevator. So as you walked away from the elevator, the sound dissipated and you couldn't hear it at the apartment door. But as you walked into the living room of the apartment, there was the music again, and the voices.
Okay, so, because you know what this is making me think, if the idea that every time you open the door it's noisy, they actually might need, and I don't know if there's a way to do it, a vestibule on the staircase where you go through one vestibule and then you're in another one, and so the sound is kind of trapped inside that little vestibule area. And if something like that.
They have 3 studios there. They have 2 on the cellar level, which don't seem to be a problem. The one on the main level has 2 doorways that I recall. It's been about a month and a half, but there's the main one when you're coming in from the front door, and then there's a back door. I think there's a stairwell back there and a back door that goes to where the limiter is. There's some back rooms there, and so I'm not sure which doorway they're talking about. There's a doorway on the back left of the room, and then there's the main large doors that most of the class entered in. So I'm not sure which door they're referring to, but there are 2 entrances.
Right. So that's something that, Mr. Dale, maybe you have your engineers look at, whether this whole issue of opening a door or not opening a door that changes the whole thing. Maybe there's some kind of vestibule or something like that that might address that. You know, for the elevator, I don't get why it's traveling in the elevator, so. Like, is the elevator room inside the gym?
No.
No.
The elevator doesn't empty into the gym. I don't remember where the entrance to the elevator was. I just know when I came off the elevator, we all heard it. We were going to the first apartment to do testing. We weren't expecting to take data in the hallway. When we opened up the elevator doors and stepped out, there it was. So we stopped and took data.
The other possibility is, you know, I don't know what the age of this building is, but ventilation that's installed in the corridors to give the, what is it called, the negative pressure, release the negative pressure between the, however that works exactly. I'm hardly a mechanical engineer, but I know sometimes that there's vents in the corridors or not, right? And the sound and fumes and things like that travel up the vents. So that would be another
It's also
issue.
possible the elevator lets out right by a window, so it's the end of the hallway. It's possible that the sounds are coming up the outside of the building. Because the elevator lets out right by the exterior. And that's where the apartment is located as well,
So then that would be solved by installing one of those city sound shields that doubles the thickness of the window downstairs, so you're not communicating the sound outside. Right, so that, you know, all those things need to be looked at, okay?
Not to interrupt your time, I was just going to say, like, any construction issues that need to be done, we'll pursue that because they've already pursued certain construction issues. We truly believe that the limiter is the primary issue here in finding the right level, and we believe that that could solve all the problems, but if anything above and beyond that is needed, we'll do that. We have made efforts and we're working together, and I think it's a
Excellent, you're
positive
working
approach.
together. Makes it a lot easier. Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers on this one? All right. So what are we talking about in terms of timing? We'd like to get this done quickly. Is it a possibility? You have to do the testing again?
How's this? I have not spoken to the consultants, and obviously they need to coordinate. I would think it's realistic we could get a test in 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks.
Yeah, by soon, yeah.
was going to say, so if we said 3 weeks for a test and then a week after that to do the report, so maybe if we submit within a month, I think.
June 18th?
Right. So if the report, no, but just to follow up with that. Sure. So the report ideally will make a recommendation that both of your consultants are agreeing on, then you should implement, like right away.
Sure.
Right?
Agreed.
Yeah, so maybe give yourselves another little bit to implement.
That's fine if you want to, so maybe 6 weeks to submit, because then we can have the test, the report, the measures, and then come back here. Hopefully everybody is happy.
Okay, well, that, in 6 weeks, that submission would be July 3rd, and the hearing would be July 23rd.
July 23rd from the BSA?
Yep, that's a Tuesday.
Or just July 23rd?
July 23rd.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Item number 26, 2018-180BZ, 1441G South Avenue, Staten Island. Everybody?
Oh, should we take a
This is
break,
just-
5 minutes?
Yeah. No, I know, but I don't know if anyone else.
I don't know how long this is going to be.
Okay, great.
Sorry, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Wait, Tony,
Oh,
we're
so 5-minute
We're going
break.
to take a 5-minute break, because it's 6:30. We try to take breaks every 2 hours.
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You can still swear in.
You can still swear in, yeah, but we'll just.
And you
we'll
just
just
wait,
five
you're
minutes.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I'm just resting my brain.
Okay, this is item number 2018-180BZ, 1441G South Avenue, Staten Island.
Good evening, Todd Dale for the applicant. I'm also here with Mr. and Mrs. McCocher, who are the property owners, as was discussed at the previous hearing. Just to start, I want to, we were at the review session. I want to acknowledge the board's comment that the submission was on Friday. We are more than prepared to speak to any of the issues that are in there, but we also understand that the board may want additional time to review any of the comments we made. I just want to, set forth that we understand it, or may not have had a chance to fully review the items that were in there. With respect to the issues raised, I just want to clarify a few points. First, when we included that information with respect to the garage, at the previous hearing, there was a comment about misrepresentation. And we included that information just because we wanted to make clear that there was never any intent not to show the garage, and also to show that it was included in a vast number of materials that were put forth before the board. And with respect to it, as far as any discussion of the garage, we're not speaking, and I'm not going to presume to speak to anyone's consideration or thought process regarding it. However, we believe it was a fully reasonable expectation on our part, because no questions were raised about the garage, that it was a non-issue. At the hearing, there was a significant discussion regarding the loading dock. The loading dock, which is right there by the garage, closer. And because the board, after the additional materials that were submitted, asked questions about the loading dock, the thought was that the garage was not an issue, okay, with respect to that. I would say, though, that beyond the materials that were in the record of the school application, in our submission, and we're prepared to speak to it today, 2 parts to that. First of all, we maintain that the location of the garage is a non-issue based on the information that's available, the material that's in the technical memo, about some practical concerns that we'll discuss when we speak to the location, but also that it is both infeasible and impractical to make any adjustments to the current existing garage entrance. This has been a widespread project. It's been very involved. There have been a lot of professionals who have been involved in reviewing this issue. It was a considered decision. The professionals both on the part of the property owner, but also on the part of city staff, because this went through the technical memorandum review. OEC took a look at it, various city agencies took a look at it, and there was never any consideration or thought. So even though the specific application that's before this board is for a special permit seeking to allow rooftop parking for a parking garage, which would be as of right, and the only relief that we're seeking is to remove the roof, okay? That said, because we are interested and committed to...
Sorry, what do you mean to remove the roof? What?
this parking garage, the subject parking garage, that's subject to this application, could be built as of right.
I understand.
Okay, the only relief that we're seeking is to allow the rooftop parking. So
Correct.
basically to do that. So that's the specific issue here. That noted, we do respect the board's concerns, and we want to address those concerns. With respect to the other application, we're happy to answer.
Because obviously, this line of concern is unrelated to the rooftop parking. The only thing that's related to rooftop parking is us getting some kind of comment from DEP or... No, about...
DEP regarding the
No,
light.
about the wilderness area and whether there's an issue with lighting. That was the only thing. We haven't heard from them yet, but
understand.
that was the only issue that came up with the rooftop parking. It's not at all about that. It goes back to the school, right?
I understand. And so, we just want to make it clear, the specific issue here is just that issue. That said, we do want to be open and available to discuss concerns. A number of things we can talk about, but first thing I want to speak to is that we did note in the submission that it is a significant distance, the two entrances from...
Todd, you want to take the microphone?
You have to hold the mic.
I apologize.
Can't hear you.
Long day. How's that? Better?
Oh.
Okay. Too loud?
No, it's fine.
I need a limiter.
Yes.
Okay. So we wanted to point out that, we made a submission showing that it's a minimum of 75 feet from the one parking garage entrance to the school plaza. And if you reference back to the other information that was included and submitted to the application, we already have 3 crossing guards that exist there, and that those crossing guards control the route of the buses coming here. So this is a significant distance from that particular area, and there's already a plan in place to control this area, a plan which I will remind you that there's an existing school that's been there for nearly a decade. So this is not a situation where we have a brand-new school who doesn't understand the needs.
Existing school that's where? It's not
In
on
these
that,
buildings.
It's over there, right?
That's true.
We're talking about here, you're building a new building.
However, I would say you're dealing with people who have been dealing with safety issues at this particular site, maybe not this particular location, but we're not dealing with neophytes here. These are experienced people, teachers, school staff who are experienced with the system, and all they're doing is expanding that particular system to this particular area.
Right.
And I think that's important to know.
But so the 75 feet, though, this is what I mentioned yesterday, when you look at that same diagram, there's something called an outdoor classroom and nature trail, which is located immediately adjacent to one of the entrances to the parking garage. And the same entrance is located almost directly, and not to mention the 2 crosswalks, which are the crosswalks the kids would use to get to the outdoor wilderness area. And also, the truck dock, which was obviously the subject of a lot of discussion, when the truck backs up, it's backing into the traffic area to prevent cars from coming and going into that parking garage. So what that's potentially doing is creating an enormous amount of backed up traffic there, right where the kids are, crossing the street on the way, not just to this wilderness area, but they're also going to the playing fields, which are located across Teleport Drive to, if that's the south to the den.
The south is over here. Well, to that point, the first thing is there's the arrival and departure schedule, okay? What you're speaking about as far as visiting the outdoor classrooms, and I'll defer to the coaches who might know more about that program, but the travel to that site, they're not coming to school off the buses and running right there. This would be a situation that if this were to be used in any instance, it would be supervised class visits. So you're not going to have students that are crossing this area without adult supervision.
But you don't know. They might be kids who, after school or at a lunch break, they go outside and then they say it's really nice in that park, let's go to the park. Or the kids who are going to play in the playing fields, and however that works, because kids are stragglers and they're not all walking like little ducks in a row. Or
And that could be true of every crosswalk anywhere within this city.
It's true, but we go back to, again, then in other locations, they don't need to come to the board for a special permit for a school. And one of the reasons that all of this comes up is increasingly Department of Transportation school safety has been super concerned about these schools located in areas where there's enormous conflict between the trucks, the traffic, and so on, and the students. So I have heightened sensitivity to this for other reasons, but it turns out so does DOT.
Okay.
So, and that's why it would be a lot easier if we just fixed this. Otherwise, we need to slow this down and wait till DOT comes back on their school safety review, because I'm no expert about how you manage school safety.
Okay, if I could speak to that, 2 points. First of all, I understand the board's interest in reaching out to DOT, but to remind everyone, DOT already said that they didn't have jurisdiction to review this site with respect to school safety twice. So I understand the board's interest in reaching out to them. The response is going to be, this is private road and we do not have jurisdiction, so we're not going to review it. So I'm not diminishing concerns that come out, but they've already twice done this. So a third time would just, there's going to be no change, because again, the concerns that you're expressing, this is a private road. This is not a public street, so that's a big difference. The other thing too, and I think this is a good point to sort of digress into that a little bit, or not shift the conversation, is there was a concern about the number of vehicles that might actually come through here. And we cited in the last submission two things that were included in the technical memorandum that were reviewed. First was the parking accumulation totals, and the second was the trips. Now, with respect to the parking accumulation, the maximum number, I forget the exact figure, but it was approximately 440, I think. Pardon me, let me take a look here at the exact figure. But the maximum parking accumulation figure was approximately, I think it's 460 is the most that they ever anticipated as far as parking accumulation studies. And these were based on figures.
Accumulation or trips?
I'm starting with accumulation, I'll speak to trips in a second. So the 460 accumulation, there are approximately 455 spaces over here. The entrance into this site, and this will become important later, is from South Avenue up here, or South Avenue over here, which is going to these different buildings. But individuals coming to this particular site are going to enter through this, which is the one vehicle entrance. If you're coming in here, and this is the office public lobby, and there's going to be a maximum of 460 cars, and there's roughly 455 spaces, the actual use of people who are going to be in here is minimal. And at most, the expectation would be that the people who would park in here would be those who would go in through the school lobby. And those who are going in through the school lobby are going to be school staff, and school staff are going to be hyper aware of any instance with students coming here. So that's parking accumulation.
I would buy all that, except to say you're building a 410 space parking garage.
Sure.
And you want to increase the number of parking spaces by adding more on the roof.
Sure.
If you don't need them, why build them? The concept being, if you build it, it will come, they will come, or something like that. So if either you're building it because eventually it's going to be used, or you're not building it because why would you? Right? And so I don't understand that argument. Eventually, the 410 spaces just that's shown there, because I think it's a different number actually in the request, is will be utilized. And if you can fit 410 cars can park there, then that means 820 trips.
But again, let's speak to trips. When we did the trip analysis that was included in there, during the school drop-off and departure, so during arrival, the 7 o'clock to 8 a.m., which was when the younger students come in here and they do the control drop-off, the trip expected number is 18 trips, which means that in the morning, those students are going to get dropped off when there are 18 trips for this entire site. So the fact of having cars here during the morning is negligible at best based on the expected figures. The majority of individuals coming to that site are going to come after the school hours. They come in at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, normal business hours. Now, during departure, which is, I believe, during the 2 to 3 hour or the 3 to 4 hour, I think the number went up to approximately 200. So there are more trips that are expected during the afternoon. However, that number of 200 is much less than the 800 that you're quoting there. And again, those 200 trips account for the entire site. And if they're coming in to visit these offices during those trips, the percentage of that 200, the vast majority are going to go to the grade parking, which is closer to here. So those figures that you're I just want to make it clear that based on the technical memorandum, which was prepared by professionals, that, I understand the size of the garage and the comments you make, but it's not well, we have 410 spaces, it's 800 trips. That's not the mathematical equation. I think it's been borne out by the material that was put
But
in.
again, then why build a parking garage? I don't get it. It costs a lot of money to build a parking garage.
Sir, if you want to speak, I'm sorry, you have to come to the mic.
Okay.
Because when I'm recording, I can't pick that up.
The buildings department says you have to have X number, and actually, the zoning requirement is different, right? So the zoning says,
The zoning, the approximate zoning is approximately 760 or 770, and I think we're proposing 930 for the
right,
total site.
so if the zoning, if the buildings department says you have to, and that's why you're building a parking garage, why then build so many more spaces than are required by zoning? That's my question. And so it must be that you're anticipating the use of the parking garage by somebody, or you wouldn't build it in excess of what the zoning requires.
Sure.
I get that you have to provide what the zoning requires.
And I'll defer to the property owners about, the decision to do that. I would say it's likely to provide for expansion, but I would say just because those spaces are there, I think one of the big factors here, as I said, even if you factor in the different spots and you did different calculations, I think the parking accumulation and the trip, the important thing to take from that, which was included in the technical memorandum, is that these are the spots when this whole development was designed. That's the main entrance right there. That's the on-grade spots. This is where the most trips are coming. I also want to point out one thing here, like when we're talking about the entrances, before I forget when we point it, is, one of the discussions would be like, why can't you reorient the parking entrance? So, and we'll speak to that. First of all, one of the things that we provided with this last submission was the area controlled by the Port
Before
Authority.
you go on, I just want to correct the numbers, which I got from the tech memo, what you talked
Okay.
about required parking. The tech memo 2 says the parking demand for the entire site is 460 spaces, and 564 spaces are required by zoning, and there are 935 spaces being provided on the zoning lot, and so that's a lot more than is required by zoning, and so I don't know at which place you achieve 564
How's this?
spaces.
I will defer to the required amount to the architect rather than the tech memo. It's approximately 760, and it has been consistent through the various things.
I don't understand this, so the tech memo is not correct?
The tech memo, I can't speak to that particular figure, but I would say that when we included the analysis with the proposed plans and the zoning analysis, it's always been 760. I'll get the exact.
So that memo needs to be corrected, right? Because it's not representing the facts. Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, can I just clarify one thing? And that was brought to my attention by Ms. Prenga. DOT, one of the conditions of the approval of the charter school at 1441 South Avenue was that you work with DOT to ensure school safety and make whatever changes are recommended to improve the safety of the children. So I remember that there was discussion about DOT not having the jurisdiction to discuss or to review the case for school safety, but there actually is a reflection that that's a condition of your approval.
Sure, and I'll speak to that, and then I'll give
Yeah,
the microphone
yeah.
to Mr. Kocha. I believe we included that condition because when efforts were made to reach out to DOT, the responses were, this is outside of our jurisdiction. Hey, if DOT wants to offer forth any conditions, we're happy to comply. We've been consistently complying with the city agency, but I can pretty much guarantee to you that DOT will say, our jurisdiction stops here.
Okay.
And so that's, I understand that condition. Anyway, you've been waiting patiently. Why don't you address some points so we can get back to other
I
points?
think you can do all the legal stuff that you're doing. Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Richard Nicotra and...
Lois Nicotra.
My wife, Lois Nicotra. As you can see, the way I look, I don't own a gym, I'm not opening up a gym. I haven't been at a Target lately.
Have you been here since then?
Yes.
Really?
I got here 11 o'clock. And this is my 4th time here. And all I want to do is build a great building for Staten Island. And 4 times I came here with that exact same board that shows the parking structure. It's actually have a bigger footprint than the office building. So I would never think that we were trying to pull a fast one on you and to say that we weren't doing a parking.
No,
lot.
that's not at all what I was implying. When I look at a site plan like that, I can't tell, I had no idea that the parking garage was not entered from Teleport Drive, frankly. When I look at it, it seems so obvious to me that the entrance to the parking garage is from one of the main routes. And so it just didn't come up that we weren't aware that the main entrance to this parking garage was right opposite the school, because I remember very distinctly during the discussion about the traffic running in front of the school, I even talked about the concern of parents parking in that little lot around there and how the buses were driving around. And so I was actually even concerned about how that little parking lot right next to the loading dock was going to be affecting children coming in and out of school and getting out of their buses and all of that sort of stuff. It never occurred to me that the front door of the garage, the two access and egress and entrance were from that same location.
But
right there.
but everything that we submitted to you and here shows very clearly the entrances and exits for the parking garage.
Well, it isn't so clear because it's a teeny site plan.
Maybe, again, I remember when we came here the first time, and we were, very kind of, when you were really talking about the charter school and all the other stuff that we were doing, and we got back to our office, and we were like devastated and people were telling us, all the stuff that you want us to do, and Lois and I looked at each other and we said, if I had a kid going to that school, I would want someone to ask the same questions that the chair was asking. And the end result is we did what you wanted us to do, and I think we have a better school because of and a safer school for your input. As far as things like, we want this to be the best school location on Staten Island. It's the safest. It'll be the safest now anyway. But to have a building with 40,000 square feet of rooftop farm that the kids can go up and actually use. We're going to have chickens, and we're going to have a weather station up there. We thought, one of the best experiences I had when I went to St. John's, both Lois and I did, was when the teacher said, come on, let's do a class outside. Let's go outside and have a classroom. So I said, gee, wouldn't it be great to do an outside classroom? But if you think that's dangerous, I'll take the outside classroom out.
No, that's not the point.
We are doing, I preserved 2 acres of land. I created a nursery where I harvested thousands of native plants and moved them here so that when the building is done, I'm going to take those native plants and put them back. We are having a walking trail because I read someplace that stress when you're in an office building yeah. I wish there was a wood someplace here, but to walk into an area where there's woods, very calming, and we have a lot of doctors going into this building. We are doing our second socially responsible restaurant, our second one. The first one, which is right here, we've given out over $800,000 to the community of Staten Island. We're giving another $70,000 tomorrow, and it will be a second restaurant here that will triple what we are doing. We're doing a vineyard, and we're not doing a vineyard and making grapes that we can make wine with. We are growing table grapes, and we're going to donate it to Project Hospitality. We have all the soup kitchens on Staten Island. We have instituted, first of all, it's a green building. It's a silver LEED building. We have put in retention tanks for the water, collect the water, and we're going to use that water to grow all our plants. It'll be filled with art and flowers. This is a project that everyone wants, that we wanted. The kids that are going to this school, we own 2 Hilton hotels across the street.
Can we get back to the subject?
Can I
of the
just
parking
finish?
garage,
I've been here.
please?
I've been here since 11 o'clock. I almost got arrested when you were going to throw everybody out of here. When they said get out, I said, does that mean me too? But just I just want to. The people want this. The kids that are going to that school. not all of them are going to be lawyers and doctors and accountants. Some of them are going to need to work in a hotel, work in a kitchen, and work in a restaurant. And that is what we are bringing to Staten Island. The building is done. The steel is up, the floors have been poured.
Which building is done?
The office building is done. The curtain wall and glass is going up as we speak. The parking deck, foundation is in. 6 weeks, they bring all the parts in, and they put the parking deck up, and I spoke to the guy before I got here, it takes 2 weeks to put the parking deck up. So that's what we have.
All right.
So we even, and lastly, we even Googled a report that, parking decks in schools, somebody did a report in Philadelphia, and we looked at some of those things, where what did they do where a school and a parking deck was? And there were a bunch of things, with speed bumps, and special roadways that makes noise, and stop signs, and crossing guards, and we put all that in just when you raise the...
But the speed bumps and the mirrors and all that stuff is only inside of the garage itself. It's
But
not
what do you want us to do? What can we
I want you to do is to change the entrance.
We can't.
Why not?
We can't.
Why not?
We don't own the property, it's a Port Authority property.
No, I don't, so this is the part I don't understand. Don't you have something to do with Commons 1?
Corporate Commons 1 and 2
Yeah.
is a buildings that we own, and we rent the land from the Port Authority.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
So the Port Authority on this property has 3 data centers and a satellite farm. It's like the CIA. They got guards all over the place. That we have a nursing school. They were concerned like the nurses were going to run across and break into the data center. They have cops all over the place.
Where's the nursery school?
The nursing school is right here.
Okay, so you're leasing from the Port Authority, is that
Right.
correct?
Here. This is their street,
Okay, that's their street.
and this is all their property.
So, but isn't the other part their property? You're leasing it, right? It's their property.
This is their property. We bought this land from the city of New York.
But you're leasing their property, is that correct? And you have the right to access
No, we
their
don't.
property because you're leasing it, don't you?
We do not use this.
You don't use that portion.
No,
You do use this
and we only going to use this. They have and I have pictures of it. They have a guard and a gate here. You can't come through here.
So we're not suggesting you go that way.
Portion right next to that building.
There's a utility cord in here that they control, and they would restrict access to.
Right.
What about where the bushes are?
The Port Authority.
Can you show me what they own?
They own all of this and all of this.
So there's a line through the 2 properties that you own?
Yes.
buildings That they own?
That they own.
And tell me why that you cannot go through that, they won't allow?
Well, it's all, right, it's all of their utilities. It's their gas, it's their electric, it's all of that.
Okay, and I'm guessing it's underground or it's above
It's
ground?
underground, but they wouldn't let you build on it or do anything like that. Right.
And that's your statement?
Who owns the bushes next to your drawing of your parking garage? Who owns those bushes, right there?
These, right here?
The green bushes right there next to your...
These bushes we will put in eventually. They aren't there yet.
So they're your bushes. You're going to be putting bushes on your right to plant bushes. In other words, some kind of right of way.
Well, what they do is, since we bought the property, they want us to clean this area and put grass on the area and make it look beautiful, and we've agreed to do that.
Why can't you have where the bushes are an access point to the garage?
Well, we can't because the garage is being delivered in 5 weeks. In 5 weeks, it's coming.
No,
I
you
can't
said
cancel.
you said you're up to foundations.
The foundation is done.
Yes,
and
that's the foundation.
Right, and the parking structure is built. They deliver it in pieces. It'll be here in the first week of July, and it takes 2 weeks to erect with a crane.
You mean it's a precast unit?
Yes,
So
that's
why
what it is.
can't-
Manufactured the precast?
Manufactured, yeah, the precast has been manufactured. And we've been working on this for 2 years. It's not like it just came now.
Sorry, I don't have the microphone, so I'm trying to speak up.
No, you have to have the microphone.
That's right. No, that's fine. Just to clarify, in addition to that, the reason that was ordered is because it would be an as-of-right structure, but for the roof portion. So that's why those materials could be ordered, because the no-action scenario here is build the top level. That's the no-action scenario, so that's why that was ordered. Now, in addition to the Port Authority controlled areas to point out here, just so the satellite dish farm that was talked about is actually right here, so that's why there's no access. Let's say theoretically you could put an entrance here.
But you're saying that, I just want to make it clear.
Cannot.
They would not permit that.
They would not permit that, okay.
I don't understand, this is the part I don't understand. You seem to have the right-of-way because you're leasing the buildings that are on Port Authority property, and you're allowed to plant
Right.
bushes right in front of the parking garage. So I'm not understanding this prohibition on passing over the property that's Port Authority property to come into your garage. I get that some of that the parking garage is on order. I'm not saying you have to completely redo the parking garage. I'm saying come in that way and come around. Maybe there's I don't know how the ramp works, whatever.
If we could, we would, but the Port Authority will not allow this
But
because
that's
it's
what you
their
say.
property. Even we have a fence that's out here. We can advertise the tenants we have in Corporate Commons 1 and 2. We put a sign up there about Corporate Commons 3 coming. We had to take it down because it's not on their property. They won't allow anything unless it's on their property. So they allow us this use because they own that property.
What do they allow? What use? Because
For the school over here, but they,
I'm sorry. Say this one more time. They allow what use?
We have, besides the nursing school here, we have a 3K and a pre-K here. So they come in here, they come to this building, they pick up the kids, they make a U-turn, and they leave. There are guards here. This is a highly sophisticated teleport satellite dish that, they were talking to, Iraq and Iran, and it was being beamed over here and then going to CBS. So let me just, say this
Sorry,
too.
I'm not making the connection. It sounds like the Port Authority will allow you to use their property to access aspects of the site in order to facilitate your rental, ground lease, whatever it is. And so I don't understand.
Let's speak to this point here.
That they won't.
a tenant in their building.
Okay, so let me ask.
Let me point some.
Maggie, I'm assuming when you say they won't permit you to do that, it is because you've asked.
Yes.
Okay.
No, wait. You're assuming they've asked about my specific question or about why they can't enter through the bushes? I doubt it.
I need to interrupt here, and I apologize, just to clarify, because I think these are some important points, too. We already spoke to the two-part discussion. One, that there will be no issue, but the second part is that it's not possible. This Port Authority-controlled area, I know you're talking about the bushes here, but if that's a sensitive utility corridor, if I need to go repair utilities, I don't have to worry about bushes. But if this were the only entrance to this building, all of a sudden you're impeding the Port Authority's ability to do work on the utilities, because if this private property owner over here only has access coming here, and all of a sudden you need to do utility repair work, you're essentially rendering this impotent for the extent of the time that they do utility work.
True about everywhere in New York City where there's
a big difference between utility repair and bushes. But here, I also think that a very practical thing needs to be discussed here. You speak about moving the entrance here. Let's say that the Port Authority disappears, and by some grand miracle, we're allowed to have the entrance here. It's not going to address the issues that you're raising. Here's why. South Avenue, you can access the site. South Avenue, you can access the site, okay? If you're coming into the site right now to the current parking garage entrance, anyone coming from South Avenue will come right here, turn here, and go to get to the parking garage entrance, passing these very safely protected and monitored areas, okay? Or you can come in this way to the parking garage here. If you move the entrance here, these people here are still going to go to this entrance and not cross the school area. These people here are still going right past the school entrance. Moving it here makes no practical difference.
Just describe people going from that far right entrance directly to the
Correct.
garage without.
Sure, and if you come from this entrance here to the garage, first of all, if you're coming to this particular building, I don't know why you'd come in that entrance, but if you did, great, sure. If you came in this entrance for whatever reason to get here, it makes no sense, but if you want to, great, you come here. Here's your parking garage entrance. Here's the school-sensitive area. You're never, ever, ever coming over to the school-sensitive area when you're coming from this entrance. So the difference of going to here or here from here is basically this V here. These people here are the ones that you're concerned about, any trips. And as we said, they're minimal trips. That aside, coming past here, you're going past the school to this entrance. If the entrance is here, you're still going past it. So there's no practical difference in moving this entrance. If it could be done, it achieves nothing. There's no effect. This is the path here. It makes no sense.
I want to say, you know, if we have to put a roof on, we'll put the roof on. It'll cost more than $1 million, maybe $2 million.
What roof on top of?
Well, a roof on top of the parking garage.
What's that have to do?
Makes it as of right.
That's what we're here for. We have a right to put the parking deck up and put a roof on. We would much rather take that, and if you look at our history, take that $2 million and give it to the charities on Staten Island, as opposed to a parking lot company, a parking deck company that's going to get those profits. That's exactly what it is. That's the bottom line. And you know, I've invited you to come to Staten Island. I've invited you to look at the corporate park or what we've done. You know, Google us and see what kind of people we are and what we are trying to do. But that is reality. You know, I have a video when I talk about, you know, there's not a lot of people like us on Staten Island. There's a lot of people like us on the Upper East Side. They don't need us. Staten Island needs us. And this is something that we are doing for Staten Island. This is not a power, this is not about making money or anything like that. So what I'd rather say, tell us what else we could do to make it safer. If you want me to take the walking trails out, you want me to take out the outdoor classrooms, what do you want me to do?
Well, let me ask you a question then. As Mr. Dale explained, that if they came to the, no, so I don't even think that works, but if they came to the garage from the far right, I don't know.
Well, there's an entrance here.
No, if they came to the garage using the route that doesn't pass over the
eastern route?
Is that east? I actually don't know.
No, this way.
This is
If they,
south.
oh, south, so north. If they came to the garage only using the northern route, would there be a way to do that, to restrict that?
No, because the entrances to this building are here and here, so they're going to come here, and that's where the parent drop-off is. Parent drop-off is right here. And I think when you said it was 75 feet, it's 150 feet.
Oh, I think
No,
it's
no, no, 75 from the corner.
From corner to corner, but to the entrance, it's 150 feet.
To the school lobby entrances.
Right, I just, you know.
But yeah, revisiting that whole point, I mean, as I said, you know.
I'm not talking about the entrance to the, I don't care where the front door to the
Sure.
school building is. I care that the children get out of the bus, or their parents drop them off.
Amen.
And they're walking in the same place as all the cars are driving. That's what I care.
No, I mean, we want to be safe, but remember, they're getting dropped off here, this controlled drop, and the buses are dropping directly to the school plaza. The only way that any of these students being dropped off are going to run to this particular area is if they manage to dodge many security crossing guards, and there's minimal trips that are happening here. But I want to go back to the point that, how many questions are there? The school safety plan that we proposed had 3 crossing guards, and we're proposing to add a 4th crossing guard right here, actually someone who's dedicated just to this garage entrance where those 2 entrances are. And the measures that were included on the last proposed plans, we just want to let you know, we looked through the zoning resolution. Now, I realize the Manhattan core regulations don't apply to this lot in Staten Island, but we mimicked exactly the only place in the zoning resolution where they set forth safety guidelines. So that's why the speed bumps and the mirrors and the stop signs were proposed, because we were thinking, if it's safe for the core of Manhattan, it's safe for this lightly trafficked private road in Staten Island. But I just want to make clear that, you know, the practical difference between these two is actually minimal when you look at the actual routes. And I think that goes to the bigger picture. This project has been in design for years, and as I said, professionals have looked at it both from the property owner side and the city agency side. Safety was what?
Which city agency?
OEC? OEC took a look at. We went through all of these, and bottom line is, we're trying to get this school open in September. This is May. in June is right
Well, you
here.
said it's already under construction. That's not what we're talking about, right? So.
Well, we can't open up the school without the parking deck. And I just want to, again, not that I'm the lawyer, but I remember that the zoning for the parking and the amount of space we had was like 935. And then we went to the building department and said, we have 3 floors of school, could you please reduce that? And that's where we got, that number is reduced.
Just to clarify, yeah. Part of that was when this was originally approved as an office building. If you have an office building versus a school, when this was originally designed it to be a full office building, the minimum required parking for the zoning resolution would be 935. Once you have the school use, you have a higher ratio and can reduce the parking.
I have a question. What was the reason for the OEC review?
The
Office
technical
of Environmental
memorandum?
Coordination. Yeah. What was the reason for?
Well, when you buy land from the EDC, and this is my 6th project,
Okay.
they go through that,
Part of the
This
disposition
part of the whole,
process
and this,
you had
we've been
to
working
go
this for 7 years. The city did their first RFP 7 years ago. Ugh, the reason why I'm not growing of grapes, because we had a guy come in from Napa Valley who teaches at the Napa Valley University. He said it's going to take 7 years to get your first bottle of wine, and you're not going to win any awards. I said, you know what? We'll do table grapes, and we'll do some good with it. But I just, do you want us to put bells when the cars go out? Tell us what you want us to.
I told you already. So what I would like to see actually is the floor plans for the garage, because I need to understand what it is that you're saying is so impossible. And I would like to see something from the Port Authority that doesn't give you the right to cross over their property that you already leased.
We can't do that. We can't.
So the agreement with the Port Authority, show me where.
I can't even get a meeting with the Port Authority, and I'm their biggest tenant in the court. And it has been, it's.
But you're making a statement, there's a utility easement, there's this and this and this. I don't know.
But even if they said we could do this, which they're not, it doesn't work, and it doesn't help.
Why doesn't it work?
Because as I just described, what is the change? And again, we could submit this plan. What is the change of moving this from here to here if the
It
cars are coming
removes
here?
a lot of cars from going out that way. They could come out the other way and go right out.
No,
the
it's
south
not.
exit.
It's
No,
not.
because they only come in here, they come in this entrance for this particular building. This entrance here is.
I have a question about that, actually. The circulation plan from 2018-107BZ looks like that's actually a proposed exit, and that the proposed parent entrance is to the right.
Well, there's 2 schools.
It's a one-way, the circulation diagram is one way.
Sorry, where are you?
There's on South Avenue, there's the proposed parent entrance into the parking lot, and then it appears to be a one-way circulation where that's a proposed exit. And then you have to the right an existing entrance and exit where you have parents and buses coming through Corporate Commons to existing. And as we discussed at the last, with this other case, you would actually have parent drop-offs to the south of Corporate Commons, one existing, which doesn't appear to have any sort of security gate along Teleport Drive.
Yes, it does. There's a gate there.
The car's making a turn right here.
Yeah.
That's where the gate is.
Okay, so it makes a U-turn, okay.
So.
And we have a picture of it. We gave it to you. There were guards there, and there were Port Authority cops there.
But the point I think that Mr. Steinhaus is making is that you have entrance to the school from the south, right? And you also are showing entrance to the new school from the north. No, right?
This area is not used.
No.
No, not from Teleport.
Drive.
No, I'm not saying from Teleport, I'm saying from above.
South
right?
Drive.
Yeah.
But not where it comes in here, but there's
Over
another
here?
entrance to the parking
Over
lot.
here?
There's another entrance to the
Yes.
parking lot, right?
Right here.
No,
Yeah.
there's
To the
another
right.
one. To the right of your left hand.
There's one here, and one here,
There's one right
and
there.
one here. There's
There's one
3.
in
So
And
Right.
there's one in the middle.
Yes, and that's the one that Mr. Steinhaus is saying in your circulation plan. You have parents coming through there and exiting out the far left exit to South
It
Drive.
doesn't look like anyone's coming in from.
That's how it's represented in the
Come in here
submission.
and make a
No,
right.
The other way.
Right,
That's-
yes,
that's what it is,
yeah, yeah, and that's fine. I mean, we can, that was the
I
plan.
was just questioning whether people would be coming in the proposed exit because it just looks like one way.
I just think the important point to remember is that for anyone who wants to get to this particular site, let's say that this is your target area, regardless of whether you're there for the school.
Mr. Dale, can you use the microphone?
Regardless of whether you're there for the school, the doctor's office, whatever, if you're going to this particular location here, you're going to get here from here, or you're going to get here from here, which is less likely, but you would do one of those two things. Moving it right here doesn't change, because the people coming from here are still going to pass by this area, and the people coming from here are still not going to pass by that area. It's the same exact situation, people coming this way, people coming this way. You're not changing it.
There's a parking lot. Plus, there's a parking lot here, you would lose all our parking. I mean, you're going to be coming into a parking lot.
Couple of parking spaces.
You lose more than that. But bottom line is, the planks are already produced. They're done. They're coming in 5 weeks. They're done. I mean, if you would have said something 2 years ago or a year ago.
Didn't know about it 2 years ago or a year ago.
Well, it was here. I mean, it says 3-story parking structure. I mean, it's there. It's big.
It doesn't show on.
Yes, it does.
Plan.
Yes, it does.
Sorry, it doesn't show on that circulation plan cars also coming out of that parking garage and mingling with the traffic from.
There's a myriad of information that was included with the school application. There was a statement and revisions. There were proposed plans and revisions. There was an expanded site plan. There was an overhead plan. There was a circulation. Please let me finish. There were all these plans, and I would also say that the expanded site plan that was submitted to the application was done at the specific request of the board, because they said, please show us the relationship of the other buildings. That's another building. That's the specific reason that the expanded site plan was engaged into the last application. So, by any reasonable expectation, this was a known building to the board.
Known building.
Sure.
Not what we're talking about.
And the entrances are right there. There's no way to miss those particular entrances.
Totally, so you're talking about site plans that are this big.
Yes. The short of this is this.
I don't want to belabor this anymore.
That's fine.
Any speakers on this one? Okay, so what I would like to do,
Nobody hates the project. Everybody loves the project.
I'm not arguing about whether it's a lovable or a hateable project.
You're gonna hurt us, and we're not gonna be able to open this up in September. If you want to do that, then.
Mr. Dale just explained how the required parking went down from 935, according to your tech memo. It's actually required parking of only 535 spaces. So this is the part that's very confusing. 935 was what was required when it was an office building. It's no longer required to have that many. Apparently, it's 564 spaces.
No, it's 700, and included in the zoning analysis that was part of the record. The simple fact is here, is that we've shown that, and again, we understand the submission was done on Friday, but we presented all this information showing that there is no practical effect that would be here. We proposed safety measures, extensive safety measures that are included in the zoning resolution that are also there. We also have set forth all of the different things we could as far as there being no issue. As far as a practical issue, we presented all the practical issues. Believe me, there was consideration given during this whole process to design. The options here are either here or get rid of the woodlands. The no-action scenario here is build this with a roof, or it's get rid of the woodlands and do grass things. The fact is, the entrance is here, and it can't be changed. It just can't.
The only question, the question I'm posing with is it safer if they do it as of right, put a roof on it?
It's not the question. No, that's not the question. I told you that it's not an issue about the rooftop parking. The issue is about how we studied the school. And we could reopen the school, but I don't want to do that. I'd rather that we address it.
Why would you even,
No,
I mean, I can't believe you even said that of everything we've been through.
Yes, because
We are not like.
consider this, and please, let's just finish.
What I was trying to get at is, does the additional crossing guard, does that alleviate the concern?
Doesn't alleviate my concern. And that's why I'm not a specialist in school safety. That's why I defer to DOT, who has become increasingly concerned about the.
We went to them twice, and twice they said no. Now we want to go a third time. I mean, I really liked when you said to the gym people that you're not here to hurt a business. I mean, that was refreshing to me. Why are you trying to hurt a project like this? This is the best project that Staten Island has ever had. Speak to the politicians, speak to the people, speak to the community board, speak to everybody there. Ask them, do they want this project?
Want to have this conversation anymore like this? Okay.
Well, then, I don't know, what do we do?
Do
Do I just put the roof on? What do I do?
No, so it's not about the roof, it's about the school, okay? So unless you solve it, which I know that you, Mr. Nicotra, you've been in a good solving kind of frame of mind in the past, perhaps you have a solution to it, but at the moment, because there's no solution being offered, all I can say is give us the parking garage drawings, and we're going to reach out to DOT School Safety, as I said at the review session.
The board has
And
parking,
We did already.
We did, but we haven't heard.
No, I know, but we're going to reach out more aggressively and tell them why we need them to look at this, and we understand it's not a public roadway and all that, but, and I don't know if do we have the actual floor plans of the parking garage?
They're with the
Yes.
record
Yes.
extensively,
Yes,
yes.
we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
so-
Including a revised version that was just submitted that includes the safety measures, which we're committed to regardless of how
Yeah,
things
and the
proceed.
tech memo dated, that was submitted on 11/20/2018, does list total
Madam
number of
Chair.
935 parking spaces with a three-story parking garage of 410 cars. An initial proposal actually had a proposal for 541 cars. So the technical memorandum looked at variety of parking
No,
requirements for this.
it's not, it has to do with the required parking. I know 935 are being proposed, but it has to do with the required parking. What I got from the tech memo was 935 are being provided, but 500 and something, 35 are what's required. And or 564 are what's required by zoning. That's what it says in the tech memo. I can't, whatever. I think the issue of the floor plans that we were provided with are that they're schematic floor plans, and you're making a statement that it can't be changed because the deck, this and that, and I'd like to see the construction documents, because deck comes
You
in
don't believe me? You think
pieces.
I'm lying to you?
It's not about
Well, why
that.
don't you come to Staten
It's
Island
about,
and look at the foundation.
Sir,
Sir,
enough,
please.
enough.
It's trying to understand
Enough.
the technology and so on to see what's been ordered, what's in place, and where the modifications are. We often look at drawings and say, well, why don't you just modify that one little thing, it will be good. So if you give us the drawings, we might be able to say, why don't you modify that one little thing, and we'll be good. So I would recommend.
I guess I'm failing to understand what you can't see from the existing
Because
drawings.
those are schematic drawings that don't actually tell you what the parking garage.
Everything's already been ordered, though, and it would be significant cost to change it. At this point, as we said, this is a as-of-right building, and the only issue before the board on this particular application is the roof.
Mr. Dale, the chair has spoken and asked you for making a specific item in a submission. Let's move on. Let's have a hearing, submission date, and that's it. Construction drawings, thank you.
That's not the issue before the board on this particular
No,
application.
not on this particular one.
Exactly.
On another one, we could reopen because it
If you
wasn't
felt that,
considered,
if
and
you,
I don't
in discussion with council, felt you could reopen
Mr.
it,
Dale, let's get the construction
Yeah,
drawings. I need it as well.
Yeah,
Let's just move on.
Let's just try to
all right?
resolve
Maybe it'll
this
help, you don't know.
in a
Come on.
way
It might help.
that can facilitate.
we're on an accelerated time schedule.
And submit it with an acceleration
Can we come back in 2
submission.
weeks? Can we come back?
Yeah,
DOT's gonna respond in 2 weeks.
you can come back on June 4th.
Day after our 40th anniversary.
Congratulations.
Mr. Dale, get those to us as quickly as possible. We email them to DOT. We've already submitted stuff to DOT on.
We will come back
the school stuff.
June 4th. We will provide construction documents that are available. We will, if you We're also going to submit a diagram showing where the current path comes and the fact that changing the entrance is irrelevant because of the path of the vehicles. I don't believe that there's anything else. I know that this seems minor compared to everything else, but I hope that we've resolved the lighting issue with the information we provided last time with respect to the spandrels and the information we provided.
Right, so we did reach out, but we haven't heard yet, and we'll reach out again, just
We-
about that wildlife area.
We would also ask, though, that the board give serious consideration on June 4th, if DOT has not responded, or DOT again responds saying this is out of our jurisdiction, that the board will not stand on waiting forever for DOT response.
All right.
I just want to confirm, so it's just the construction plan and the diagram that we'll submit. Everything else is satisfactory.
Construction plan, diagram, and then also to understand better the limitation by the Port Authority. There are a lot of statements being made about what they will and won't let you do. There must be a document that says you can, you can't do something because the Port Authority documents everything, right?
With the understanding they can be a difficult agency to deal with, we will endeavor to provide that information.
If you want to make it easier, you could talk to the structural engineer of the project and ask him to give you like kind of a letter explaining why changing the location for the entrance would impose significant impact on the coast.
We can speak to Desmond about that. All right, so those 4 items we can submit. We will submit them as quickly as possible to provide the board sufficient time before this June 4th.
Don't submit them
appearance.
a day before the
We're gonna,
ASAP.
So
I will say this,
let's-
with respect, if, I know normally we like to make a unified submission, in the interest of the board expediting review, we may submit these piecemeal.
Fine.
Okay?
Is there a date certain by which the board would like to receive all the materials?
So June 4th.
June 4th, it's in 2 weeks.
It's in 2 weeks. We really do need
By
to
now.
have them by the 31st, right?
By next Friday?
Review.
Sure.
We'll do our best by the
Yes.
31st.
By May 31st.
We could send them to DOT.
Okay. Okay.
Once again, I'm sorry. I'm
Submit by May 31st for a hearing on June 4th.
Thank you very much.
So noted.
Item number 1, new cases, zoning calendar. Item number 1, 2016-1215 BZ, 142 West 29th Street.
Ian, you can put those up.
You have to swear
Oh, yeah,
in.
yeah, that's right.
To sign and, yeah.
Everybody raise their hands, let's go. Well, you can all sign in later, but raise your right hands, that's the only people in testimony? Okay, good. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in testimony before this board and to respond to the board member questions?
Yes.
Go.
Good evening, Eric Palatnik. You certainly have had quite a day. We attended your executive session yesterday, and we listened to all the board's comments that everybody had to say about the application. And we wanted to address some of them, and we wanted to make some comments with respect to the validity of some of the comments that we feel we can understand why you're lacking in some information for you to come across with a reasonable way to act on this application. The very first thing is we presented to you the argument, and we focused heavily on the hotel during our application process, because the hotel was the obvious choice. However, of course, the hotel, during the process, and just a matter of months ago, actually, became not allowed. So if you go back into your files, you'll see 4 notices of comments, and you'll see comment after comment discussion. The examiners did a great job vigorously addressing the hotel issue. I know, Madam Chair, you as well spoke about the community board recommendation. That, too, had a huge discussion about the hotel. We were all hotel all the time, because we really thought that was going to be the main discussion. In doing so, we neglected to really address to you, A, why the existing building can't be utilized, and we'd like the chance to come back to you and show you that. And we didn't show you why we can't do an incremental enlargement on top of the existing building to recoup our costs. And we didn't show you that either. And that
Sorry,
left...
and what you mean by incremental, it's only a 2-story.
The 2 stories. So we didn't show you what after hearing a review session, we all listened to you, what everybody had to say, and I heard what all of you had to say. How can, you were trying to figure out why can't we reuse, why does this building not work? And Michael Vargas is here, and we could demonstrate this. He thought that was an obvious, and we could demonstrate that to you. But I think the bigger question is, why can't we reuse the building? Why can't we maybe use the foundation and go up 3 floors on it or 4 floors on it to some point where the building could we could build it and maybe earn a return? And without that information, I heard from all of you that you weren't able to accurately dissect the application and come up with what our hardship is. The essence of our hardship is that the office building is just very difficult to recoup the investment that you would make within a new construction office building. And that's directly related to the narrowness, not necessarily just the narrowness, I don't want to use that word, the smallness of the lot. You said 25, 32, 35. The 25 cases you mentioned are cases that are valid cases in your mind. You said yesterday it was clear to you that there's a hardship with the 25 somewhat. You also said there should be something physical about the property in addition to that, but I got where you were going. What we're trying to make the argument is that this property, because it is so small, not narrow, and it is surrounded by the taller buildings around it, that there's a premium for any contractor to come in and build on the property. And those premium costs are tremendous due to the fact it's a small lot and it's on a small street.
And they're unique.
They're unique, and that's a threshold question. And I heard the whole discussion. Everybody had the 36 versus the 7. We said 7, and then there were 31 other, or 29 other sites, and 29 is the number, right? In Ian's study, Mr. Rasmussen's study, and we discounted those 29. And the philosophy behind us discounting them, which we'd like to expand upon, is that those buildings, which are 4 or 5 stories, have a value to them, a substantial value to them. And it's evidenced by the fact, and Michael Vargas will play it out a little bit more, and you know it as well, is that, yes, as you said yesterday, Madam Chair, in some neighborhoods, people are rushing in on the smaller lots and knocking them down and building an office building. But that's not happening in this.
What do you mean, this neighborhood?
Actually, we've done some research around, and no, that's not actually the case. On the smaller lots, they're not knocking them down and building office buildings. Hotels, Mr. Rasmussen has done extensive research, and those are happening on 40-foot wide lots. Is that what you said, right? If you could speak, Mr. Ian Rasmussen.
Good evening, Ian Rasmussen on behalf of the applicant. I reviewed just the city's Pluto data about the neighborhood because I thought it was sort of an interesting mix match between what we tried to communicate in some of our work and then what the board was saying. I don't think that we ever tried to make the statement that this area is not a thriving business district, but I do think what the application said is that a new office building isn't viable. So just to put the facts on record, all of the new construction that's occurred as of right in this districts, or I should say just this M1 district between 6th and 7th Avenue, has been hotels. So we can say that the highest and best conforming use, historically, at least until the end of 2018, when they became subject to a special permit, has been hotel developments. And all of those that we could find were on lots of 40 feet or greater in width.
That's a little contradictory to the document in your statement of fact. You yourself said that even in this area, the hotel construction hasn't happened, even given that it's so close to Penn Station. That's in your statement.
What, that there's been no construction of new buildings?
Hotels in this area, given its proximity to Port Authority.
I apologize.
Penn Station.
I don't recall making that statement. I'll take a look.
I think it's there, and that's why,
I'll check,
that's why I stated what I said yesterday.
All right, there are, and I think everyone knows it if you've walked around the Flower District, several new hotels in this area, and you've seen evidence of that in other applications nearby. The most narrow of the lots with hotels that I was able to find this afternoon in this area on lots of 40 feet or wider. The construction that has occurred since the year 2000.
Sorry, what
Yep.
about the hotel that Community Board 5 referred to at 1162 Broadway, which I know has not been constructed yet, but nonetheless,
I was looking between 6th and 7th Avenues in the M1 district.
why confine yourself to 6th and 7th Avenue?
For the purpose of establishing how many hotels there are in this neighborhood, I looked this afternoon at the data, and I reviewed the hotel sites I could find. I'm aware that there's a hotel that is going to be developed at 1162.
And it's only a 25-foot wide site, 26.7
Right.
foot wide site.
I mean, and that's a different set of circumstances, and I understand they received some relief from this board. I don't know the nature of it.
Height and setback.
However, let me just finish. The new construction that I was able to find, that is new buildings constructed since the year 2000, in that same 1,000-foot data set that I have indicates that the only time we've seen buildings on lots of, say, 25 feet have either been, there was a residential development in an M16D district, and then there were a handful of primarily residential buildings that come into being by grants of this board. Which is to say, there's not evidence of new as-of-right construction on lots of 25, 32 feet in the last 20 years.
Okay, so again, that sounds
That's-
more
so
like
that's
a
just-
market issue to me, not that I'm an expert
Well,
on
hold
market
on,
issues.
hold on,
Right,
but-
yeah, I just wanted to say, because I don't want to let this go unsaid. You said what distinguishes you from the buildings that are 4 and 5 stories is those have significant building value on the lot. Your financials say that anything with 5 stories or less is suitable as a site value for vacant land because you're saying that those are underdeveloped buildings at 5 stories, and so we could consider them vacant. So I'm just making this statement. Both of you are at odds here, and before you make the statements here on record, I think you should read all of the work so that you don't contradict yourself.
I understand.
That's problematic.
But what I do want to say in response to the notion that this is a market condition and not a condition that has to do with the size of the lot,
Any further?
is simply that there has been new as-of-right construction in this neighborhood over the past 20 years. It just has not been occurring as-of-right on lots this narrow.
And Commissioner Otley Brown, your point is well taken. Madam Chair, you know, you all have the computers up there, we know it, so we're searching while you're doing.
Right.
I'm not usually so quick on the computer. Elise just pulled it up for me, but to the point of what you were saying about 1162 Broadway, that was the subject of an application brought under BSA calendar number 17514BZ, which was a variance by the board that, although it allowed the hotel, it was in a landmark district, in a historic district, excuse me, and the variances were granted for setback and the side yards and things of that nature.
For
Also,
a hotel development on a 26-foot wide lot, where the board found 26-foot was something that needed relief from setbacks anyway, right?
right, for the purposes of a hotel,
For the purposes of an as-of-right hotel, right?
which as yet not, this approval was granted in 2014,
Yeah.
and it still hasn't been built.
Right, no, I
So-
understand that they were looking at permits in 2017.
Yeah, and it still hasn't been built, and as I recall, I think we heard some chatter about this at the community board. We'll do some more research. I think it has an affiliation with another business. I think the hotel, if I recall, that hotel
It's a Nomad.
is interacting with another business that's helping make that hotel successful. And that the services and functions that would normally be lost in a smaller hotel, that's picking up, I think, from an accessory affiliation with another building. I remember that came up at the community board. I could be wrong. The simple point that we're trying to make to you is not, everybody was right yesterday when you were making your comments. We were not disagreeing. And we're not saying that there's no office market. I too have been to Gertler, Wentler has their office, Jeff Gertler has his office right there, an architect. There are plenty of architects around there. What Ian Rasmussen was saying, what I'm saying, and what Michael is saying, is not that there's no office market. It's just that it's so expensive to construct an office building that you can't get your money back out of it when you build it. The buildings that are housing all of the offices, all the architects you spoke about it yesterday, Madam Chair, that there are these beautiful 19-story buildings merged between sweatshops and offices around, where the small lot was between, your exact quote was sweatshops and offices. They're all around us, the taller buildings. They have a competitive advantage because they were built, obviously, 100 years ago in some cases, or 70 years ago. So their ability to provide a lower rent or more compatible rents that are in the marketplace are different than us.
Well, they also have elevators that never work. They
Well,
also, a lot of things.
Yes, they do, and, there's some weaknesses to it, but that's also the weakness to us, which is we have a loss factor, just with our core, because the smallness of the lot, we did the loss factors on everything. I mean, I said to Michael yesterday, when you said, hey, maybe we could do a hotel, Michael said what Robert Pauls used to say, Bob Pauls, who used to practice, used to say, it just gives you the opportunity to lose more money. The problem is that the core, for example, just in this building, which is a 15-story proposed building, the as-of-right commercial we gave you, it only has one staircase and one elevator in it. We've all spoken at length about how that's the dumbest thing anybody could ever do as a developer in any building, is build just one elevator. We've talked about it over and over again. Even in the last application that was had here, we had the same conversation. An elevator breaks down, people get stuck, it doesn't work, you need a second one. So we gave you the 15-story building we gave you. We were trying to be as conservative as we could be in what we were giving you and using as much floor area, and even that threw off a loss. So I guess, it's a long night, it's 8 o'clock, I'm not going to be able to demonstrate everything to you now because I haven't prepared it for you the right way already. I'd like the opportunity to step back, God bless you, spend 4 months or 3 months, come back at the end of the summer, in the beginning of the fall, in the middle of the fall, and present to you, the building's been there for 70, 80, 100 years almost the way it is, it's not going anywhere. Let us come back to you if you give us the opportunity and answer a lot of the questions you raised yesterday and address some of these points.
All right. I mean, yeah, it's true because the comments were, your statements were conclusory, you didn't make any case
Yes,
at all, so make a case.
I would like to do that, and the guidance you gave us, it brought us right into target with everything, and we got a little off track with the hotel. We spent a lot of time talking hotels, and we lost focus, so thank you.
And so, again, if there were an A, I would also want to look at a lesser variance where we're just looking at setback waivers, because obviously it's a very large leap to go to a completely different use that also has setback waivers effectively, right? I'm just curious also, is the building adjacent that you see in this photograph residential or office?
I think this is office.
Yeah.
That's office.
Yeah.
It's office. Both left and right are offices. Chad is the owner.
It's just I'm looking at all those windows.
Yeah, there's
got there.
yeah, there's one of the variances that we cited to on West 30th Street was next to Jeff Gertler's office, and actually when I went into a meeting in his office, he pointed to the window blocked up, and he said, "Thanks, Eric." But it's that's I don't have to tell you.
No, I was just-
You know better than anybody. They had it good for a long time.
No, I
so
was curious whether there was an easement or some sort of relationship between this little building and that building.
No, I think they just-
That might have encouraged, because it really looks like the windows were installed during construction. Usually on loft buildings, it's kind of, I want one, my neighbor wants one, it's haphazard, the windows don't match, that kind of thing. But there's like a grid.
yeah, they do. I see what you're saying. They follow the same symmetry. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Whereas here, they're sort of punched out.
Yeah, so the left side looks like, they just threw them in.
We'll take a look to make sure there's no
Careful
previous
on
tie-in
that.
between the two or common ownership or anything.
All right then, are there any speakers on this? All right, so yes, please make a more complete submission.
We will.
And you want the end of the summer?
If we could even have the fall is fine, sometime in October would be great for us. That'll give us everybody time to come back, get themselves together, and do a proper submission. Whatever fits your calendar.
I'll be here.
Oh, you'll be here on the 3rd?
I think so. No, I'll be here. October 3rd. No, October 3rd I'll be here.
Okay, so the first hearing in October is October 3rd, and the submission date would be September 11th.
Let's do later if we can. Could we submit in the end of
Yes.
September? That way
You can
we're-
submit October 2nd for a hearing October 22nd.
That's great. We'll see you, I was going to say like the song in September, but see you in October. Have a nice night. You had a tough day.
Thank you.
Get some rest.
Thank you for your
Somebody's phone up here. Ian, is this yours?
This concludes the public hearing for May 21st, 2019.